Hello, everyone, and welcome to the BPL, the Bar Pro League, where we watch the best of the best go head-to-head to see who's on top of the very best leaderboards. The biggest and brightest are going to be showing off today, and we've got a stacked list of players that I'm super excited to announce to you, and I'm super excited to get into. So without further ado, welcome to Bar Pro League Season 5, the Succession Wars. Apparently, that's new to me, but I love it. I love a little bit of theming, right? A little bit of dramatic theming to whatever tournament is going on, a little bit of a story, even, you might say, a little bit of a lore being established. Very cool to see. Hope you're all having a fabulous day. We'll get underway here in just a little while. We do have quite a stacked roster, but also it means we have quite a lot of players to coordinate, so it means we're going to be coming up to speed here very, very shortly. But I hope you're all having a fabulous time, and welcome to the debut of the official Beyond All Reason YouTube channel. Yeah, I know. Round of applause in the chat for real, because this is a very, very exciting moment for me. I'm John Brightworks, in case you didn't know, aka Brightworks TV. If you didn't know, I cast Beyond All Reason, and I play the game, and I do a bunch of different stuff. And I'm super excited to be here. But the reason why I'm excited specifically for this one today is because I usually stream on YouTube, so this is actually a really unique opportunity for me. I'm really excited to see what the Beyond All Reason community has to say about an official YouTube channel going up and running right here. So we'll get underway in just a moment. Let me go ahead and pull out the stuff and things. One way or another, we're going to get this up and running here. Man, it's going to be a good day. I hope you're all excited. I know I sure am. Put this up here. Toying with the brand new setup, setting up all these different monitors and stations for looking at things and watching things. It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Are we live? Is the other question. I sure hope we are. That'd be a little bit awkward if we weren't. There we are. Perfect. Perfect. It looks like we are live, ladies and gentlemen. It sure does. Always good to check these things, right? Always really, really good to check these things. You never know. You never know what may or may not happen, what may or may not go down. And suddenly you're left in a really precarious situation. Trying to figure out exactly what's going on. But there we go. Alright, looks like we are all set up, and it looks like we are ready to get underway. Just going ahead and waiting till I hear back from my admins. Perfect. Perfect. Getting green lights across the board. It's going to be awesome. All right. I've got a little bit of a slideshow for you guys before we get underway here. We will be having these matches coming up and running very quickly here. But in the meantime, it's going to be pretty awesome. I've got a prepared slideshow, if you will. Here it is, ladies and gentlemen. It's the history of the Bar Pro Leagues. If you're joining us now, you're in a bit of a rare point in time, and an epic point in time, if you will, because we've got a really awesome list of literally every single pro tournament that's happened so far. 20 years down the line, after 500 pro tournaments have happened, and this sort of becomes antiquated history. Nobody will know about Season 1 of Bar Pro League, but there you go. We can take a look at it today, and we can take a look at some of these stats. So Teddy, the very first ever Bar Pro League winner, and it looks like Chisato taking the next 3. Wow. That's pretty impressive, right? To take all 3 of the next Bar Pro Leagues right here. Bloodier, Teddy, and X Factor Live all coming in second, though. So Teddy trying to get that title back, but not quite able to grab it so far. Will Teddy be able to pull it back and grab the title once more here? Or is it just going to come down to Chisato stealing the flag again? We will see. I believe, yeah, we've got quite a stacked crew going on here. I'm into here. Let's go ahead and switch to this one. Ta-da! There it is. There's our bracket for today, and you can see it's a pretty good one. We've got a lot of stacked players in here. We've got let's see what we've got stacked up here. There's Nebuchadnezzar, a commander that I know, of course, a host of the Bar Fight Nights, which are also a lot of fun. A more casual. I say that a lot of pros tend to show up to that one, but a more casual version of a pro league tournament. Wow, we've got Soul Eater here, the Admiral. Barcast is going to be playing in the tournament as well. Anybody that didn't know, Barcast is the founder of Bar Pro League, basically the person who came up with and pushed the idea and made it into a thing. Super exciting to see what Barcast is up to. Also, just a phenomenal bar 1v1 player, so it's worth that as well. We've got Domino here, we've got Flakka, we've got VDB. Looks like we've got Lopatka as well. Starpleb, who I believe is Stardom, but by different username. Modulo, lukewarm water. Yeah, a lot of cool players here. I believe there's also, pardon me, still getting over a cold. I believe there's also, oh yeah, here it is. Bam! The map pool. And I'm hoping this map pool is up to date. I believe it is. This is, I believe, the map pool for the tournament here. Just double checking. Yeah, pretty confident. Pretty confident that this is the map pool for today. A lot of red maps, I will say. A lot of desert maps for today. We've got Avalanche, which is sort of a tundra desert. A lot of people don't think of tundras as deserts, but let me assure you, they are frozen wastelands, vast with snow instead of sand, but they're just as harsh and just as difficult to survive. And it's basically one of the most classic maps and beyond all reason. Me personally, I like to throw 8 commanders into that map at one time, or rather 16 commanders, 8 on each team, and just see what happens. But I think it'll be refreshing to take a look at that map as an actual 1v1 map, as it was intended to be played. We've also got Serta. Sertalina. That's going to be an interesting one right there. Definitely a bit of a lesser played map as far as the 1v1 goes, but very cool. Gonna be cool to see exactly what happens. You can see relatively lower play value here. This is the total play number, the total number of public games that have been played on this map. 659 versus like, for instance, Istis Crack, one of the most popular 1v1 maps of all time, with 3,816. I've also got Shallow Straits, which is always a fun one. That always ends up being a, if anything, always ends up being a really a cheesy map. Yeah, one that commanders can really get away with some brutal gameplay on. So it's always cool to see that map. Not as many picks though. You can see 326 games on there. Very few picks because yeah, it can be very difficult to play. Istis Crack, of course, a map that basically needs no name or needs no introduction. Istis Crack is one of the basically, I want to say, top 3 1v1 maps. Yeah, I'm running through my mind palace of 1v1 maps, and it really does come to the top pretty much every single time. Canis River is right there next to it, though. Canis River, another one of those 1v1 maps that everybody loves to play. It's got a lot of metal. It's more of a macro-focused map, so you can expand out a little bit more aggressively. There's a lot more metal on the map, and usually, if we see T2 at any of these games, I think it's probably going to be Canis River. Titan Duel, a bit of an interesting one as well. It's full of these little potholes all over the place, makes for some interesting terrain, but it's also just a big, wide, flat, open map. And that's also pretty awesome because it does mean that we get to see a lot of that vehicle gameplay a lot more aggressively than we usually do. On some of these maps, the vehicles are punished in certain ways or dissuaded, but Titan Duel is definitely one of those maps that just says, here you go. Have a completely open, flat plain. Go to town with medium tanks and light tanks and all sorts of stuff. Very, very cool to see. Let's see. Theta Crystals is our next map in the pool here. Theta Crystals, again, one of those interesting maps for 1v1. Usually this map is a 4v4 map, and it works out really well for that because there's basically 3 lanes to play. So when you play it as a 1v1, you have to choose. You have to choose which lanes you're going to try and play, and you have to try and juggle balancing all of the lanes at the same time. And it's very tricky, very interesting, and very cool to see those commanders see if they can manage to pull it off. There we go. There's the chat rolling in. I was wondering about that. The stream is delayed, so this is a 3-minute delay on this stream. It should say so somewhere in the title or something. I actually don't have control over any of that, but I'm assuming so. I'm assuming there's some sort of alert that this is a delayed chat. So this is, yeah, it's a 3-minute delay, which is courtesy for any of the tournaments. Any tournament that's going to be hosted by the main channels is going to have a 3-minute delay. And all right, it looks like we are off to a ripping start here. Modulo and lukewarm water are already in a battle. Why don't we jump on in? Sorry, I've been yapping my head off. Why don't we go ahead and watch a game of Beyond All Reason, eh? Red Comet and Coast to Coast are the last ones. Two maps that I'm sure many of you commanders are probably familiar with. So we'll go ahead and we'll jump straight over to the main scene. Hopefully. Yeah, there it is. I was like, oh no. I set up all these beautiful, pretty little slides, and now they're breaking on me. Jumping right on into a game. This match started 1 minute ago. So these commanders are still getting up and running. And it looks like they're going to be getting into that early game. Modulo spawning on the bottom right here is the blue Cortex commander spawning all the way on the northern side. It's going to be lukewarm water. Hailing at 19 open skill versus 51. This is the, shall we say, the je ne sais quoi of a Swiss-style tournament. You can start off in some pretty strange matchups right here. Obviously not a balanced matchup, but the way that a Swiss-style tournament works is that after your first game, whether you win or lose determines who you play in the next one. So it means that in the fact that we have a 19 open skill hero right here, not to say lukewarm water can't pull off the win. I haven't seen him play. I'm excited to see what they can pull off. But if, hypothetically, lukewarm water were to lose it here, then they would be matched up against somebody who also lost in the last bracket, and then they would basically balance itself out. So these are probably, that's the nice thing about Swiss tournaments, is that the least balanced games are the earliest in the tournament. So as the day goes on, the games get even better and better, which is always kind of a cool thing to see, right? Lukewarm water, definitely not unfamiliar with 1v1, though. An excellent strategy here. I mean, a perfect build order. We've got mexes into wind turbines, into bot lab, and even a radar tower, which is cool to see. And we've got the grunts coming out of the lab here as well. The blue commander Modulo going to go ahead and do basically the same thing, although both of these commanders struggling with that wind speed plummeting to 5. Modulo will commit to building the solar panel. I think the red commander's a little bit more hesitant. Yeah, just doubling down on the wind turbine production and thinking at the very least when that wind speed goes back up, it'll be a slight advantage here. It's a gamble, basically, is what it is. It's a gamble to see whether there's enough, whether wind speed will be higher later on, high enough to make up the difference, or whether solar panels will have been the way to go. Right now, though, with the wind speed picking up, I think wind turbines were definitely the move. Modulo getting out one of those construction bots right here before spamming out a couple more of those grunts and sending them across. We've got red grunts moving towards the base over here of the blue commander, and the blue grunts are, of course, headed out on the map here as well. First contact. First contact is always a shy moment when these commanders reach out in the darkness and manage to feel each other's fingertips touching each other and feeling each other. And I'm going to stop this analogy now, but you get what I mean. Lukewarm water here, building himself into a little bit of a prison. Needs to escape the wind turbine prison before accidentally locking himself into a situation that Might not be the best. Grunts headed out on the field, though. It's always funny how more or less a match can be slowed down just by the wind speed. I've seen games that have ground to a halt where otherwise would have been tremendously aggressive just because the wind speed plummets. Everybody's favorite Supremismus suffers from that quite a lot. Especially Armada commanders that go heavily into wind turbine builds, and then suddenly you're left with wind turbines that don't turn. Excellent control right here between these two armies. The dancing back and forth is phenomenal. There we go, the first kill of the game. 90 damage value, an infinite value right here for the red commander who's managed to get a single kill and put themselves infinitely ahead as far as damage value is concerned. 14 metal versus 10 metal per second also means a slight metal advantage right now for the blue commander as those mechs come up and online, scaled out by those construction bots. The nice defensive positioning right here from all these grunts is going to be more than enough, though I do believe, in order to shut down the aggression that's coming across the map right here from our blue commander. Let's see it. Nice engagement right there from the red grunts. Modulo, thinking about self-destructing those grunts, decides better of it. Instead decides to pull them back and use them sparingly. Just going to give up a little bit more of that northern side in favor of going ahead and applying a little more pressure on the southern side here. Construction turret coming up very early on. You know what? I like to see it, actually. That early construction turret can be the difference between having enough production to get those vehicles out and running quickly enough and not being able to do that. Obviously an issue when you can't produce units to expand out of the map. Ooh, constructor in a little bit of trouble. Nice reactions right here from Lukewarm Water, though. Yeah, despite 19 OS, definitely familiar with the game and familiar with controlling multiple armies at once. Oh, the Khan is in a little bit of trouble. Grunts are in position to defend, but it's a little bit of a distraction because there's now a run-by force, a little separate force. It's been split off to go apply a bunch of pressure over on this side. Static defense coming up on the left-hand side here to try and guard against any run-bys that come through this northern side, and I don't think it can come up any sooner for the red commander. He's going to be needing it immediately here, as a whole bunch of grunts do make their way towards that northern front. Has the commander? Yeah, commander has marched out of the map here for Modulo. Okay. Already with dual constructors up and running, those solar panels paying dividends here with their constant energy production. And now with the commander out of the map building things, this has definitely turned into a better and better situation right now for our blue commander. Suddenly, the presence on the map has gotten to be tremendous, yeah. This is 37% advantage in the metal department for the blue commander, with a 14% energy advantage for the red commander. I'm no mathematician, but those numbers look pretty good for Modulo, if I had to guess. Here we go. Grunts in the backline. It's the opportunity Modulo's been waiting for. Finally, those grunts do get into the backline and they start tearing apart the economy. E-Converter's dangerously close to the mechs. Pop and take it down. The single hero grunt right here. Actually only able to kill one wind turbine. Dang. One wind turbine going down, one mech's going down, and two E-Converters. That's actually not very much damage at all right here. I think Lukewarm Water is actually probably pretty happy about the way that that engagement went. Can't really be too mad about the way that that went. Losing just that much for that many grunts sneaking through. The damage could have been quite a bit better. Grunts on the defense here for the red commander, on the offense for the blue. Nothing unusual about this, but it is a tricky situation. That concave is so powerful. The blue commander manages to force through this southern section right here, kills the constructor, and leaves a big open hole right now for the red commander to try and go figure out how to fill. I like it. I like the plays right here from Modulo. You can see the proper high-level gameplay. The Modulo just stressing multiple different points right here for the red commander to have to try and worry about. Nice snipe right there, though. Yeah, commander actually gets a lot of value, moving out of the map and sniping very neatly. Lousy bitrate. Uh-oh. Hold on. Hold on. Let me double check. Feedback from the chat. Let's try that. Let's see how that goes. Whoa, sorry about that. Windows noise. Oh, I always hate when Windows noises pop up. I know it messes with people. Pretty funny though. Oh, Modulo standing in a LLT beam. Never ideal. Starting to set up a bunch of exploiters. We'll take a little pause after this game. Double check that everything is looking alright. Want to give you guys the very best of the best. Don't want to have compression issues or whatnot. That's not cool, man. Come on, YouTube. There we go, double check that. I'm just clicking through all my settings to make sure that everything looks all nice and fancy. I'm not getting any like error messages. Those are the ones that I have to watch out for. Brightworks! Hello there. How are you doing today? Yeah, you can tell lukewarm is definitely feeling a bit boxed in here. We have a HLT coming up on the northern side. That's a bit of an interesting choice. I suppose it works. It's going to provide a lot of firepower and a big area of effect. I believe it's actually called an area control. Yeah, area control laser tower. Oh, nice D-gun right there. Nice D-gun right there from lukewarm water. Does actually manage to do a little bit of damage. Cutting down a couple of those medium tanks. Every little bit does help. Loads of corpses around here as well. Metal extractor untaken. Little mistakes right now that the red commander is making, but the overall advantage has been growing and growing and growing, and the blue team, or the blue commander rather, just has the presence on the field to go ahead and go into some of the more expensive stuff, and that's what worries me. It's going to be very, very difficult for the red commander to take any kind of trade that's going to be relatively efficient enough to claw back into this here. Yeah, we needed these mechs come up and running a long time ago. Down max here, down max there, down max even in the backline right here. Geothermal also an interesting option. Vehicles obviously unable to go up on this high ground. Means that, yeah, those geothermals are actually a really valuable resource. 300 metal per, or 300 energy per second, but also, of course, just a tremendous amount of metal that you can convert from that. I believe it's about 6 per second. Incisor ball coming up over here, and this is the metal advantage that we've been looking at. All in right here on the blue commander. Yep. Lukewarm water has jumped on, and just like that, the medium tanks overwhelm our red hero as Modulo takes the win. Boxing in the red commander, and slowly but surely dismantling the defenses. Pressuring, and pushing, pulling, and eventually managing to getting that win. Oh, what a good game. Good warm-up game right there. Very, very nicely done. Yeah, you can see the exponential climb right there for the blue commander, but the slow fade taper eventually meant that the red commander lost the touch, lost the battle. Nicely done. Tremendous kudos to lukewarm water staying in it that long. That was a brutal battle. Brutal battle. Playing to not lose instead of playing to win. Yep, that's a good point. That feels like exactly what it's, feels like exactly what we were watching right there. Survival, not necessarily thrival. Wow, I can't believe the closed captions actually read that. It read the word thrival. It actually, it like managed to translate that. I'm so impressed. That was a made-up word, ladies and gentlemen. Hopefully that bitrate should have fixed itself. The bitrate just spiked up to around, well, almost 1.6 times what it was just a moment ago. So let me know how it's looking, of course. Always need to hear your guys' feedback. This is, like I said, a debut of the official Beyond All Reason YouTube channel, but also it means gotta figure some stuff out. YouTube's really temperamental about that kind of thing, so we gotta figure it out as we go along. Beyond All Reason Official and Beyond All Reason Pro League. Made possible because of viewers like you. Thank you. It's gonna be coast to coast here for game number 2. I didn't think we were gonna see this map at all this tournament, and I'm thrilled to see that we are going to see at least one game on this map. Should be some good old fun. Both commanders spawning in the mirror position here, also as Cortex commanders, of course. Oh, but lukewarm water going for a little bit of a cheeky strategy. Gonna be going into some of those hovercraft. Alright. Modulo taking the cake in the early game here. A wizened, battle-hardened commander. I'm expecting Modulo to go into Navy units. Hovercraft is interesting, though, because it does allow you a lot of opportunities behind the enemy line, right? You can sneak those hovercraft past, and then suddenly appear exactly where the enemy, where your enemy wants to build their laboratory. That is an interesting situation here. I don't know who wins this battle. It's going to come down to who manages to get units across the field quicker and who can manage to do damage. The issue being, of course, that the hovercraft can't kill naval metal extractors, the underwater ones. There's nothing in the hovercraft laboratory that's capable of killing those. So it means that until boats come out, then any mechs that Modulo builds under the water is going to be safe. Should be interesting to see where this goes. Lukewarm water about halfway through the lab, and you can see this is another one of those weird things. This hovercraft platform takes forever to build. 900 metal and 3,000 energy versus 600 metal and 1,200 energy. So like double and nearly 33% more expensive as the as the red naval lab here. It means that it takes forever to get these hovercraft up and running. It's one of those weird things. Like I feel like that shouldn't be as gigantic of a difference, but hovercraft are technically considered 1.5, tech 1.5, and for what it's worth, they do have some options that definitely feel that way, especially these rocket hovercraft and the sumo hovercraft, the halberd, heavy laser hovercraft, which are quite powerful, certainly. The goon. He's gooning, ladies and gentlemen. Missiles flying across and hitting that goon square on the noggin. Nice retreat right there. Managing to pull the goon back before it actually gets destroyed. Trying to send these around. Oh, no, never mind. Trying to send these around and do some damage with them, but this rocket hovercraft is, or pardon me, rocket missile boat, doing a great job. I really don't know why we're throwing these goons away like this. They're sufficiently fast enough to beat past this, but some excellent defense, I suppose. This is an awful situation right now. The blue commander is in a really, really awful situation right now. Lukewarm water realizing exactly why those hovercraft are so bad. They're so expensive. They're so bad, you know, stats-wise. They can't really do all too much, despite being able to do everything. They can't do anything at all. Out of metal, out of time, out of energy. GG is called. Yeah. A build order win right there for the red commander Modulo. Just winning via experience, but it will be a win nonetheless. As Modulo takes this series 2-0. Nicely done. I believe it's a best of 3 all day today here for the qualifiers. I believe so. We're gonna see here any second, I guess. Should be it's either a best of 3 or a best of 5. I can't remember. yeah, that was, got any pointers for me, lol? The biggest pointer, of course, is that you go Navy on the Navy maps. You don't really want to go hovercraft unless you can afford to be playing from behind. Typically, that only happens in the 8v8 scene, maybe the 4v4 scene, areas where you have teammates to defend you. Because, man, that was, I mean, maybe the perfect example of exactly how, exactly how hovercraft versus boats line up. Okay, we've got a game right here between Barcast TV and Pretor. 9 minutes in, so we're going to join this game pretty late into the action. But that's okay. We'll be hopping around games all day today to see what we can find. Check out a whole bunch of top-tier players and what exactly they're up to.
Battle started.
I'm going to do my best to speed commentate. Pretor spawning as the blue Cortex commander on the northern side. Looks like it's going to be Barcast TV on the southern side. Oh, okay, we're caught up already. Very nicely done. Or close to it. We're in the era of medium tanks at this point, but we also have aircraft out in the field as well. Looks like the T1 Cortex Air are now out to try and support. A little bit of a run-by happening on the right-hand side, the bottom right-hand side. Meanwhile, a run-by happening on the northern right-hand side. Shuriken coming out to support here as the Incisors clash. Barcast TV's commander right in the thick of it. Oh, boy. That was very dangerous right there. My goodness. My goodness. Barcast TV down to 15%. We almost just watched this game end right here as Barcast nearly lost to a couple of Incisor pushing forward right here. I don't imagine that Pretor was expecting that push to be so effective to find the commander and nearly kill it. That was a ridiculously close call right there for our blue hero, or pardon me, for our red hero on the southern side. There's trappers coming out on the field here. Interesting. Couple of stealthy mine layers. Yeah, okay. Coming out to try and lay down some mines in case there's any run-bys over here. We're going to be going for some light landmines. We've got shurikens in the air here as well. What excellent control right now from Barcast. Making utilization of so many different things all at once right now. Base design nice and split up right here as well to make sure that there's not really any way for bombers to come in and do a huge amount of damage to any one concentrated area. The most concentrated target's going to be the laboratories, of course, but the build power is spread out such that the red commander can go ahead and just build whatever they please. This is cool, though. This is what I wanted to see for so long. Commanders going into multiple different laboratories all at the same time, rather than just going into T2. It's a proper macro game, ladies and gentlemen, and I'm here for it. I am absolutely thrilled for it. Grunts moving forward on the northern side at this point. The shuriken are still so threatening, though. Only takes 1 or 2 blasts from the shuriken. Hey, nice pull from the fighters, though. Fighter escort keeps those shuriken at bay. Means that this is going to have to be shut down with good old-fashioned ground play. Landmines now. Being utilized all over the place. Light landmines. They're looking quite different, actually, than their profile picture. A little bit of landmine catfishing, I suppose. A little fighter scuffle there as well. Not bad. Geothermal almost up and running right here on the southern side. We need a lot heavier static defense down here for how valuable this geothermal is. We do have some tanks rolling out on the field right now. It looks like we have actual proper medium tanks rolling out for Barcast. Trying to spend that metal however he can. Pretor, though, eager to do a little bit of damage on the southern side. Might have spotted an opening right here. It's those light tanks, the light laser tanks, firing away. There's enough of the blue here. Pardon me, stuffy nose. Getting the better of me. Phew. Sorry about that. Figured you guys probably don't need to hear me blow my nose trumpet, but there you go. Anyway. One-man show right here going on, ladies and gentlemen, so I sure hope you appreciate that. No, that's not fair to say. I have all my lovely admins in the chat as well, keeping things nice and calm and casual. But as far as the camera work goes, yeah, I'm moving it all around myself. I like that these landmines are finding some value here, though. I'm always skeptical of landmines, right? Because they're so... When they find value, they find tons of value, but they don't find value often. Does that make sense? They're extremely useful. It's just that they're never useful. Kind of a weird issue, I suppose. This is a brilliant speck of damage right here from the Blue Commander, of course, losing a bunch of these units because of the explosive nature of the wind turbines that are popping all around these units over here. Eventually the attack peters out, but my goodness. What a little run by. Mex is down all over the place here. Wind turbines popped all over as well. Barcast a little bit on the back foot, but there's also a lot of metal available now. So many different armies moving around all over the place here. The incisors are definitely struggling against the medium tanks, though. Yeah, the era of these incisors is starting to run out, I think. All of these units leaking in one by one over here on this northern side. Resbots making the difference here, resurrecting as many of these tanks as they can, sending them out to fight on the front lines. Yeah, resurrecting everything on this front. Very cool to see indeed. Transport being blasted apart by tanks. Always fun whenever you see that happening. Riot tanks are part of the mix here. Riot tanks provide a lot of value, especially in these clumped up medium tank battles. They're pretty good at managing to make these into just much better fights. Slowing down the enemy units, doing a huge sum of AoE damage. Yeah, Shuriken doing a good job. Fighter patrol has been sturdy enough to keep these Shuriken up in the air working. And this is pretty nice. Yeah, I like to see it. Army up here. Oh, army's moving away. I think some counter-aggression on this northern side would be wonderful. Sending these tanks forward to try and do a bit of damage would have done, well, a lot of damage. Geothermal and some advanced solar panels all built on this northern side here. The Blue Commander trying to scale up that economy. We've got 2 advanced solar panel farms coming up at the same time. I guess the Blue Commander, eager to try and shut down as much of this as possible. Trying to scale properly into that late game. Are we ready for it? I mean, why do we have 2,000 energy production here? It doesn't really seem like there's that big of a need for it. Riot tank doing so well against the incisors. Always cool whenever those riot tanks can find value, especially against the lighter tanks. Well, that's exactly why they're valuable right there. That little bit of impulse that slows down these tanks means that the medium tanks are going to have enough room to actually, yeah, start firing away, start blasting it into these. Shuriken, of course, going to hit more of their shots as well. It's going to come down to resbots, I think. Yeah, this is a lot of reclaim available out on the field right here. I think we need to see all of this reclaimed, as much of it as possible anyways. Nice riot tank for defense. Barcast TV moving over in this direction. All on the southern side, trying to rebuild down there. Shuriken to try and help stabilize this northern side. Pretor with more aggression around the map, though. Yeah, we need these tanks to move out. There they go. Finally, the tanks are gonna spread out and try and move out on the map. These medium or light laser turrets, rather, not gonna be worth all too much. Hey, light landmines still finding value over here. So cool to see. Juno missile was even built right here, so that's, I mean, a significant investment, right? That costs the Blue Commander a lot to keep up and running. So in a way, those landmines have sort of paid for themselves. Oh, transport drops. Oh, that's hilarious. Barcast TV never failing to impress me right now. Goes for a transport drop to set a construction turret down for the reclaim. How hilarious is that? Excellently done right there. Literally utilizing every tool in the bank right now to try and get this working. That is too good. Going into a T2 economy at this point, we have T2 constructors out of the lab and going to be heading around here to build more metal extractors, no doubt. Not a bad idea. Those T2 mexes are super, super valuable. Oh, oh, set it down. Nice. Transport just barely manages to get away from the fighter plane that's circling around right now. Meanwhile, fighter escort over here on the northern side is enough to knock out any shurikens that the blue commander might have built, but I don't see any. Meanwhile, the medium tanks, my goodness, Barcast turns it around. Just like that, with overwhelming aggression, the blue commander gets turned back on their head. Medium tanks push through after the army was expended. There was not enough defense to hold it back. No flamethrower turrets, nothing like that, and so it meant that Barcast was able to sweep right through and crack the defenses. Excellently done right there by the red commander, already heading into T2 as well to stabilize for a late game. But it didn't even happen. Didn't even matter. Yeah, look at those graphs. Neck and neck this entire game until Barcast pulled away with the slightest advantage. And Pretor realized it. Pretor recognized that little of an advantage going into the late game. It's going to be gigantic after just a couple more minutes of play. No wasted time here. Should have built paratroopers to lay mines. True, but that would have taken a full-blown T2 laboratory in order to do. Not that we couldn't have gone that direction, but definitely, Cortex commanders definitely tend to favor their T2 vehicles, specifically those T2 Tigers. Once those Tiger tanks come out on the field, things begin to look quite dangerous, yeah. One of the issues with 1v1 is you have to micro so many different engagements, and it's really difficult to tell if you can win an engagement of tanks or not. Just because they have so much HP, and they move relatively quickly, it's very, very difficult to tell whether you have enough medium tanks to win a battle or not. Shallow Straits, ladies and gentlemen. I'm excited to see it. This is, like I said, it's one of those maps that's pretty cheesy. And I'll tell you exactly why. Basically, everyone in their right mind spawns on this little peninsula right here, where you can see both Barcast and Pretor spawning. You either spawn over here on the 3, or like Barcast is doing, you spawn right here and you rush out to this section, the 4 section right here. But no matter where you go, you're always just right next to the water right here. And the reason that's an issue is, of course, that commanders can swim. Yeah. Commanders walking under the water suddenly become immune to all your units, all your tanks, all anything. And they can pop right up, just right on the other side here, and degun down whatever laboratories, base, metal extractors, all that good stuff that you've built. All your precious economy are belong to whoever so has the degun held to their head. Yeah. The issue, of course, being that there's nowhere on this map that's relatively safe. Barcast laying out his plan right here. I love to see it. Going to be moving forward along the arrow, going into a little bit of a bot lab, some wind turbines. Wind speed at 16 right now is phenomenal, so doesn't need to build all the extra wind turbines, so settles on 4 before going into that bot lab. Now, this does mean that the units are going to be a little bit quicker, but the metal is going to be a little bit lower, right? Because spawning with less of these mechs is pretty easy math that this is going to be a little bit of a less economic start. Pretor, meanwhile, going Armada here. Oh, interesting. Alright, some Armada vehicles going to be coming up right here. I wonder if that's for amphibious tanks. Typically, if you're going for vehicles on this map, it's just because you want to build a couple of those pincer or... what are they called? Pincer or Garpike, that's what they're called. The Cortex T1 amphibious tank. Usually those are the only reason to actually go for vehicles on this map, because otherwise there's so much advantage to bots being able to maneuver around in the water all over the place and get into the hills and whatnot, also just being very quick. Constructors moving around all over the place. Going to be building metal extractors, wind turbines, radar towers, you name it. It's going to be coming up and running right here for the Red Commander BCTV. Pro-T BCTV. Pretty good acronym. Rolls off the tongue nicely. Oh, I suppose you can go for amphibious constructors too. Not something I had really thought about. There's a couple of amphibious metal extractors. There's only, I guess, 2 per side. 2 amphibious metal extractors for per side is not really enough to save your economy, as far as things that can't be attacked and destroyed. But it is, I suppose, reasonable. How much is one of these amphibious constructors? Beaver is 150 metal, 3,000 energy, so a little bit more expensive than a regular constructor. Scoutcraft headed across here, going to try and find whatever they can. LLTs are being set up all over the place to try and defend this, and of course grunts are in position here as well, trying to guard this choke point that does lead back directly towards the main production facilities here for the Red Commander. It's a scouting thing, but you can imagine if Barcast went across and blew up this laboratory already, that would be game. And that's why this map has a low pick rate. It's because blowing up your opponent's lab is dreadfully easy. If you don't put 4 or 5 LLTs along the coastline right here, along basically every coastline, you will get your lab blown up at one point or another. It's just inevitable. One of those weird map knowledge things to just be aware of on this map. I'm having a Snapple and reading the fun fact, but I can't read it. I can't read it at all. It says... Where's my phone? Now I'm committed. Now I want to read you guys this fun fact. The brain operates on the same amount of power as a 10-watt light bulb. There you go. There you go. I'm almost certain that these commanders are operating on much more than a 10-watt light bulb right now. These commanders have got to be sweating, trying to figure out what these strategies are going to be. Barcast TV deciding to go into a destroyer right here. So a 960 metal piece of equipment has been saving up that metal for a good long while here. Has even eaten up the laboratory in order to do it. It's going to come down to the defense on the front line, I suppose, because getting this destroyer out can attack this entire base right here. But of course that also means that's 960 metal. That's almost a gauntlet's worth of metal in one unit on the front line. Let's see. Yeah, 1,300 metal for a gauntlet versus 960 metal. So you're, about 300 metal short of a gauntlet. My goodness. Air Lab coming up right here for the Blue Commander. Not a transition I expected. Barcast is totally all in right now. Absolutely all in on trying to get this destroyer up and running. For what it's worth, if that destroyer does come up and running, it can fire away at this base basically uncontested this entire time. Thugs here trying their best. Nice dodging. Alright. Destroyer off the coastline. We're gonna go for, yeah, radar tower. That makes sense. Radar tower on the enemy side of the map. Meanwhile, Pretor has expanded outwards here, going for the metal extractors, the safe mexes. Got the constructors in the back line, building whatever they can. We have the amphibious constructor. Oh, well, it was going for a... Was at one point going for something. There we go. Now this becomes awkward. Destroyer is within range of this base and is now firing away. What are we to do about it? Things just got real awkward for our blue hero. What a cheeky build order. Definitely, obviously something Barcast has practiced at this point. Refining this build specifically for this map in order to blast down this base. Using the destroyer in order to shoot down any of the static defenses that might be up here. And then, of course, just going ahead and marching in for the D-gun. Those LLTs are dangerous, of course, but only so much they can do. Anti-air is pretty thick here as well. meaning that these air units are not going to be able to do very much at all. Yeah, as soon as they come out of the laboratory, they're shut down. Pretor setting up static defenses over here. He needs to go for the counterattack. Moving into Barcast base right here and starting to claim some of this, de-gun some of this. I think that'd be ideal. Well, there we go. Laboratory now in jeopardy. Boom goes the... Oh, wait, sorry, pardon me. Boom goes the air lab. Air lab does fall down right there. That's that sucks. That's the blue commander's primary source of, well, any sort of effect across the map right now. Shell Shocker is now firing up into the air. Okay. Shell Shocker with a range of 710 versus the Destroyer's 710 as well. Oh, interesting. Okay. Both apparently with exactly 710 range. Build power falls, though, and that's a bigger issue. GG is called. Yeah. Pretor, without a response to Barcast's play right there. What a refined, cheeky little build, but it does more than enough damage to seal the deal. Despite Pretor producing enough resources, doing a bunch of damage on the front line, and playing this overall well, it was a perfect build order counter right there from Barcast TV, who managed to apply enough pressure to the backline, punching the enemy in the wallet rather than the army. And that's exactly what we're looking for in a game of Beyond All Reason. And I bet that these two are going to be going on to game number 3, or was that game number 3 already? Must have been game number 3 already, as Pretor has already left. Means, of course, that was Barcast TV taking that series. Nicely done. We might even be able to, if I flick on over to the bracket here. Yeah, there we go. So we can take a look at the bracket that's already been set up right now. You can see, it looks like Barcast TV, where are they? Yeah, there they go. Barcast TV taking that tournament, that series 2-0. Oh, sorry, yeah, Barcast won the first game, didn't he? It was so in favor of Pretor, and then it wasn't. It turned around completely in one fell swoop, and that really threw me for a loop right there. Very cool to see. A little bit of a discussion going on in the game right here. Let me go ahead and see if I can find another set of maps that's going on right now. There we are. Let's go ahead and head back to the game. I'm looking for a game to play. I know. I'll play this one. Hello, chat and bar. You'll hear this 3 minutes later, but I appreciate that. That's pretty funny. That's exactly how I started playing Beyond No Reason. 10 minutes into a game right now between these two commanders. My goodness, what are we up to for 10 minutes? Rexel versus YYfabab. It's the tank battle of all time. Bunch of exploiters set up here, also doing a great job blasting down as much of this as possible. Ultimately not enough, though. Yeah, Constructor's in a rough way. Another exploiter does come up at the very least for the defense. Hey, nicely done. Exploiter does come up. Hey, look at that exploiter. The hero exploiter shuts down all the rest of this army. Oh, no. Oh, Rexel getting a little tired. 10 minutes into the game, 11 minutes into the game. Not paying attention to the forces right there that totally should have killed this constructor, but instead it will stay alive, and it means it'll rebuild on that southern side. YYfabab going to be sending reinforcements towards that southern side, trying to reinforce here on Istis Crack, by the way, the map that we're playing on today. The thing about exploiters is they're really, really good against bots. They're quite a bit worse against vehicles, I feel. I think typically when they go up against these tanks, these incisors and medium tanks, they knocking over the Saguaros, aren't we? Saguaros? Oh, San Pedro's. Oh no, sorry, must be thinking of a different type of cactus. As a cactus aficionado, I can say with certainty, I have no idea what type of cactus that is. Medium tanks rolling out on the map. Medium tanks rolling out on the map with their incisor crew as well here. I love to see these tanks and the way that they look. Their little shredder grates on the front as well. Their little cow catchers to just plow through whatever stands in their way here. Kind of perfectly named as the Brute. Like, I think there's basically nothing. There's no unit that I think is probably better named than the medium tank and the Brute. The Stout is nice too, but it really just doesn't compare to the Brute. Like, the Brute is the Brute, you know? The Stout is just a medium tank. Anybody can wear the mask, but not everybody can be the Brute. I'm rambling here as these medium tanks start to engage each other. Oh, those riot tanks. Feeling pretty good, though. Yeah, the bundles of tanks not going to work very well once you get into those riot tanks here. One thing I'm noticing about Fabab, the red commander right now, is that she tends to bundle up their tanks quite a lot. And it's suddenly starting to cause a lot of problems. Also fix title, please. Yeah, sorry, I can't do anything about that. Title is as title does. You can just enjoy laughing at whatever the title is. Hope you're not drinking root beer again. The great root beer spill of 2025. I don't have any root beer. I've forgone the root beer in favor of a Royal Crown Cola. Me and my RC Royal Crown Cola, apparently established in 1905, so that's pretty exciting, isn't it? I'm drinking a 100-year-old soda. I always wonder about that when they put, you know, established in this year, that year, whenever, on a can. Like, how different is it from when it was established? Clearly, they didn't have aluminum cans back in 1905, so I don't know. I mean, not in the same way, anyways. You know what I mean. Phenomenal run by right here from the red commander, splitting off a couple of medium tanks, pushing them through in the midsection here, joining up forces in the main base of the blue commander and tearing down everything that the blue comm holds near and dear. Rexel loses it all in one swift movement right here with the medium tanks building up to sufficient numbers to pop the base. And now Rexel is left on the front line with the commander and not much else. Going to stay in the game here, but it's a tremendous metal advantage for the red commander at this point. We have mexes taken all over the map right here. We have loads and loads of wind turbines coming up and running right here for red commander as well. Nice bit of damage on the southern side. Looks like these medium tanks are going to push their way through into the red exploiters. One area that those medium tanks definitely excel, of course, is just dealing with those exploiters. Oh, commander is here. Yep, there we go. Commander is spotted. GG's is called. Rexel throws the towel, and the blue commander goes down. Fab manages to take this game in a 15-minute late early game with tons and tons of medium tanks, thousands of metal worth of medium tanks. It'll be our red hero who manages to take this match. No idea if this is number 1 or number 2 or where this match sits. We'll just hang out a little while and see what goes on. We need the deep cactus lore. I live in a desert. I grew up in a desert. I therefore got to know a lot of cactuses. Not crazy lore or anything, but just, you know, a little bit of lore. Nothing crazy, keeping it casual here at the Brightworks. All right. That was a relief of a nose blow right there. Good to see. I've just been informed that there's nothing about the delay in the title. There is a 3-minute delay on Bar Pro League events, and on any Premier League tournament, there will be at least a 3-minute delay. Sometimes it's 5 minutes. I really hate that because I'm like, I can't talk to you guys. I like talking to you guys. I like hanging out with everybody, but yeah, if there's a delay that long, there's really not much I can do about it. It's it gets pretty unmanageable, but for the time being, it's all right. Let me go ahead and, yeah, there we go. There we go. Perfect. Score has been reported. Let's go ahead and check the bracket. Has the bracket been up to date here? Looks like it's pretty good. Let's go ahead into... here. And we'll join this one. I found another match. Remote-controlled cola. I'm drinking some remote-controlled cola. Alright, let's hop on over to this game. Sentient Waffle versus Flakka. It's apparently going into something interesting here. Eating up the bot lab at the moment. Going into a vehicle lab. Classic. Seen a lot of Cortex vehicles today. Can't say that I'm surprised about it. Cortex vehicles are pretty good. The Incisor. Definitely at a place right now where everybody and their mother wants to use it. It does huge damage. It has good medium or movement speed. It has decent armor. It's just a basically perfect unit. That's okay. I mean, sometimes Cortex engineers cook with the units that they build. Sometimes it's a little bit sketchy. Sometimes it works out phenomenally. Here we go. 1 incisor for 3 grunts. Oh, almost 4 grunts to 1 incisor. Yeah. How could you play bots against vehicles when 118 metal gets you a unit that can beat... Hold on. It would be 140 metal worth of bots. Yeah. Just doesn't make sense. Just doesn't make sense to go into those bots when vehicles are so strong. So strong for so cheap. Also a bit weird that it's exactly 118 metal. 118 metal and 1042 energy. What a... Just a weird kind of coincidence there, I guess. Some sort of design decision, I suppose, was made where they were like, well, it should be exactly this much. Nice little run-bys all over the place, though. Incisors moving around the map and trying to do as much damage in every direction as they can. A plane that gets a lot of snow. Oh, boy. The tundra, huh? The wasteland. 3 is definitely tough. 3-minute delay is definitely tough. Not what I'm used to, but, you know, I'm willing to do it to showcase these awesome games. Definitely a little bit difficult, though. Mass incisor play. You know, I'll be candid with you. We're gonna see a lot of this today. We're gonna see a lot of incisors today, and I'm not entirely opposed to that. Just want to forewarn everyone that if you don't like the way the incisor looks, it might not be a good day for you. You might be in for a really rough adventure. Yeah. Anyways. Nice control right here from the blue commander, commanding a huge presence on the map right here. And you know what? This is the second time we've seen that the commander on the southern side has a distinct map presence over the red commander up here on the northern side. Wonder if this map might be a little bit imbalanced towards the commander on the southern side here. I would be curious to see the statistics on that. The numbers, Mason. What do they mean? Yeah, the blue commanders snowballed these incisors so nicely that at this point, with the constructor reclaiming from this constant wreckage field right here out in the midsection of the map, this is basically a non-stop metal farm right here. The blue commander farming up the metal of the enemy, using it to further their own ventures. Well, this is a bit of a choice decision. Okay. Exploiter LLT combo was one of much power Much respect, and just like that, the red incisors are now left on the field with the blue completely overswept here. We're actually overflowing metal. That's a bit of an issue. Yeah, the blue commander right there overflowing some metal. Wait a second. That was energy excess. A little bit more excess, or more understandable. 400 metal excess, though. Ooh, that hurts. That hurts a lot, actually. Yeah. Metal excess is not cool. That's definitely, you definitely want every speck of metal that you can imagine. 400 extra metal would put us within spitting distance of a T2 at this point, with nearly 2,000 metal, and then, of course, with the laboratory. Unfortunately, the metal is lost to the ether. No longer even exists in this universe. Little construction bot running away. Maybe you can go build a geothermal in the corner. Set up a radar jammer and a geothermal in the corner and just live there for the rest of its life. Not a bad idea. Both commanders slowing this down a little bit, going into some of those riot tanks, going into a couple of medium tanks, getting ready to settle in for the long haul here. Here, I'll give you a good audio profile to enjoy. Ah, that's the sound of a Royal Crown Cola opening up in the morning. I'm going to safely put that away from my keyboard. How many of you in here know about the great root beer disaster of 2025? We need some red-faced droopy eyes in the chat for the root beer disaster of 2025. I went back and rewatched that clip like 30 times. I was busted up laughing. We're gonna set up some walls here. Huh. Okay. We're seeing some interesting strategies today. From Barcast TV, making great usage of those landmines and the airdrops to take construction towers and drop them all over the field. Now we're seeing some walls being set up and used here, trying to, I guess, cut off different sections of the map so that the vehicles can't get through. There's some cool strategies right now that we're seeing coming out right here. This is what I love about the pro leagues. Always on their toes, keeping an eye out for whatever they're able to build, able to utilize. Little bit of a terrain dip on this side means that there's not really any way for these units to get through. There we go. Incisors pushing forward into the LLT forest right here. Constructor does go down to the push of units on the southern side. Yeah, units just barely out of position right here. Oh, but it's a catch. It's a giant jump right here. Oh, nice. Blue Commander uses the fact that those red units have to go back towards the wall in order to jump on top of them, and just like that, tons of those red tanks managed to get caught on the southern side here. Oh, what a cheeky little play. Now this tank is within range of the LLT here too, being blasted apart. I think that actually worked out phenomenally for the Blue Commander, who can now just send another constructor on that southern side and go reclaim all that metal. There we go. Yeah, we have a con headed out in this direction. 1,000 metal lying in wreckage right here from all these blue and red corpses. What a funny way of trapping the enemy right there. One moment, please. Don't know what is wrong with me, but I'm having some sort of crazy sinus issues today. Anywho, We're back in the action and right on time to see a whole bunch of bombers headed towards the anti-air defenses here of the Red Commander. Oh, brutal. Those bombers found no value right there. Well, okay, a single metal extractor goes down for the cost of 3 bombers. Absolutely not worth it right there. Sentient Waffle absolutely misreading this situation here, assuming that there would be no anti-air, when in fact there was quite a lot of anti-air. Both anti-air towers set up in the midsection of the map over here, as well as anti-air units, the missile trucks, moving around on the northern half of the map. The only angle that was not covered by anti-air was through the southern side, but even then there was AA in the base too, so phenomenal. Yeah, Flakka shooting down those planes before they ever even have a chance to do any damage. That was awesome. Shuriken, yeah. You can see that Sentient Waffle is thinking twice about sending the Shuriken in, realizing how much anti-air there was against those bombers. The Shuriken really can't jump on this unless they absolutely commit to shutting down all of the anti-air here. And that's a gigantic amount of anti-air. We've got 4 missile trucks, 2 anti-air turrets as well. Each of those going to need their own dedicated Shuriken. This is a rough situation right now for our Red Commander. Pardon me, for our Blue Commander. The Red Commander's feeling pretty comfortable, actually. Here they come. The anti-air is so thick. Yeah, without jumping on the anti-air, all those Shuriken go down, and just like that, they're shot out of the sky. My goodness. That's a brutal situation. All said and done, a decent engagement right here for the Red Commander. Flakka managing to get out of that with mostly everything intact. Has a couple of units down, but other than that, medium tanks and incisors are rolling out. Will have access to all this reclaim over here. Looks like the metal on the southern side was cleaned up quite nicely as well, reclaimed or otherwise. Dual lab production. My goodness, look at this build power back here. Why do we have so much build power in dual laboratories? There's no way we can produce that many tanks. At 50-ish metal per yeah, 50-ish metal per second. Should be pretty easy to pump out a medium tank per second or so. I'd like to point out on this map that there are these really nice little run-by paths. The Blue Commander Sentient Waffle has done a great job of locking down this option from the Red Commander for the Red Commander to take advantage of, going up into the hills around this way and then into the backline. But it definitely seems like an option for the Blue Commander to take advantage. You can imagine sending units up this hillside, around this way, and then down into the backline of the Red Commander. Could be a viable option. But you know what else? Medium tank wars. Medium tank wars. I want to see the root beer disaster clip. Okay. I'll go find it. I'll go find it. There it is. All right, I'll show it to you. I'll show it to you guys right after this. I think this looks pretty phenomenal for our blue hero. Landmine's doing a lot of work, though. They're only light landmines, but they're still scuffing up those tanks pretty badly. And for how cheap they are, too. Very, very effective. This battle turned around pretty quick, leaving a wake of wreckage in the midfield of the map. Still, though, the amount of blue forces is tremendous. Yeah. Production is kicked into high gear. I'm so surprised we haven't gone into T2 at this point. Just eating out the laboratories here. Pumping out shuriken en masse. The anti-air has been knocked down quite nicely. It might be time for another bombing run. Medium tanks, all rushing across the map, every which direction. Very, very nicely. Should claim those geos with air cons if you already made air. I agree. That's a great point. And I think the geos have basically been completely neglected this game. I feel like by both commanders, actually. I feel like there's a geo up on this side, there's a geo on this side, both of which have not been claimed right here by either of the commanders, which is definitely a bummer. There's, yeah, basically 2 geos per commander, and neither of the 2 per commander have been claimed. I guess not prioritizing that free 300 energy per second. Very, very valuable. Flakka forced to move the commander to the front lines. Never a good situation right here. This game obviously well in the hands right now of Sentient Waffle. What else is there to say? Production has dwindled to a halt right here for the red commander as all the metal extractors have slowly but surely gone down. There's not a unit in the Cortex catalog, at least not the vehicle lab, that has a comeback potential. The medium tanks rely on building enough of them and having the snowball effect. I guess the one unit with some sort of comeback potential is the mine layer right here, which we did see lay down a couple of mines, but those light mines really just don't work against medium tanks. They scuff off maybe 15-20% of the health of a medium tank, which again is not bad relative to what other units can do, but still it's not enough to stop the onslaught of units headed towards this side of the map. Oh, there's Flakka. Reveals himself with the mighty D gun. Suddenly, it's all hands on deck to try and shoot down that commander. Bombers terrorizing the backline right here, dropping their payload on all the wind turbine farms, rubbing salt into the wound. Flakka not making it easy. Fighting to the very last. A couple of spam labs come up here as well. I'll give it to Flakka for staying to the bitter end. Resbot's now eating up the base here of the blue commander. Or of the red commander, I mean, pardon me. Let me eat that constructor, that'd be pretty funny. Not gonna happen, I don't think. The towel is thrown. GG is called. Flakka goes down and Sentient Waffle manages to take this game. In a brutal medium tank brawl back and forth between these two commanders, it'll be Sentient Waffle who manages to take it. What a rough battle between these two. Such a sad loss right there for Flakka, just losing slowly over the course of 20 minutes, but eventually knocked out of the game one tank at a time by our blue commander. All right, I've got a special treat for you guys. Give me 1 second here while I pull this back up again. Give me 1 second. Okay, hold on. There it is. There it is. Okay. Don't tell anybody I showed you guys this. This is a special secret between us. Everybody ready? All right, listen up. No, root beer everywhere. Oh no. Okay, hold on. There it is. There it is. There's root beer gaming. Oh my goodness. I sat back and watched that clip like 5 or 6 times, just listening to the sound of the root beer spilling into my keyboard. My keyboard's ruined, by the way. I tried to clean it. I tried to pull it apart and fix it. Nothing. It's dead. I was so bummed. It's such a nice keyboard too. It's got all the like backlighting and everything. I was so bummed. But man, what a clip. What a funny clip. Yeah, not bad. Alright, ladies and gentlemen, let's take a look at our bracket right here. I think, let me... Well... Oh, here we go. There is one more game going on. Aha. Unless they've just started or just finished the game and I am just in time to miss it. Which absolutely could be the case. Happens quite frequently in these tournaments, but like I said, one of the awesome parts about these tournaments is that when you when they, what am I trying to say? When the Swiss style tournaments, the longer that the Swiss style tournaments go on, the better they get. So you have this like, the matches get better and better as the day goes on, which is pretty cool to see. Are there any maps that we haven't seen yet? Let's go ahead and flick on over to the maps tab and see if we can find, see if we can find anything. Looks like, let's see. So we've seen Istis Crag, we've seen Canis. Let's see. We surprisingly saw Shallow Straits. I wasn't expecting that. We also saw Coast to Coast. I wasn't expecting to see either of those two. We've yet to see Theta Crystals, Red Comet, Titan Duel, or... Oh no, we've seen Titan Duel as well. So just Theta Crystals, Red Comet, Sertalina, and Avalanche. Avalanche. I'm excited to see a game on Avalanche. I genuinely can't remember the last time that I've watched a game on Avalanche. It was like, I don't know, an eternity ago? There we go. Round 2 is all queued up. Let's go ahead and switch on over to the bracket. Go ahead and adjust that ever so slightly. There we go. Round 2 is all queued up, and it looks like we're going to have some stacked up matches. Nebuchadnezzar is going to be going up against Flakka. It looks like Lopatka going up against Black Melon. Looks like, who else? Who do we have? There's Pretor up against Alt F4 Ubivator. We have, oh, Austin is here. Austin TX is going to be playing against VDB. Stardom and Sentient Waffle going up against each other. Bab and the Admiral going up against each other too. It looks like Barcast is going to be going up against Slow Faf. Ooh. Ooh. There's going to be some stacked matches. Some way stacked matches. Go ahead and flick over to the history tab really quickly. Usually a good place to be. You can see Zlo coming in second place and third place here. Multiple different times. On the leaderboards, but not quite in the winning chair. Chisato has reigned supreme for a good long while. What is Chisato's in-game name? I always forget. Always forget what it is. Yanami, that's what it is. Tell you what. It really doesn't get better than that. Winning 3 tournaments in a row. Not bad. Not bad whatsoever. Hard to call yourself anything but the best at 1v1 if you're winning multiple of the Premier League tournament in a row. It's pretty good. Oh, that's sweet. Neb is asking me about the fires. Not like breaking news or anything, but I do live in California, and I've been dealing with the fires. They're luckily not exactly where I'm at. They're in a slightly different. They're sort of away from me, which is good. Not being on fire is a good thing, but it is something to be aware of. You know, if you're looking at California and you're thinking about it. Just remember that it gets set on fire every once in a while. I want to see a couple of these games. Hopefully we can catch some of them. This Domino versus Signal 777 game is going to be good. This Barcast versus Low game is going to be good. This Austin versus VDB game is going to be really good. There's going to be a lot of really, really good ones. There we go. Looks like VDB just set it up. Perfect. Perfect. There we go. All right. Ladies and gentleworms, we have a match. We're going to go ahead and switch to... Nope, sorry, not that one. This one. Here we are. Beautiful. Castorize versus VDB. Right? No. Is that Austin's new name? Maybe. People change names in bar quite frequently, so I can't really keep track of it all. Should be pretty good. Should be pretty good. Oh, is Hellsound casting as well? Have a little dual casting, dual coverage. I don't mind. I don't mind separating up. Otherwise, the other good one is going to be Stardom versus Sentient Waffle. Let me see. Doesn't look like they're ready on that match, though, so we'll try... How about Barcast? BCTV, there it is. Oh yeah, they're in the process right here. I'll go ahead and move over to this one. There we go. There we go. This'll work. Barcast versus Low, going to be going head to head right here. As far as I'm concerned, all these matches are going to be phenomenal. But I feel like if there's anybody to keep your eyes on, it's going to be the tournament founder themselves. Obviously going for some of the coolest plays. Root beer now. Yidrick Cobalt says, Swiss is the best format for the players by far, IMO. I ran Smash tourneys with it. Tends to take a lot longer than simple eliminations brackets, though. Yeah, absolutely. Because, yeah, I know what you mean, but just to elaborate for anybody that might not be familiar with the way that these brackets work. A Swiss tournament bracket balances each round based on the results of the previous round, which means that you can't move on unless everybody has finished their games. So what that means is, yeah, if the more players you have, the less possible it is to do Swiss style. But it is a pretty fun way of doing it, right? Because it's basically like an MMO system or an MMR system. Wow. Ladies and gentlemen, sorry, I was yapping this whole time. I forgot to show you guys. They were doing their map bans right here, and it means that they banned Red Comet, Istis, and Titan, which means it's going to be Coast to Coast, Shallow, and then Theta Crystals. So we're going to have two naval maps back-to-back right here between ZLO and Barcast TV. That is going to be a good game. Oh, I'm excited already for this one. This is going to be a really fun one to watch. I hope you guys are excited. That's the history. Hold on, I wanted to... Yeah, there it is. Maps. So, Shallow Straits as well as Coast to Coast. And it's going to be... Sorry, in the other order. So, Coast to Coast first with a 508 pick rate. Definitely pretty low. Actually, one of the lowest. The only other lowest below that is going to be Shallow Straits. The second map in the roll. We're picking the two least common maps right here. Gonna go ahead and roll with them. This actually has loads of cool stats. It shows you broken down by well, actually, what does this mean? ARM games and core games. Those don't add up to the total here. I thought these would add up to the total, but I have no idea. I wonder what this means. Well, anyway, it also shows you the Armada versus the Cortex win rate, and you can see Armada across the board has a lower win rate than Cortex. So, what does that say about the game currently? Something. Something about the game currently, but, you know. Anyways. It says you'd be a fool to pick Armada, but it also means that if you pick Armada and you manage to win with it, you're pretty goated. Shallow Straits, man. What a funky map. This map is pretty weird too, though. Coast to Coast is a very strange one because you don't really have the metal to go for a gigantic navy, and you don't really have the room to not go for a gigantic navy. Does that make sense? You don't really have the room to avoid a gigantic navy. You have to fight. There's not enough room not to, and there's only 6 metal extractors out in the water, so even on an even split, that's barely enough metal to start producing naval units at a reasonable pace. It's a weird kind of match. It's a really strange one. So Hopefully we see some cheeky strategies. I'd love to see some, like, turret drops or something. Putting beamer turrets in the enemy backline, or, like, I don't know, putting random stuff all over the place, because unconventional strategies like that tend to work out really nicely on maps like this. Whoops, just realized I'm not showing you guys the game. There we go. All that stuff I just said, just remember all that and just say it again to yourself right here as you look over the map. No, as you can see, you get 6... I'm going to go ahead and delete that, actually. You get 6 metal extractors. Not to mention, of course, the 2 that you start with on land. But, yeah, all said and done, it really isn't very much. Like, it's not a gigantic sum of metal that you get to fund your entire army off of at this point. It's really, really little. Excited to see what these 2 commanders can figure out how to do. I wonder what build orders they practiced. Obviously, I believe the map pool comes out before, a little while before the, what is it called? The map pool comes out a little while before the tournament actually begins, so that players have time to practice on the maps. Because Beyond All Reason has such a gigantic map pool in general, it means that it's basically necessary to release your map pool beforehand, because there's just so many maps to practice. But okay, we've seen a hovercraft start on this match. It looks like Barcast gonna be going into Armada. What is he cooking in there? Zillow, much more traditionally, gonna be going into a naval lab here. Okay. Now, I wouldn't expect Barcast to go into this without some kind of a plan. So obviously there's something that's cooking up here. Gonna be going into a constructor and a Lazarus here, the Resbot, to try and reclaim a whole bunch of these trees. An excellent source of vitamin E that all commanders know and love. Going to help boost out these constructors, but does it work? Because you're going to have units on the field so much slower than the blue commander will. ZLO going directly into the destroyer here. My goodness. Look how quickly that can build a destroyer, by the way. Oh, no, that's not a destroyer at all. That's a frigate. I was going to say, that is really putting together that destroyer quickly, and I'm surprised that Zelo had enough metal for that. He does not, because that is not a destroyer. That's a frigate and a gunboat headed across the map at this point. Barcast TV going to be heading over in this direction with the construction bots. Are we going to build the build power outside of the lab? Is that what we're hoping for? I thought these were going to be to build all the mexes over here. So all of that with the delay for a 1600 boost to the build power. Worth it? I think not. Armada engineers need to get on top of it with raising one of these dolphin platforms so that they can both fire simultaneously. Sort of an egregious oversight by the Armada engineers not building that second platform just a little bit taller. Just a little bit taller, just so that those dolphins can actually fire properly. We need to reclaim the wreckage right here in order to fund the metal extractors. It's a tricky situation. Pulled the Resbot all the way back for that. The blue army units are in position here. Resbot goes down. That hurts. Yeah, GG is called. We may never get a good game on this map. I was so hopeful that because like we never get to see commanders choose this map, and the fact that they chose this map this time made me wonder if maybe this was the time. But no, Tag Zelo is just going to build frigates until he kills Barcast TV, and that'll be it. I'm not sure what the build order was there. That felt a little bit unrehearsed. I'm not sure exactly what the issue was right there, but that definitely wasn't it. Anywho, nicely done right there by ZLO. We're going to head on into Shallow Straits at this point. Another naval map. That's like naval with a big asterisk next to it. It's very... It has naval, but it is not naval. You can go for land units. There's a lot of other strategies, namely commanders sneaking up and degunning the enemy lab. Basically the only strategy that we see all the time in this this game. But Barcast has shown us that really cool destroyer play, so I wonder if we're going to see some more of that. Does ZLO have a good counter to it? Is there a good counter to it? I suppose you could put an LLT over here. If you put an LLT right about here... Can't access the build menu quite yet until these commanders start up, but I believe if you put an LLT right here, it should be able to fire away at any laboratories that were built over in this section, which is where Barcast built those LLT, or built that laboratory. Yeah, it might be able to fire away over here. A coastal torpedo launcher would definitely be able to hit it over there. They have quite a lot of range, and of course well, can't build it with the commander, but if you built one of those area control plasma turrets as well, a gauntlet or an agitator, you would also be in a pretty good position. ZLO building wind turbines. It's a double max, double wind turbine start for both of these commanders. Actually going to be a triple wind turbine start right here for Barcast, actually, who doesn't have 3 metal extractors to start with. Going instead into the forward laboratory here, and again, it's a aggressive build rather than an eco build. The ZLO prioritizing that metal income and trying to utilize it to the best of his abilities. We definitely need some... We definitely need some way of harassing the other side of the map. So, vehicles make sense for the amphibious units. Air later into the game makes a lot of sense, of course, as well, because there's not likely going to be very much static anti-air on this map. It's too spread out and difficult to build anti-air all over the place. Yeah, this is that same exact build order. Barcast TV has figured this out. I mean, this is the meta that we're defining right now. Is does this destroyer build work very nicely against a commander who might prepare a little better for it? I don't know, but we're gonna find out. Barcast sending this constructor around. It goes, builds the mexes, builds some wind turbines, builds some LLTs, all that good stuff, and then there's some units on the front line, and then he walks away from the con that's building in the laboratory right now. Going for a solar panel here. Ooh, we're going to leave that to die. Yikes, that's a 31 metal investment right there that Barcast has given up on. Does the metal go back to you now? Somebody mentioned that it does, and I think they're correct. Yeah, they absolutely are. Okay. So apparently you don't actually lose the metal when something decays out of existence. For the longest time, I thought that was the case, but apparently it is not. It's good to know, though. Yurley points out a good point, which is that the Swiss tournaments don't take as long if you put some restrictions on it, like maximum allowed time and that sort of thing. And I 100% agree. That makes a lot of sense, and that's what I believe Fight Night does that, where matches have a soft time limit of 30 minutes. So at the 30-minute mark, if it's a distinct advantage for one of the commanders, then the game is called. If it's still a relatively close tie, then it's called as soon as a decisive advantage is achieved. We're going for an extra constructor here, I believe. Yeah, we're going for 3. I believe last time the build was 2. Wonder what the change of heart is for. Looks like we're going to walk one of these forward to grab the mexes. Oh, okay. It's a cool idea. Securing a little bit more economy right here. Grunt's going to walk into the LLTs. Nicely done. Barcast TV defending quite nicely here. ZLO going to walk. Where are we walking? Oh, all the way over there. Okay. Not bad. It does mean the blue commander is about to intercept with this laboratory that Barcast is about to set up. Yeah, look at this. It's a picture-perfect copy of exactly what's going on over here. Barcast realizes something is going on. Sees the radar blip of the blue commander, or saw the radar blip of the blue commander over here for a second. There it is. Yep. Realizes that something might be happening in the water over here. OP. Zillow finds the lab. Oh no. Zillow finds the lab and starts reclaiming. Blasting and reclaiming. Well, there we go. Eats up a whole bunch of the metal right there and completely shuts off the build. So what now? What is the next step right here for Barcast? Because he's eaten up the laboratory. Okay, we're gonna go for we're gonna double down. Okay. We're gonna go for the laboratory in the backline right here. Apparently going for a construction turret and gonna build the lab off of the construction towers in the back here. The issue is energy at the moment is plummeting. Yeah, wind speed is falling rapidly. E-storage not up and running, so there wasn't a buffer of energy to enjoy here. And the wind turbines haven't quite come online from all these construction bots in the back working on building those mexes everywhere. So despite having a gigantic economy, what do you do about this? Oh my goodness. Yeah, the self-decall. Okay. What a play right there from Tag. ZLO showing us some proper high-level strategy right here. Going in and capturing it and then self-destructing it to get rid of it. What a ridiculously successful play right now. These commanders have not touched each other, by the way. I mean, the commanders literally have touched each other, but the units have not even seen each other. As far as the units are aware, there is nobody else on the map right now. Going for bombers right now. The ZLO has just said, okay, well, you want to play this sort of cheeky style, this like bizarre kind of destroyer style. I'll just go ahead and I'll build bombers and I'll send them towards your base and we'll just see how you feel about that. And it works great. I mean, bombers do a huge amount of damage, especially these Cortex ones, and I'd love to see these going around in a group of 3 and just targeting down the mexes, right? You can imagine if you just had 3 of these. You just hit A and you drag between all these mexes. You can get them to bomb the mexes pretty evenly, and you just bomb these 3, and then you bomb these 3. You bomb this cluster of 3 as well. You just have them deploy their payload across the map in all these different directions, and it works out pretty phenomenally. One destroyer is coming up right now. BCTV trying to get that destroyer up and running, but there's so little energy available. This bombing is great, but it really upsets my OCD when this final metal extractor isn't killed right here. Oh, bomber's coming around. Anti-air targeted down. Frigates now out on the map. One frigate per one static defense tower. Not bad. Bombers having a field day in the backline. Just a wonderful time tearing apart all of this right now. Fighter production is just 2 fighters is all it takes right here for Barcast. Going into 2 fighters in order to shut down the bombers over here. Nothing more, nothing less. And then eating up that laboratory. It's a proper high-level move. Building the laboratory just for a couple of units and then eating it back up again. ZLO really leaning heavily into these frigates here. It's dangerous because you can easily overcommit to the Navy units and then suddenly land units push right through and kill your entire base. But both of these players do seem to be going heavily into Navy. Yeah. Both making serious investments into that Navy, recognizing and respecting the power that Navy has on this map. Mex is being rebuilt in the backline, always phenomenal as well. Getting those cons back up and running, making sure that they're all working properly. It's all very important. Construction tower right here for repairs is always fun too. Barcast doing donuts with the boats. Trying to micro the missile boats all around over on the this side of the map. I think it's time to start trading. Well, frigate's OP. Frigate's very OP. 4 frigates able to easily decimate everything over here. Coastal torpedo launcher finally finding some sort of effect. Yeah, frigates finally making their way up here. Barcast eventually going to build another naval lab right here, and I think that's a good idea because this naval lab all the way back here is making reinforcements very difficult. This Navy is looking dangerous, though. It took a minute, but the Navy did eventually get around to the other side. Frigates firing away here at the lowly missile boats. There's just nothing. There's nothing to hold out on the defense right here. Reinforcing frigates are coming out of the laboratory. We have a destroyer coming out as well. Destroyer is very expensive for how expensive this laboratory is going to be as well. This has to be a phenomenal trade right here. This might be the first, maybe even the only map where I'd like to see more of these Shark's Teeth naval fortifications. Yeah. Because you know what? At the end of the day, oh man, Barcast put his boats right in the middle of all the frigates right here for the Blue Commander. Meant that that flanking bonus was tremendous for the Blue Commander, and you can see just how well that went. Definitely not ideal. Air Lab coming up for Barcast. Looks like Shuriken play. What is the late game here for ZLO? Looks like it's naval. Looks like both of these commanders are just interested in Navy. Which is pretty interesting, because Coast to Coast didn't end up being a Navy game, but this one did. I think this destroyer should probably move around to the side and start harassing this base. Frigates defending this choke point to make sure that nothing can come through. We do have a destroyer up and running at this point for our blue leader. Well, the minuscule economic advantage here in the metal department, but a fairly significant energy advantage. The Blue Commander is pulling in 125% the energy right now at Barcast. Largely because big swaths of wind turbines were knocked out of commission, never rebuilt by the idle constructors in the backline right here. And my goodness, so many dead ships. Oh, if only we had a res sub. One res sub to go reclaim all this, and this would be a wonderful time. 1,500 metal lying on the floor over here. Yeah, and it looks like Tag is, ZLO rather, is very eager to go get his hands a little bit wet on that metal over there. I almost wonder about a rapid pivot out of the water and into land units. Oh, destroyer way over engaged here. Destroyer does go down. Ooh. Barcast in a lot of trouble here, actually. Commander almost falls right there. And it's just a gigantic army. I mean, this is just tremendous for the Blue Commander. It's a beautiful engagement on this side. It's a beautiful engagement on this side with all the metal reclaimed right here as well. The Blue Commander is actually overflowing metal, trying to keep it all in the bank, but there's just not enough room for it. G is called. Game. And ZLO manages to take the win in a wild Navy game between these two commanders. Wow. I can't help but wonder if this game could have looked differently. If there was definitely a different avenue that could have been explored right here, pivoting back and forth between land and Navy. Or maybe just abandoning one side and going all in on one side, because I felt like the reason Barcast had such a hard time keeping these forces alive is just the fact that they were fighting on multiple different fronts at the same time. Whereas these frigates really hadn't been reinforced very heavily. And these units were where the majority of the Navy was at. Either way, though, an epic game between these two commanders. Let's see if we can find a another match to enjoy right here. I think what I want to see... Stardom versus Sentient Waffle. 10 minutes into a game on Candace River.
Battle started.
Those bombers in that last game really did do a whole bunch of damage, didn't they? A lot of damage was done by those bombers. They just terrorized the backline for so long. Speaking of terrorizing the backline, looks like the situation that we find ourselves in is Stardom with a superior control over the map right here. A couple of idle mexes or empty mexes for Sentient Waffle, while meanwhile a couple of run-by forces, a bunch of Incisor have made their way across the map here for a red hero and have managed to tear down a whole bunch of the mexes for the blue. Alright, not bad. Walls being spread out over here, so vehicles can't really pass through them, and it saves you a little bit of wallage. Don't have to pay so steep a price to build all those walls. We've got some advanced solar panels, which is cool to see. Haven't seen those very much today, but they are very powerful, and so I'm a little bit surprised to see how little we've seen them, actually. And now we have medium tanks now rolling out on the field. Geothermal unclaimed right here, but it looks like that will be the next order of business as these guys make their way towards it, these construction vehicles. And it looks like Sentient Waffle is just dealing with the ramifications of this run-by and trying desperately to get these cons into position to reclaim and rebuild as much of this as possible. E-storages are an interesting call right here. While half your mexes are dead, I would probably imagine that prioritizing these is probably the higher call. Maybe resbots wouldn't be the worst idea, just as a way to... Yeah, just as a way to resurrect as much of this as possible, since the energy is looking pretty nice. Well, I say that right as it plummets to 4 wind per second is awful. A couple of rascals have managed to make their way across over here. LOT cleans them up quite nicely, though, and that will be the end of the aggression, at least for the time being, on the blue side of the map. Medium tanks. Feeling nice against those incisors. Yeah. They're saying, you know what? We've got enough HP. We've got enough sustain. We'll just go ahead and fight you head on. And there's not really anything you can do about it. Metal for metal, we'll whoop you. It's a little bit of a slower start here, though. Or rather, a slower, not a start, a slower mid-game here. Walls are coming up for the blue commander as well, which is pretty interesting. Looks like we're building a funnel. One of the oldest strategic moves in the oldest strategic books. Building a funnel for your enemies to have to force their way through. Works especially well in tandem, I would say, with the power of the Cortex tank. What is it called? The Pounder, that's what it's called. The riot tank. Its AoE effect is very, very potent, and if you force all your enemies into a choke point, it, well, exaggerates that quite a lot. A lot of metal available for the reclaim back here, so I'm a little surprised to see that we aren't taking advantage of it. E-converters coming up as well, which is interesting to see. Apparently the blue commander leaning heavily into e-converter economy, despite being a Cortex commander, is pretty interesting, certainly. $300 metal here, another 100 or so metal there. It's not a crazy amount, but it is worth it. Flamethrower turrets now popping up all over the place here. Oops, no anti-air. Wow. That was phenomenal. The blue line completely broken as the Shuriken managed to take it all down. Tanks now moving upwards into this northern area, expecting to find a geothermal. Not going to find very much at all. a sad day for the blue commander, who was eager to use that strategic choke point here to try and soften up this army. The choke point just wasn't choky enough, and there was more than enough room for those units to make it through, all in one big bundle. And now it means that there's basically no way for the... Yeah, basically no way for the blue army to stop all this. That's a lot of medium tanks and more than double the amount of incisors right here. Obviously, we have T2 up and running, but we don't have those T2 mexes up and running quite yet. Fighters in the air and shuriken are going to be the answer. Nice thing about including a couple of those missile trucks, though, is you have the anti-air to protect yourself before you wreck yourself. Counter-aggression on the southern side, yeah, not gonna work. Incisors not quite good enough to break through those exploiters, at least not on their own. This is a gigantic advantage right now for the red commander, yeah. T2 mexes have already been up and running for a good long while, and he's been paying for them mostly on the corpses of his enemy. Taking down these mexes over here and not having them rebuild is a huge detriment to the economy of the blue commander right now. We are going to build a laboratory for some resbots, try and get those out on the field. I think that's a wise decision. Reclaiming as much of this metal as possible is going to be necessary, especially considering these Tiger tanks trading out are going to have a lot of work to do. Quakers coming out of the field is an interesting choice. Quakers in the mobile artillery unit, they have a lot of AoE splash damage, which is really nice, especially against a big bundle of T1 units like this, these lighter units. Quakers are going to be a huge asset. Plus, they've got an adorable little riot tank stance now. Oh, I love it. I love it. Not a riot tank, pardon me, a siege tank stance. Man, tell me that isn't the coolest thing ever. That's a screenshot for sure. Oh, not that. Hold on. Freeze the game. I want a screenshot of that. Nice. Oh, they're so cool. So cool. Radar jammer making them pretty invisible too. And at the end of the day, having these around in different strategic positions can be really annoying to deal with. Like, I would actually love to see these just parked around in different spots on the map here. Uh-oh. Waffle, buddy. Uh-oh. It's a good cloak. Cloaked basically right on time, but still in a lot of trouble. Oof. Yeah, heavy tank's not caring too much about those walls. Shuriken are here, but the the flag truck pulling them apart, blasting them to smithereens right now. Oh no, no AA, it's Soj over. Yeah, ×2. Resbots have resurrected anything that they can, but really, there's a con over here to rebuild the mexes as well. Really, there's just not enough. T2 mexes are coming up still for the blue commander. They're already up, though, for the red commander. So it's just a little too late to the party situation. The eco has already scaled out of control right now for the red commander. Out of control of the blue commander and in favor of the red commander. Paralyzing these so the LLT can take its sweet time. Sweet liberty. Yeah, no static anti-air either means these fighters are going to have supreme reign over everything in the base here. This is bad. Where did Commander go? Oh, Commander managed to retreat away. Okay. Commander is safe, but this is really bad. These Tiger tanks have so much HP. Let's find a full health one. That's pretty close. 5,000 HP. Oh, there's one right there. 5,300 HP per Tiger tank for... at a cost of 665 metal. Not bad. Not bad at all. Quakers here. Hitting hard. The last push from the blue commander. The incisors are gone and done for. T2 Khan has been caught in the act. Upgrading metal extractors. Tiger tanks have been relentless. Shuriken thrown to their deaths. Once that flak truck gets targeted down, the two flak trucks get targeted down, this becomes a lot easier. Obviously, Shuriken can paralyze a lot of this. But while they're still up and standing, there really isn't a lot you can do to try and help out these tanks. Oh no, so many shuriken dead. Ah, come on. So many shuriken going down all over the place. We do have construction aircraft to eat up the wreckage. Okay, not bad. Is it actually a build power issue? Well, I'll tell you what, it's going to be a units in your backline issue shortly here. All these incisors from the early game that I think those Quaker were meant to try and engage against managed to stay alive and sneak around through the side. Fast enough and high enough damage to do some real cause some real issues in the backline. And just like that, half the wind turbines of the Blue Commander are devastated. Those really only do 3% damage, is pretty abysmal. Yeah, that's not very good at all. Shuriken at the very least paralyzing a bunch of these, making it possible to clean this up. I have a feeling the Blue Commander is going to be in a desperate energy shortage very, very shortly here, though. Uh-oh. Bombers coming in, and it's not a few either. Tons of bombs falling out of the sky right there from the Red Commander. Oh, just barely doesn't manage to kill the laboratory. Will the second pass have enough? I think it will. Fighter's not strong enough or not fast enough to shoot down those bombers. What? Oh, just barely it falls. The laboratory that could, staying alive by 4% for so long, finally falls, and GG is called. Sentient Waffle throws in the towel. It was like 2%. The lab just barely staying alive. GG indeed, as the Red Commander Stardom manages to take this game on the
Battle
Istis
ended.
Crack? No, that's not right. Canis River. That's the name of this map. Oh, what a match. Those T2 Tigers. The first T2 I believe we've seen all day, actually. The first T2 that's seen some battle anyways. Those Tigers are so nasty. Pushing through that right-hand side, and you can see, yeah, just a subtle advantage throughout the entire game, but it did eventually add up to a cumulative effect big enough to crush the Blue Rebellion. Is that game number 2 or game number 1 is the question. We'll flip on over to the bracket right here and we can take a look at exactly what's going on. Looks like Austin took it 2-1 against VDB. Lopatka 2-0 against, or pardon me, Austin won 2-0, not 2-1. Lopatka 2-0 against Black Melon. Flakka 2-0 against Neb. And ZLO 2-0 against Barcast. I've definitely encountered a glitch recently with the bombers stopping midair. For whatever reason, they completely stop in midair and then they won't move forward any further. I think it has something to do with them running into their own bombs, but I couldn't be sure. And it looks like we are in for another duel. Stardom versus Sentient Waffle is a pretty good matchup. Two commanders that have been around the block a long time, that have been playing this game for a long time. Two commanders that basically know what they're doing, to say the very least. They know what they're doing. Let's see here. Has the bracket? No, the bracket. Okay, so the bracket is stabilized. That's good to see. So far, a lot of 2-0s though. Not a lot of comeback plays here. Pretty funny. Just waiting on these two to start up their next match. With Stardom taking the lead here. It's going to be 1 point on the board at least. I just don't know if it's if that was their second game and it's 1-1, or if that was their first game and it's 1-0. We shall see. Titan version 3.1 up and running here for the two heroes, 30 and 47 open skill respectively. think there's a... Oh yeah, there it is. There was some confusion because that Titan was quite a bit different than the one that we've seen so far today. Titan Duel is the name of the map that we're going to be playing on right now. I was looking it up too. I was like, wait a second, is this the same? Is that really the map? It looks completely different. And also the spawns I did not think were across the map like that. That's because they aren't. Yeah. They aren't at all. Anywho. We do have a pretty good match lying ahead of us. Today, spawning as... Oh, there we go. Spawning as our blue team leader. It's going to be none other than Stardom in the bottom right-hand corner. Spawning up in the top left, it's going to be our red team leader, Sentient Waffle. Both of which loading into the game right now. Spectator privilege, I guess I get to load in first. And I get to see exactly where these commanders are going to opt to start from. There's not really an ideal starting spot on this map, but there's kind of two. You can either start right here, kind of between these two, or right up where Stardom is. I guess technically you could spawn kind of, you know, between these and go across these ones. I think probably Stardom is in the better spot. But this is the other option, so each of them choosing one of the other options. One of the two, rather. And Stardom will be going into a little bit of a double mech strat here. 2 mechs, 2 wind turbine. Sorry. Mechs, wind turbine, mechs, wind, lab. A lot of wind. Not very much lab. Waffle, however, going to prioritize that metal extractor. And I think that makes a little more sense. By the time that you get that 4th wind turbine up and you're ready to start producing out of the laboratory, that mechs will have produced probably about 50 to 100 or so metal. Easily. Not a lot, but it does add up pretty quick. There we go. Stardom starts up that laboratory. I've heard it argued before that there should be a change, a patch, an adjustment that basically made it, and I don't know how this would work, but basically made it so that the first lab that you build, you could build basically instantly. Like, it would come up basically at the same... It would come up extremely fast. And maybe just across the board, it's just like a 50% speed increase for the first laboratory you build. No idea how it would actually work, but... I thought that was an interesting idea, because it is one of those weird things about Bar where the first 2 minutes or so of every game are basically the same. You build your 3 mexes, you build your wind turbines, and then you build your laboratory. And by the time the lab comes up, you're about 2 minutes or so into a game. And I'm always sitting there wondering, like, well, should I just skip these 2 minutes? Especially in my own casts. I'm like, do we really need to watch all these commanders build their laboratories up from scratch every time? Or would it be better to just spawn in and you just, you know, you can build 3 wind turbines in a laboratory for 50% the build cost? Like, you know, maybe it's just the first 15 seconds of the game you have, like, plus 50% build power or something, or build, minus 50% build time on all your buildings. I don't know, man. Nothing makes me want to speed up the game like watching these 1v1s here. But then again, when I watch these 1v1s, I have the benefit of being a spectator and not actually a player trying to micro all this at the exact same time. Because obviously, if you speed up all the laboratory production, you're also going to, by proxy, speed up all the unit production. And that's like, you know, twice as many units to try and worry about microing all the time. I don't have the APM for that. You might have the APM for that, but I sure don't have the APM for that, so I'll just play eco the whole time. Rascal actually manages to make it right past the grunt. The grunt was in position, pardon me. It was doing its job. It was basically doing everything it could have to try and save the situation, and it just missed every shot. And somewhat unfortunately, that is just how it goes sometimes. Those units, they're good until they're bad. Oh no. Miss Micro Grunt accidentally steps a little too close there. And Sizer in position to shut it down. Nicely done by Cindy and Waffle. I think if that Grunt had managed to sneak around the side without getting shot by the LLT, might have been able to snag the mechs, but we're nitpicking on the backs of very talented players here that obviously know a lot about what they're doing. It's sort of... it almost feels harsh to criticize these players because obviously I couldn't do what they do. The APM is through the roof here. whenever I show the APM to people, it always blows them away how low it actually is. Yeah, Stardom at 24 APM. I usually play around 30, I think. Sentient Waffle at about 21 as well. Now, obviously, as we get into the early game, or as we play in the early game here, that's, you know, nothing. There's no way for that to, there's no way to spend the APM even harder. Not like in StarCraft where you can spam repeat clicks all over the place and, you know, queue up a bunch of units or whatever and DQ them and queue them up and DQ them and all that sort of stuff. There's no way to really artificially inflate your APM and beyond all reason because so much of it is automatic anyways, like laboratories and whatnot, just producing units all automatically. You really don't have to spend your APM basically anywhere except issuing build commands and microing your units. A relatively fair trade right here, though, for the blue commander. Gives up a massive army of grunts, but of course also manages to take down a couple of incisors, but more importantly, the constructor right here. And that constructor going down hurts a lot. With that constructor down, I mean, Sentient Waffle is going to have to build another one and send it out in this direction. It's the kind of aggression that you're hoping for. It's the kind of damage that you need to do early on into one of these games anyways, especially against the vehicles player. You have to punish them for having the more expensive units here. Each one of their units is so much more efficient on the field, but so much more expensive to field, that it means that by the time that they get them out on the field, you have to... How many times can I say field? You have to make sure that you've made them pay really, really exorbitant prices to keep those units up and running. If you let a vehicle player run away with it, you just, you know, don't contest them at all in the field. They will, on the map... Let's use a different word. They will run away with a snowball. That is... basically unstoppable. But alright. The time has come for the Great Expanse. Sentient Waffle forcing the expansion on the southern side with the commander. Gonna pivot into some static defenses here as well. And every time that this happens, every time we pivot around this rock right here, it makes me wonder about using this opportunity path. Like, it feels so obvious to me as a spectator, but this is a big path that you have available to you as a commander here with bots on the field. Every time I say field, I think about it now. I'm sure you do too. I'm sure I'm annoying the hell out of all of you. How many more times can I say it? I'll try and use it in different contexts, like the gravitational field or the, you know, the metaphysical field or the football field. I don't know. The bar field. What about the bot lab build with no E-production straight into Centurion from last season? Yeah, that's a... Yeah, if you automate the start, you eliminate that freedom. That's true. That's true. There is a lot of like niche like things like that I would definitely be worried about getting rid of. That is to say, I don't want to like automate it. That's I think I must have misrepresented my opinion here. What I meant is that what I meant is basically giving the commander a big boost to build power. So the commander normally has 300 build power right here. Giving it a boost to like 900 or something like that. Just a huge boost to build power so that you can put together your first structures really, really quickly. That way you can still do that. You can still boost out Centurions or whatever. You can still do all that kind of thing. But that way, it all hinges on your commander and over, you know, for the first 10 seconds. Like literally just the first 10 seconds of a game. If you could build your first lab and 4 wind turbines in 30 seconds. Like it doesn't seem like a lot, but it saves you, you know, 2 minutes a game. Or minute 30 a game, whatever it is. Like, it adds up pretty quick. So, interestingly, we've pivoted into thugs here for the blue commander, and I think it's an interesting idea. We need resbots. If we're going to fight this army, because we're going to have to fight a vehicle army, we're going to need resbots to not only resurrect and repair all the bots here that are in this army, but also to patch back up all the tanks. Resurrect any tanks that have fallen and put them back in the army as well. It's the major advantage of any bot lab player is those res bots, so you have to utilize it. It's the only way that bots can really fight vehicles. The reason why they're imbalanced is because the res bot is powerful enough to get you back into a game like that. Sentient Waffle, a little far forward with that commander, makes me a little nervous. And while these incisors are on the field, I think the thugs are probably a pretty good option. Yeah, they do a decent amount of damage. They can basically get this all under control quite nicely. I like it. I like these little batches of production that we got going on right here. We've got constructors in the back line helping build, and then of course we've got build power as well. Constructors moving around building LLTs and metal extractors and all sorts of things. And I think the only thing I'd like to see more of is geothermals. Yeah, we don't see very many geothermals right now, and that's a bit of a shame because they're, well, so powerful. 300 energy per second would more than double the energy economy right here of the blue commander. And there's a nice one ripe for the claiming right here on the high ground. Pretty difficult to assault too, considering that the red commander has gone into vehicles. There's basically no way for them to get tanks up here. I think tanks might be able to traverse this. Hold on, we can enter mushroom mode, as my brother likes to call it. There it is. Yeah, okay, so tanks can traverse this, but with some difficulty here. You can see the little key right here. So red is problematic. So all this is red. Difficult to traverse, but not purple, which means that it can't be traversed. Means that medium tanks should be able to get up that hillside right there. Not, however, going to be able to get up this hillside right here. I'm fairly confident that that's too steep. Or if it's not too steep, it's going to be really difficult for them to. Yeah, you can see they can barely traverse this at all. Sorry, I'll go back to the game here, but just worth pointing that out to some people. Maybe somebody didn't know about traversability mode, and now they do. Congratulations, and welcome to the wide world of knowing what tools you have at your disposal. But man, I'd be lying if it felt pretty hopeless fighting as thugs against vehicles right here. The repairs are nice from both of these commanders, trying to repair up as many of these bots as possible. But it's so much firepower coming out of each of these medium tanks. It's really annoying and really difficult to deal with. Thugs pushing forward on this right-hand side, nicely done, managing to take down one of those LLTs. A little bit of a grunt push right here. I like the push and pull. Trying constantly to push and pull backwards here. I think maybe one or two aggravators on the side would be nice too. Just sending one aggravator around to try and harass down some of these LLTs. Just anything to try and start breaking those defenses. It doesn't even have to be fast is the thing, but it just has to happen eventually. Might be well worth it to start investing in just one or two rocket bots to go start pulling apart those statics. One of those things that I feel like we don't see all too often, but it's one of those little improvements that you can make to a game. If you have the spare APM and you have the the resources to do it, throwing one or two rocket bots in to just alleviate a little bit of pressure, open up opportunity paths in different areas of the map. What a battle between these two factions. The infantry versus the assault tanks. Yeah, the tanks have realized suddenly there's not really a reason they have to fight this army, per se. Whoa, 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 Sentient Waffle. Way too close for comfort. Oh my goodness, 12% HP left on Sentient Waffle right there. The blue commander nearly dying. 12 grunts is more than enough. We've got 9 grunts. Oh my goodness, 14% left on that commander. That was ridiculously close right there for the red commander. Walked into 3 LLTs firing simultaneously and barely managed to degun them down in time before losing it entirely. That could have been a horrible situation right there for the red commander. Accidentally losing because your commander went into an LLT field. That would feel awful. But you know what? Stardom's doing it. He's doing it with superior numbers, just pushing forward with 100 thugs, and it's working phenomenally. The vehicles never hit that snowbally critical mass. They've never managed to really take the trade that meant that they could afford to continue production. No reclaim, none of that. This is just good old-fashioned bot lab. Wow. Those early repairs, keeping just a couple of these units alive, but allowing them time to build up numbers. And this is where it's led us. Suddenly these plasma bots are tearing apart these tanks real quick. 1 or 2 volleys of this army can kill a medium tank. That's impressive. We're up to 3,500 metal worth of units at this point too, so no wonder it's doing pretty well. Waffle in a lot of trouble right now. These units are mere steps away from the base. And this army really doesn't have to stop. Yeah, there's no reason it should be forced back. There's not really anything to shuttle this down. Grunts from the early game also lingering around right here. Cool to see, of course. Shuriken coming in for the final kill. Very nicely done. An epic kill right there from the blue commander with a good old-fashioned thug walk. Manages to push directly into the base of Sentient Waffle. I love to see it. What an excellent little play right there to make sure that there's something available at all times to go ahead and push forward. Stardom was thinking about getting into vehicles apparently, but said, you know what? How about 3,500 metal worth of T1 bots? How's that for production? I love it. I love to see it. I love bots so much, and I love the resbot mechanic in this game. It's one of my favorites, like, of all time. it really makes Beyond All Reason special for me, and seeing it actually utilized to win games is something else. Yep, you can see they were basically neck and neck right here for the early game. But that trade never came for the red commander, and Stardom walked away with it. Very cool indeed. That does, I believe, mean that Stardom takes this series 2-0 against Sentient Waffle here. Checking the bracket at the moment. There we go. Looks like it was just updated. We'll go ahead and hop into another game. Let's see what else is going on. Modulo versus Goopy. Yes, please. 13 minutes in. Oh my goodness. Well, we're either going to join this game and they're going to be done, or we're going to join this game and it's going to be a T2 epic late game, maybe even T3. Yes, I've seen T3 by minute 14 in a 1v1. It's surprising what you can do when you have an entire map's worth of economy. Usually that only happens on the biggest of the maps, but it can happen a lot quicker than you'd really think it could. Alright, sorry for that blitz of information headed in your direction. Modulo with some nice D-guns, it does appear, carving up the red army right now. Resbots on the field to resurrect a whole bunch of bots on the field. Modulo in a bunch of trouble. Uh-oh. Where is Modulo's army at? Looks like we've got tank production coming up. Medium tanks rolling around right now. Uh-oh. Goopy's backline in a lot of trouble. Medium tanks moving around. Wind turbines devastated. Metal extractors obliterated. Goopy GG'd. And Modulo takes the victory. Alright. Well, it's like I said, we were about to join either as the game was ending or as the game was just getting good. But there we go. Game ended right there between those two commanders. I know we didn't get to enjoy the whole thing, but at the very least we got to watch the grand finale right there as Modulo overwhelmed the red commander with a nice economic presence. Very cool. Is that the end of their series, or will they be playing another, is the question on everybody's mind. Let me check the bracket quickly. Looking over at my other screen now, and it looks like... Where are they? Oh, they're there. Looks like they have not quite finished yet. Or at the very least, they haven't finished, they haven't input their scores. That's okay. Karateka and Rexel up next. We'll join in their game too and see what their progress is like. Hop in between the matches, always fun to do.
Battle started.
Catching on up to 11 minutes into the game. Gonna zip through all this really quickly. Looks like we do have some Centurion on the field. And Armada Gamer, Rexel, going to be showing us some good old-fashioned Centurion gaming. We have a big old force of grunts moving around on the right-hand side. We've got a big army of pawns moving on the left-hand side. And it looks like we've got a couple of Centurion waddling their way around as well. A little bit worried about these constructors over here. We did just have a big run by them. They're now super exposed. Definitely starting to feel like they're out in the open and available for a good old-fashioned destroying. Rexel here. Yeah, coming across the water. Commander says, oh, wait a second, I can just walk over here. Who's fighting? Oh, there he is. Look at this hero pawn. Kills the constructor, kills the metal extractor, kills the grunt, kills the grunt! That's a 3-kill pawn right there. 5 kills, actually, to this hero grunt's name. Well, okay, or this pawn, rather. Yeah, this guy deserves full honors. I think we better get this guy back home and get him a medal. LLT goes down. I think Rexel should probably just start reclaiming. Gigantic field of bodies right here. I think we need to start reclaiming it. Or the commander's just going to get jumped on by a bunch of units and blasted to pieces. No. Wow. Phenomenal D-guns right there. I did not expect that the red commander would actually be able to survive. But I actually did. Did manage to stay up and running. Just barely, but barely is all it takes. Resbot goes down. Still 1,500 metal right here, as Chisato has pointed out for us. Resurrecting this army, very powerful, of course. All the units that can get back up on their feet are going to get resurrected real quick here. All the ones that have been turned to slag on the ground going to be melted quite nicely. This group of grunts did eventually break the lines here, but at the very least the LLT cleaned them up, so that's quite nice. Single constructor over here, building some LLTs and some mexes as well. And as soon as we get these mexes back up and running, I think this is going to look quite a bit better. Well, Centurion are sent that way. A little bit of a misread, it feels like, right now from the blue commander, sending some fighters out as well. Thinking maybe there might be the possibility of shuriken, I imagine. That, or we're hoping to go into gunships or some such that would require it. Rexel's commander is a little bit low. It makes me a little nervous, I won't lie. There we go. This is what the bots want. We want a big battle that we can take and then utilize to leapfrog forward so that we can resurrect everything. The resbots need to get out of there. Need to get out of there. Get out of there, resbots. No! LLT's blasting all this down as much as possible. Massaging the commander back to full health, too, is always nice. But yeah, there we go. I mean, that's ultimately what the blue commander is hoping for here. Trying to trade out the army and then resurrect it all. Trade it out again, resurrect it all. It just requires a monstrous amount of energy, is the only issue. We need some advanced solar panels or something like that in order to actually get this working. We do have a constructor resurrected over here. Getting the mexes online is important, but at this point the blue commander actually has the metal. It's actually just an energy issue. And the geothermal is neglected, so I can't really say I feel bad right now. Yeah, hero pawn over here, by the way, has been guarding this area quite nicely. The wall. You can tell that Karateka is a little bit unsure of what to do here at this point. We're also not resurrecting from this, we didn't resurrect or reclaim from this field here, so either one of those would have been a good option, but neither of them was not the right option. Suddenly a marked lull in the action. Can't help but notice that we're overflowing tons of metal here as well. In excess of 720 metal, my goodness, that's unacceptable. By virtually any measure, that's ridiculous to waste that much metal right there. That's an entire T1 laboratory. Putting down a metal a metal storage, not the end of the world. It's fine. It might feel a little wasteful, but it's fine, I promise you. The gunship play right here for the blue commander has not panned out the way I think it was probably supposed to. Centurion in position to deflect this. Doing a decent amount of damage, about 5% per blast. Centurion are good against medium tanks. It's one of those weird interactions that you don't think about all too often, but they are really good against medium tanks. They have enough damage and they have enough sustain. They also move fast enough, I would say. They're sort of just good enough to deal with medium tanks, but just bad enough to not deal with anything else. Does that make sense what I'm trying to say? They're basically perfectly suited for medium tanks and basically nothing else. You're killing me, Rexel. Please just build a metal storage. The metal excess, we're barely not leaking metal because of the production, but we're so close to the edge that if we just put a metal storage down to make sure, it would negate all my stress right now. Here's those resbots resurrecting everything on the fronts, though. I'd like to see more of them, actually. 4 resbots is nice, but more is better, of course. The LLT wall here. The Great Wall of LLT. Funky situation going on here. Hey, the hero pawn moves again. He lives. This guy could go kill the entire economy of the Red Commander. Was there a... Oh no. Production is just all messed up. The Red Commander has to... Oh man, every one of these labs is in a bad spot. Oh. That's funny. Why on earth do we not have 2 Rocketeers out here yet? 2 Rocketeers, pretty good. Basically wins against the LOTs. This pawn in the backline to kill these wind turbines. These would all chain react and it would just be, I mean, the reaction on Karateka's face as his entire economy goes up because of a couple of pawns, or a single pawn. It'd be worth seeing, for sure. That's not what I want to check. I want to check this excess. Yeah. Rapidly, Rexel has reached the same excess here as the Red Commander. I knew it was going to happen. It was all but inevitable that was going to happen here. We're going to start producing some maces, so... I guess that's better than nothing here, but there's really a lot of options that you could dump that metal into. That probably would have worked a lot better. Mexes have been prioritized after the wind turbines back here, too, which is a bit of an issue. Fair enough, because there were some nasty energy issues earlier on, but... Man, I can't help but wonder if this could have been... If taking this advantage from this gigantic wasteland right here that's been unclaimed and turning it into some sort of eco-advantage wouldn't have been the right way to do this. We're just gonna smack our faces into each other once more. Shuriken all bundled up. Ugh. Tons of them going down together as they get shot down by the fighters here. Still, though, I think they probably did a good enough job. Yeah, just like that, the Red Army manages to push forward, and without taking as much damage as they did before. Meaning that this area is going to be held quite nicely. Maces trying their best. We've got bombers up and running now, too. Please. Please use him. Please use him. I just want the one pawn. The hero pawn. The one who could. Oh, time for bombers. Missed a big chunk of the wind turbines here. Hopefully in the second pass we can get it. Oh, there we go. A funky kind of chain reaction, but there we go. It's good enough. Now the energy is completely out of the red player's sails. Rexel still in a lot of trouble here. Uh-oh. Blue Commander needs to retreat. 15%, 12, 10. Rexel's running for his life. The maces are coming out of the laboratory, and I think there's enough of them to shut down these medium tanks, but my goodness. Rexel is fully clenched right now, I can tell you that much. Almost losing the commander after a beautiful bombing run to take out all the energy production here for the red player. That would have been a monstrous way to lose. A horrible way to lose. Devastating and crippling, I would say. Resbots, please get to work eating up all this metal right here. I don't even want to know, but let's check anyways. 9.8 thousand metal. Going up towards 10. There it is. 10,000 metal in all this reclaim field right here. He who reclaims the metal shall control the dunes of Arrakis, or something like that. Your father was a weak man, Paul Atreides. Karateka calls GG. Okay. What a funky match. We played on one part of one side of this map.
Battle ended.
And apparently it was just a, you know, who can puff up their chest and make a bigger army battle. And apparently the bombers were really the thing that sealed the deal. Let's take a look right here. Yeah, you can see exactly where those bombers came in. It was like up, 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 down, 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 down. Yeah. And not necessarily a bad GG point either, because as you can tell, it would have been very difficult to climb back into that situation. Not impossible, though. With how much reclaim was out on the field, not impossible. Still, though, it's going to be Rexel that takes the victory here in at least this match, beyond our reason. Was the first game? It's a good question. Was it the first game? That game went on a while, so I assume not, but maybe. Actually, I guess there's no correlation between a game going on a while and it being the first game. Unless it's like your very first game. Maybe that's what he was asking. Was that your first game ever? A little bit toxic there. No, it looks like it isn't. It looks like the bracket has finally been settled. Rexel takes it 2-1. Okay, so that was the third game in their series. That makes sense. Okay. Things are starting to heat up here, folks, as we move into round number 3. Let me go ahead and position this so that you guys can see it. Oh, okay. Thank you for moving the entire screen around. Very, very cool. All right, cool. Let's go ahead and click on into the brackets, where we can see round number 3 is going to be all queued up for us. Very neat. Very, very neat. All right, cool. With the bracket settled into the third round, everybody is starting to line up more and more against their competitors. As you can see, everybody's trying to figure out who they're going to be playing up against, and it looks like we've got some good old matches coming up here. We've got Lapodka going up against ZLO. Looks like we're going to have, who else here? Looks like Barcast will be going up against Black Melon. Looks like Goopy is going to be up against Rexel. Austin against Domino is going to be a good match as well. And Pretor versus Not Real. And Stardom versus Modulo. I'd love to see that Stardom versus Modulo game. That is going to be a good one. Let me go ahead and see if I can find it. Otherwise, we'll go ahead and watch that Austin game. There we are. Perfect. We are all set up. I'm going to go ahead and leave it on the History channel. I'm going to go ahead and go to the bathroom. And I will be right back. right, sorry about that. We are back. Let me go ahead and move everything over, of course. Oh boy, we are in for a treat. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. Oh, there we go. To Shallow Straits. I missed the map ban here. Well, let's go ahead and take a look at what exactly happened. Ban Avalanche, ban Canis, and ban Theta Crystal. So, and ban Istis. So, Shallow, Coast to Coast, and then Titan. Okay. Or no, sorry. Shallow, Coast to Coast. Pick Shallow, pick Coast to Coast. Wait, so which one's left? Hold on. Which one's left? Oh, is it Sartolina? Oh, it is Sartolina. Okay, so it's Coast to Coast. No, it'll be Shallow, then Coast to Coast, and then Sartolina as the tiebreaker. Wow. What a lineup. I don't think we've seen that lineup today so far. Very, very cool. All right, well, anyways. Welcome to the BPL, the Bar Pro Leagues. As today we move into round number 3.
Battle started.
I'm trying to cast these so that people can go back and clip them later as individual casts. Welcome back, everybody, to the Bar Pro League, where today we're going to be taking a look at a 1 versus 1 pro-level match between Austin TX, otherwise known as Castor Rice, and our blue commander over here, also Domino, also known as Domino. The Armada commander, spawning in blue right here and going for the triple max 1 wind turbine start, versus our Cortex commander, spawning over here on the 1 max 1 solar 1 wind Armada start too. Oh, look at that, with the Viking helmet as well. A previous tournament winner here with the Viking helmet. Austin TX is going to be showing us exactly what they've got out here on the field. Cool to see. We've got a bot lab coming up and running right now for the red commander and 6 bots. My goodness. 6 construction bots. Feels like a lot of greed. Feels very, very greedy, but I suppose getting those up and running early helps a lot. You can build all these metal extractors, and then of course you can build whatever else you'd like. Wind turbines or whatever other eco structures are needed. Or of course maybe some of those static defenses is the idea that we're going to be going for here. Domino, meanwhile, appears to be going into vehicles. I wonder if this is for amphibious vehicles. We do have the Pincer Light Amphibious Tank, which is always very powerful. Popping up, well, into the water and then down through the channel and out into the base of the red commander, who's right over here. It's definitely worth consideration. It's a strategy that's powerful enough to be worth a lot of hesitancy, right? Or being wary of at the very least here. But neither of these commanders have seen each other, so they don't know what they're up against until they first meet. Like love at first sight, but it's like enemies at first sight or something, I guess. One of the interesting things about this map, and it's not unique to this map specifically, but it is a prominent feature of this map, is that there's very few areas in which you can sit to deny resources to the enemy. What I mean by that is that basically, if you want to, let me adjust the camera here. If you want to deny, say, these metal extractors to the red commander, you would have to push all the way up and around and down and into the main line right here of the red commander. You can't tank up or on your metal extractors. You can't even pork up right here in the midsection on this like little mountain area. You have to push all the way into the enemy backline. What it means is that there's a distinctive backline and a distinctive front line on this map, and I guess that means that by proxy, there's really the best option is always going to be to try and flank and attack from behind, and that's exactly what this pincer tank is meant for. 200 metal, 2,000 energy, probably the most satisfying build cost ratio right there. It's just 10 times as much energy as metal. Pretty good, pretty good. Incisor, or pincer rather, it's what do I want to say about the pincer? It fires a rapid Gauss projectile. So it's a condensed matter projectile, and it fires at tremendous velocity, making it very good against mobile targets, actually. So it's one of those weird units that has some ulterior purposes, not for the reasons that you might think, though. One of which is that they're incredibly good against shuriken. The reason for that being that they are fairly EMP resistant, and their projectiles travel fast enough that they can actually hit the shuriken. They can do enough damage, and they can actually hit the shuriken. So oftentimes, pincer are actually a weirdly reasonable anti-shuriken force, which is kind of a strange interaction. The other thing is that they fire relatively slowly, so their actual fire rate is very slow. it means that they do a big burst of damage, and that makes a lot of sense as an ambush type of unit, just sort of popping up in random areas, doing some damage, and then essentially disappearing again. It does mean, however, that you need to target fire them very specifically, because oftentimes they will overkill in big groups. As a single pincer, not going to do as much overkilling as, say, a group of 5 or 10 of them, but still something to be very, very wary of and very aware of. But here we go. We'll show you all that and more here in just a second as this pincer rolls up into the backline, and surely the red commander says, "Oh, well, I knew you were vehicles because I saw your rover, but I guess I didn't anticipate this." The constructor here now taking, what is that, 20% per shot? Not bad. It's more like 19.5 per shot. Pretty good. And just like that, the pincer has managed to shut down the expansion in the backline here. And with a little bit of over-microing, the pincer actually won't kill the mechs. My goodness. One of those awful situations where a unit can become significantly worse just because of the fact that it was microed. Yeah. The head turn rate is not fast enough to keep up with the body turn rate, so it meant that the tank never was able to line up a shot against that metal extractor. Annoying, but what really can you do? There we go. Bunch of ticks to deal with the pincer, and it looks like it'll be enough. Once again, that pincer can't move its head fast enough to actually fire at anything, so unless it's sitting completely still, it will go down. Unfortunate. Yeah, that could have been a lot better if we had just not over-microed it right there. Domino playing at a whopping 27 APM. Castor Ice playing at 28. Basically, perfectly evenly matched between these two commanders. Both of which also just saying, you know what, why don't we just go ahead and play a 20-minute no rush. Yeah. We'll just go ahead and expand and play whatever strategy we'd like after we secure all the economy, make all the adjustments we want to, change everything, make sure that we capture everything. Yeah, Domino looking to get aggressive, but not really in that spot yet. But all that can change quickly. We do have a naval lab come up and running here for the Red Commander Castor Ice, aka Austin TX, going under a new name apparently. Domino looking to carve a path of destruction across the red eco here, though. We've got a whopping 5.7 metal per second, now reduced from the red economy, and it looks like the blue commander is actually hoping to deny this for a little bit longer. Okay. Going to set up some LLTs over here is an interesting decision. Hasn't seen the naval units yet, so we'll be surprised to see this destroyer come out. And it's definitely going to be an issue because, of course, that destroyer has enough range to fire away at the commander. And it also has the depth charge launcher, which can kill a commander even underwater. It's a pretty significant issue. Yeah, I think Castor Ice, I think Austin basically wants to kill this commander right now. Yeah, Domino's been put in a very risky situation all of a sudden. Commander cannot get back into the water. Oh, nice cloak. Hey, nice D-gun right there. Crazy play from Domino. Nicely done by the blue commander. Cloaks to get out of vision of that destroyer, and then moves in for the D-gun, sailing it across the water here, bouncing it off with the latent frost effect in order to sail it across the surface and into the side of that boat, punching a hole straight through it like a 9mm hole punch. Although it's more like a 300-foot hole punch. I don't know what the size dimensions on anything in this game are, but it's pretty big. The D-gun's pretty big relative to basically everything. Gunships in the air. Because why not? When in doubt, T1 Armada gunships. Very pesky. Not strong enough, I would say, to deal with basically anything except for the lightest anti-air towers and metal extractors. And so that's what they'll do. Oh, that's what they'll try to do. Will this one have enough to kill the mechs? Oh, one more volley. It does manage to kill the metal extractor. Not the biggest of deals, of course. We could just go ahead and reclaim all that, but or resurrect all that, but nice to bring that down. Very cool. What are we going to do now? It looks like we do have some gunships hovering around the red commander, who was hoping to do basically the same thing the blue commander did. But we've got a destroyer on either side right here. Domino is forced to spend every action that he has microing this commander. You can see going from 27 to 34 APM, just constantly stepping the commander back and forth. At this point, it feels like your best bet would just be to cloak the commander and hope and pray. Forcing the blue commander to dance. Oh, there we go. I see what the play was. We got a medium transport up and running. We don't have any anti-air over here, so the blue commander manages to make it out. A brilliant extraction right there, an emergency evac, a medevac for the blue commander, who's still crip walking in the air right here as we speak. Wow. Well, if that isn't the coolest thing that I've ever seen a commander do. Dang. That might be the coolest commander I've ever seen. Walking while still in his little his little transport plane. Dang. Am I jealous of a commander right now? I think I am. Gunship's doing a wonderful job, actually. I undervalue gunships constantly, but they really can do a lot of damage. Especially if they find the right targets in the right spots at the right time. They really can do a lot of damage, and that's something that's, Oh, okay. Well, hold firebug, OP. Red commander goes down. Stayed a little too long in the water right there next to the blue lab and didn't see the 2 or 3 destroyers that came out. And just like that, the blue commander manages to win this game with a couple of destroyers. All right, wild, a wild play right there from the red commander. I saw him moving around, trying to sneak into the backline to hit some D-guns. Didn't end up working out though. Stayed a little too long, and those destroyers came out and settled the deal, settled the score, if you will. Phew. There's another DME clan in lobby viewing the game. No delay for him. Are they live streaming? If they're live streaming, they're supposed to have a delay. That's rules as written. And here on the official channel, we follow the rules. Most of the time. We'll break the rules later when nobody's watching. Right now I gotta put on my suit and tie and act all professional. The after party, however, which we do host every single time. Maybe this is a good moment to shell out for the after party that'll be coming on after this tournament wraps up. Until 4 o'clock PST or PDT, we do a little after party. Sorry about this. You're gonna hear a Windows noise. It's me. It's me. It wasn't you. It was me. And until 4, we like to play. We like to stick around and play some games. We'll play with the Legion faction, play with some tweaked units, play with some extra units, play with all sorts of fun stuff. All those good stuff and things. Very cool to see. Looks like Domino needs a little break. An excellent point for an intermission. I'm going to refill my drinky real quick here. Oh, no, never mind. This one's full. Usually the way this works, I just load up like 4 or 5 different drinks, and I reach for them across the time. Let's take a look at the bracket and see if anything's changed. So far, game's still going on. And that's a good sign. That means that the matches are probably being pretty good. Probably being pretty good. Only so much you can do, though. Man, I hadn't realized how gigantic the disparity between ARM and Core was. It's not necessarily that the individual point value between each of them is gigantic, but the fact that across the board, on every map, no matter what it is, no matter if it's water maps, land maps, macro maps, mini maps, whatever, across the board on all of them, Cortex has the higher win rate. That's, it's a little disheartening, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, that kind of, I don't know. That makes me feel some kind of way, and I don't know exactly if it's a good feeling. Anyways. Let's go ahead and jump back into the game. Looks like these two comms are ready for each other, so I am as well. Let's go ahead and hop on in here. T1 gunship actually being useful. I know. When's the last time you've seen that happen, huh? The Armada gunship is such a creature. As far as I can tell, it's basically... The issue with the gunship is that it's so flimsy, right? But obviously you can't make a gunship that's just outright amazing from every angle. But it just fills a weird role where suddenly it becomes like very, very useful in very niche circumstances, but not like crazy useful. I don't know. GLHF cries out Domino here, as well as Austin TX, both of which look like they're ready to get underway here. What does that symbol mean? Oh, it just means I have them selected. Never mind. Looked a little bit weird on my screen. I'm not sure why. I was having a brain fart. There's Austin TX wearing his medal and wearing their crown, going into battle as a Viking today. Austin TX, as well as Domino, both choosing to spawn here on the land mixes and going ahead and going into those wind turbines. Basically too good to pass up. Those 2.2 metal extractors, 2.3, 2.2. They're very, very useful, as nobody would be surprised to hear. And it looks like Castrice has won the match. GG, as the red commander has gone into boats before the blue. We've seen this multiple times today, and every single time that somebody doesn't go into naval units immediately, the game is over. Now maybe, I mean, if we go for like one constructor, maybe you could get away with a single constructor. If you do the trick where you put walls down on the lab to damage it and then reclaim it, and then you go into Navy lab like right after, maybe you could manage to squeak it out here, but there's just not enough time before a frigate comes across the way here and blows you up. Not to mention, of course, that this is an Armada commander that's eventually going to have to fight a Navy fight, and anybody familiar with the way that Navy Armada versus Cortex goes knows why I'm apprehensive to say that this looks anywhere near decent for Domino. So the way that this works, by the way, new tech for everybody. If you place a wall, you can see when the lab is building. Yeah, it has to have built something recently, but while it's building, you can place a wall on top of it. You see I can't place it now. If you place 3 walls on top of one of these, it'll bring it down to about 30% HP. Don't do 4. I've had it blow up my lab before. I think 4 is technically safe, but it can be a little finicky. 3 is usually safe. And if you self-destruct the walls, it damages the lab, and because reclaim is based on the health of the laboratory, you'll actually be able to reclaim it a lot quicker. So you can reclaim the whole thing in like 3 seconds rather than 20 or whatever it is. Anywho, laboratory is up and running. Okay. It's going to be a significant boost, I suppose. Those double constructors are going to be going around building metal extractors, but more importantly, building wind turbines, which are tremendous on this map. At 20 wind speed at the max and 5 at the least, wind turbines are phenomenal, especially for Armada commanders, of course. That's just... Armada wind turbines are a little cheaper. The way that they're balanced is that they're just basically a little bit cheaper and a little bit more efficient, therefore. Core gets slightly better solar panels, so it all adds up. I'm just curious, though. How long will Austin wait? The advantage is immediate. If we don't go out now, the advantage subsides very quickly. GG. Spectators here appear to be critiquing alongside. Yeah, this is a bad situation right now for the blue commander. I'd be lying if I didn't say it was. Frigate's gonna have to sacrifice itself to save the destroyer, basically. Commander with the repair is nice. That'll be enough. Just barely, but you can see the amount of damage that this frigate has done to these two. Like nothing. Relative to the amount of damage that they've done. Oh. Oh. Domino loses the lab just before the destroyer comes out. Oh, that hurts. This is the moment where you consider giving up. That possibility must be weighing heavily on the blue commander at this point. Looks like we'll still stay in the game, but cannot be happy about the way that that just went. That is a bummer for sure. Submarine has been pumped out here. It's an Orca, so it's quite expensive. 580 metal for this submarine, and we'll be heading on over in this direction. Probably intending to target down these mexes, but there is a torpedo launcher. The other option, of course, is going after the commander, which is quite vulnerable to submarine attack, actually. 10% HP per shot right there. Oh, and it's actually not deep enough to hide the commander, too. That's a little awkward. Anyway, there is now enough resources stored up in the bank to get another destroyer out, but it doesn't make up for the fact that we lost nearly... what would it have been? Yeah, nearly... Did they just get buffed? I think these destroyers got buffed, actually. I think these were a little more expensive. Anyway, it doesn't make up for the nearly 800 metal that was lost on the destroyer before. Now we've got frigates out and running. The torpedo launcher is going to start firing away. Nice. Does it get the kill here? Nicely done. Hey, that's huge. Managing to actually snipe that submarine is well worth giving up those metal extractors. That's 580 metal. So these mexes would have to be down for a minute before that makes it worth its cost there to shut down those mexes. Domino needs to go rebuild them, though. We definitely don't want to leave them unclaimed, but the wind turbines coming up right here are going to help out a lot, too. Of course, you can always go into that energy conversion, which is a useful part of this. Most of the mexes up right now for Austin on land. We did have one missed on this northern side. Not the end of the world, but it is important to remember to get those up and running eventually. But these wind turbines for the blue commander are going to be where the difference is made, I believe. With the destroyer just about to roll out on the field and with the Armada frigates firing away as much as they can, it's going to be a matter of time before these armies are up to speed to clash once more. Mech's coming up and running. Nicely done. We're going to reclaim the sub. I would like to resurrect it, actually. You're going to want a res sub out on the field here eventually anyways. Getting one early never hurts, and that the amount of HP that it can restore is quite significant for boats. I can't help but wonder if reclaiming that was the right move, or if resurrecting it would have been a better option. Using it to actually do some damage to the mexes around the map might have been really powerful. Shutting off these mexes here in the water, really, really nice, of course, but also popping any of the energy economy. Only a couple of wind turbines up and running here for the Red Commander. Most of the energy, or a big portion of the energy here, are these tidal generators pumping 32 energy per second into the economy. If we select all the mexes, too, we can see that this is 5.7 metal, which is about a third of the economy here for the Red Commander. Yeah, I think resurrecting it would have been the right move. I know I'm nitpicking that move, but in naval battles, every single little detail does matter extremely importantly. 2 destroyers out on the field here, though. This is where Armada starts to take an advantage against Cortex, is when their destroyers are a little cheaper and a little bit easier to field, and it means that they can find value a little bit sooner into the match than the Cortex spam of destroyers. They're not quite as powerful as the trade-off, of course, and I believe they have less range of 700 versus 710, so not much, but worth remembering, worth considering. We just need to make sure, yeah, to include skaters. This is a really popular build. This is a really common, this is a really powerful composition. It's just 1-to-1 ratio of skaters and Corsair. Because the skaters are so fast and lightweight, they're really easy to get gummed up in the works of the other army. You basically send them forward as like shock troops to trigger the flanking bonus from your destroyers, who will be firing away from afar. It's a really brutally effective composition. We have a constructor going out and building on the high seas here as well, which is cool. Nice. Domino forcing his way down south here and doing a bunch of damage to the mechs. I feel like we're losing perspective, though. Austin has a direct shot back to the laboratory right now. Killing that laboratory is really what we're after right now. Even if these units survive, if the laboratory goes down, then it really won't be worth all too much. Constructor survives for this time. There's those destroyers, though. A little bit of a pincer maneuver is what the spectator there was drawing. Frigate causing some damage, meanwhile. Popping the mechs and the wind turbines, but frankly speaking, with all the wind turbines in the back here, the energy economy is really nicely secured. Oh, big clash right here. Not the trade that the blue commander was looking for. Oh, no. Well, just like that, this match has been thrown on its head here. The blue commander forced into retreat. Oh, that's awful. All the metal goes back towards the blue commander. Austin still lingering around over here. Very dangerous, of course, but that's GG. Several thousand metal lost. I think 2 dolphins would have been a good idea. Retrospect, or hindsight rather, is 2020. But in hindsight, yeah, a couple of dolphins to siege around. There was the briefest advantage available here for Domino. He's looking for that trade right now, hoping to get in close enough right here. Utilize that energy advantage to get in close enough. Gonna have to cloak right here in order to avoid most of this damage. Hoping to get in close, but yeah, Austin sniffs it out and goes ahead and moves the army in, and there's nothing you can really do. Air is an option, right? We could always use those constructors to build an air lab and try and do a little damage on the other side of the map. Shutting off the constructor or something. We have we have a constructor over here for some reason. Okay. Well, if this isn't resolved in 36 seconds, then I guess that lightning turret will be pretty good. Yeah, those things track. There's not, like, you can't dodge them. That's pretty funny. Shut down pretty easily, though. Boom. And just like that, the Navy battle comes to a close. I can't lie. It's a little disappointing to see.
Battle ended.
Where's Vanaja when you need him? Show us some proper high-level Navy play. No, that was very good. That was excellent control right there from the Red Commander cast race. It's Armada versus Cortex. Cortex has such a huge, distinct advantage in Navy. They always have and they always will. Their units are just, they hit a little harder, they reach a little faster, and of course the biggest advantage being that they can fire in retreat, which for Gauss projectiles means the world of an advantage. So it's no surprise here that the Red Commander managed to come out with the victory. I love the eco play. I was surprised to see that worked, and I think there's a way to make it work even better. Somehow pivoting into more energy-based economy, e-converters and that sort of thing. I think there's a way to make that work really, really nicely. But unfortunately, it just didn't end up working out this time. And it's going to be Austin who takes this game number 2. As we head into game number 3, our first time today, seeing Sertalina. The, Sertalina? Yeah. I almost want to say like Sertalina. Like, put a little Enya on top of that. You know what I'm saying? Sertalina. Sertalina, yeah. It rolls off the tongue a little better that way. HKL brings up a good point, which is this map is, or that map rather, is just way too big for destroyer spam. And at the end of the day, destroyers are the best boat in the Team 1 Navy, but they're never going to be as good as 3 frigates. So it's a weird kind of a situation where more boats are better until you have enough of one boat, but then even when you have that one boat, more boats are better than that one boat. I don't know if that made any sense. I'm pretty sure that didn't make any sense, but basically the point is 50 frigates are always going to be better than 10 destroyers. Even if, like, with proper micro and everything, frigates are just fast enough, they do enough damage, they're good enough, they have enough HP, they're always going to beat a bunch of destroyers. So in a pure Navy-on-Navy battle, frigates are almost always the way to go. Mass Destroyer is so good because it can reach so far, but for Armada commanders with significantly inferior frigates, it's just never a possibility that you're going to be able to go toe-to-toe with Cortex commanders and superior frigate firepower. Sorry, blowing the horn real quick. Nice little drawing right here. We can line it up with the with our own mascot. Very good. Did you know you can click this to change it? I like this one a lot. This one reminds me of a cat I had a long time ago. His name was Pokey. Anyways, we'll keep it on this guy. Sweet little kitten. Austin going into a bunch of wind turbines as a Cortex Commander going into a bot lab here. Oh, this map is actually a lot smaller than I realized. Okay, cool. I thought this was a way bigger map. It's actually a pretty small map. Makes a lot of sense as a 1v1 map. I can actually see it being a 2v2 map. A lot of drawing going on here. I'm actually going to go ahead and just control-click to continuously remove those. A lot of drawing going on, or not a lot of drawing, a lot of options available for where to spawn from, and I think that makes it a pretty good 2v2 map, because you can see, you could either spawn up here, you could spawn over here, or you could spawn forward and march forward. There's a lot of cool options to take here. Yeah, I'd love to see this in a 2v2. I'm excited. I think this might be a newer map, too, because I'm not super familiar with it, but it does look pretty good. The desert tile set always makes me happy to see. It reminds me of Dune, my Arrakis. The Men of Steel. Or was that Star Wars? I can't remember. What was the Men of Steel? Is that 40k? Might have been Warhammer 40k. There's too many lores happening in my head. I've got the expanded cinematic lore of every single universe that I've ever thought of in my head. They're all adding up, and it's not in a good way. Domino leaning heavily into the wind turbines. Don't mind it one bit. The wind speed is phenomenal on this map. At 22 wind speed, the amount of wind risk is so low that you basically have to go wind turbines. There's no solar panels are so ridiculously inefficient when the wind speed is high that it'd be crazy to not go for them. When a wind turbine at basically half the cost. No, a third of the cost, actually, of a solar panel. I had to double check there. Can you tell how real or how often I build solar panels? Don't even know how much they cost. I know they cost a lot. That's all I know. Anyways, the wind turbines at a third of the cost. I mean, it'd be ridiculous not to go for them, right? They're too efficient. Vehicle is going to be the name of the game here for Domino. Interesting to see. It looks like we managed to snipe the radar tower over here, which is always cool. Going back in for seconds. Sure. Why not poke down whenever you can? Shuts down that construction and, of course, ruins the build order. Makes it a little bit... the build queue, rather, is what I'm trying to say. 26 HP. Not bad. 26%, rather. Incisors nicely mopping up all the run-bys over here. The nice thing about incisors, they're faster than grunts, and they're better than grunts. That's it. That's all there is, actually. There's it's a rough situation as a core bot player because core bots are so cheap and so producible. The incisor, however, is even more cheap and even more mass producible. But it's just as effective, if not more effective, than your bots. So it's sort of a weird situation now that Austin is in, where he sort of has to look at this and say, okay, well, do I want to pivot into vehicles here? Try and pivot into vehicles and hope that my opponent doesn't kill me in the time that takes in order to maybe set to an even playing field, except for that we're already behind by a bunch of time and production. Or do I want to keep playing bots and try and wait for a moment where I take a good engagement and then pivot into vehicles afterwards? Or just keep playing bots and try and go for a big sledgehammer army of thugs and aggravators. None of them are ideal options. This is the correct answer here, is raiding through the backline. Excellent little play right here with just a single grunt managing to make it into the back, and it's going to start blasting down 4.5% or so at a time the constructor over here. Nice. Constructor goes down, and grunt is now available. We'll start marching on in that direction. Domino marching forward with the comm in order to expand here. So that's the other risk, of course, is this commander is fairly exposed. Constructor. One incisor. Cleaning up the mess down there. How many grunts does it take to build an incisor? Is it 3 grunts? Might be 3 grunts. 108 versus 118. So yeah, pretty close. It's like 3 1/4 grunts in order to build a incisor. So relative to that, I feel like an incisor could definitely kill more than 3 grunts. If it's 3 grunts at the same time, definitely not. If it's 3 grunts one after another, absolutely. And I think that's why it's so hard to play these bots, is you have to be on top of making sure that you have, you know, a 3-to-1 ratio of grunts to incisors in every fight that you do. And it means that there's basically no way to raid either, because every unit your opponent produces is going to be 3 times as effective as a unit you make. So if you want to send a raiding party, you have to send a gigantic force of units, and, well, that's all your units. It's a rough situation. Nice snipe right there, though. Metal extractor goes down, as well as the radar tower. And it looks like we are ready for that vehicle transition. So, opting for the latter of the 2 options here. Going into vehicles after trying to stabilize on bots for a little while, only this isn't so stable. Loads of units available here for the blue commander. Basically no front line available for the red commander. We have a ton of grunts available up here. But this will, again, easily be cleaned up by maybe even just these 3 incisor, maybe 4 or 5 to seal the deal. But this should be a relatively easy cleanup for the blue forces because, well, they're just so good against these early T1 grunts. Grunts are basically just a bunch of aluminum foil wrapped around a Christmas tree. That's kind of the equivalent of what's going on underneath the hood there, in case anybody was curious how grunt architecture works. It's yeah, it's kind of like the you know, the little motor that some people have to rotate their Christmas tree. It's basically one of those, and then the branches of a Christmas tree. The leaves fell off a while ago, but the branches are still there. And they kind of just it's all powered on that one motor, and it just rotates around slow enough. And then they mounted some flashlights on it. That's basically how they built the grunt. Cortex engineers are resourceful like that. A little bit of a double mechs going on over here. Not the biggest egregious in the world, but it's certainly something to be aware of. Oh, this sucks though. Okay, well, I like the idea. I really do. The aggravator to fire away at the LLTs here, but you need some sort of a scout unit included. Either grunts or like a rascal or a rover has enough range to be the scout unit. You need something attached to the Rocketeer so that it doesn't accidentally wander too far right there. Nice cleanup over here. Mech goes down, but far from the worst outcome. Still a suitable defense over there. I wonder if it's time for res bots. I think the red commander agrees. Yeah. Starting to pump out some of these res bots and send them out to the front lines. There's a very specific moment here where the medium tanks start coming out, but there's not quite enough of them that you can still jump on top of them with the lighter units and get a couple of kills. Using those to resurrect the medium tanks and then rebuild them. It's one of the most effective ways to get units back on the field. Build up your bot lab army. It's happening again. That sucks. That sucks, and there's not really anything else to say about it. LLT with 3 kills over here, and 2 of them have been rocket bots. Yeesh. I know there's a battle going on. I know I'm watching the wrong thing, but man. Makes me unhappy. Feels like Austin might be losing it, right? Might be slipping out of control right here for the red commander. Trying to micro too many things all at once, trying to keep hold of everything. FPS plummeted to 0 there for a second. That was a little worrying. 53 open skill versus 47. These commanders have definitely sped up. And yet still there's just not enough APM to go around. So I was pretty excited to see some of the StarCraft pros coming on over to Bar and giving it a try. I know Uthermal gave it a try at one point, some of the other SC2 pros as well.
Rocketeer. Trying. Failing. Trying again. I like these little run-bys, at the very least revealing where these units are. Let's take a look at the scouting info here. The red commander, familiar with basically every part of the map, knows where the blue commander is at. Hasn't seen the main base, other than that, has seen everywhere else, so pretty easy to put together exactly where the main base is going to be eventually. A little bit of a push up here, but the LLT wall is actually enough to thwart those riot tanks. Uh-oh. No way. After a long time standing of producing incisors here and building them up over time, right at the critical pivot right here, when the medium tanks start to roll out of the laboratory, the incisors make their way across the map, right through the heart of the map here, in the ultimate base trade, directly towards the main blue production center. Wind turbines start to fall, the build power in jeopardy as well. Oh my goodness, the incisor for the win right here. The red commander manages to pull those light laser tanks directly into the heart of the blue base and shut it all down. The lab goes down, the wind turbines go down, the mess is cleaned up on this side of the map from the reinforcing production, and just like that, every hope and chance that Domino had has been blasted to smithereens by red flashes of light coming out the schnozzle of about 1 billion of those incisor tanks. What on earth? Well, goes to show just how quickly one of these games can turn around. For the longest time, a definitive advantage for the blue commander, but the aggression couldn't be kept up with, and eventually the mexes on the field were all claimed under the red name. Now all that's left to do is resurrect as many of these tanks as we can and send them back in this direction and find that commander. This game has spiraled well out of control here of the blue commander now. Mechs is going down. Medium tanks, the last remaining vestiges of technology. The blue team, the blue commander, trying desperately to put that lab back together, but there's only so much you can do. With a metal production bonus of 16,000 versus 14,000, so about 2,000 more metal total produced here for the red commander. Easily an army or two worth of metal value. Kudos to Domino, though. Sticking with it. To the very end. I wonder how Domino plans to get out of this. I wonder what the plan is, because maybe it's just to survive as long as possible here. 13 minutes and 42 seconds into the game, and Domino has, to his name, a whopping 6 metal per second. 177 energy-ish per second here. And falling. Domino just trying to hold it together as long as he can. Energy production is lost. The commander, without room for D-gun, throws in the towel. GG is called, of course, and the red commander manages to take this victory. Wow. I'm pretty surprised, actually.
Battle ended.
That was a subtle red victory, but steady throughout the entirety of the game. I mean, around the 7-minute mark was when that advantage really took off, maybe the 5-minute mark. And it just continued constantly until I think one engagement after another, the blue commander slowly started to fall off. And I think a large part of that is in reference to those res bots. I think once those res bots came up, there was not a lot left for the blue commander to do, because all of his own units were suddenly coming back at him, and there just wasn't enough eco to overwhelm that much production. What a good game right there. GG is called. Whoops, not skirmish. Now it's time to check in with the bracket. We'll go ahead and take a look over here. Perfecto. Are there any games still going on? Any of the good ones? Let's see. Well, these games are getting closer. Yeah, Austin's match was 2-1. Zielo versus Lopatka was 2-1 as well. The matches are getting real intense. Let's check out YYfabab. Oh. There we go. There we go. Candace River going to be the map that they're playing on right now. We'll see in just a second here. Flip on over to the main scene. The main screen, main scene.
Battle started.
There we are. Oh. So there we go. Thought the commanders were invisible for a second because I was expecting a commander to be right here, but it didn't end up being there for a second. Anywho, 5 minutes and 40 seconds into the game, and it looks like we're going to be doing a good old-fashioned vehicle v vehicle. It's Cortex Incisors, as everybody has come to expect, know, and love at this point. Maybe this is the wake-up call. Maybe this is the wake-up call that Incisors need a little tuning. Maybe it's the wake-up call. I don't know. My job isn't to balance. My job is to highlight what exactly is going on, and it looks like it's a big old run-by. FabBab sending a big old run-by of Incisors down through the southern side and trying to take advantage of a big old run-by path that's available. Of course, weaving intertwined between these mountains and hoping to catch whatever that they can in order to shut off any of this expansion. Right now, their target is set on the constructor vehicle right here. Fleeing for its life. Apparently not, actually. Oh, there we go. Incisors remicroed. And hopefully targeting down that constructor. There we are. Constructor dead is quite nice. Incisors returning home to try and deal with all this. Maybe like an 8% damage nerf. Maybe that's what they need. 8% damage nerf. Doesn't change their interaction with each other. Just makes them a little more tanky. But they don't quite clean up the other units as well as they do. Maybe that's what they need. I don't know. I can't stare at the same unit for the last, 3.5 hours and not start thinking about the reason why I've been staring at the same unit for the last 3.5 hours, right? Maybe I'm crazy. Maybe I'm crazy for that, but when I'm watching the same tank over and over and over again in an RTS game, it makes me feel like maybe that tank's a little too good. I'm sorry. I'm sorry if you don't want to hear it, but that's my opinion. Anyway. Nice little run by right there. I want to say probably got the value necessary for it. A constructor going down, of course, means that these mexes aren't going to be rebuilt very quickly. We do have another constructor headed out, but it's going to take a while before he gets there. And so, in the meantime, it's now the red player's turn to do some damage on the other side of the map. Gonna try and blast down some of these areas over here. There is an LLT to defend. But other than that, nicely done here. These incisors going to start waddling their way across. LLT all set up here by FabBab. LLTs seem to be reasonably effective against the incisor. Small numbers of incisor at the very least. We do have a rascal parked over here as well as a little bit of a scouting unit. What is that? 3.5%, 4%, something like that on per blast from an incisor to a medium tank. This is that moment that I was talking about in the last game, where the medium tanks start rolling out, but before they bundle up, you have basically one opportunity to try and snipe as many of them as possible, try and reduce their numbers. 235 metal a tank is definitely expensive, so the more of them you can bring down and the more of that metal that you can reclaim, the easier it's going to be to fight the next batch of medium tanks, and the next batch of medium tanks, and the next one, and the next one, and the next one. Little SpongeBob reference for you there. All my cultured SpongeBob viewers, sure you're going to enjoy that one. I know you're out there. I know you're out there. I wonder what the ratio of medium tanks to incisors would be. 235 metal apiece. It seems like it's about 2 incisor, more or less. Yeah, almost exactly 2 incisor. I wonder if 2 incisor beats a medium tank. I'm hesitant to say no. They probably don't. I think the medium tank has enough HP to just sustain their attack. If they were flanking, it might be a different story. But assuming a head-to-head engagement, probably not. YYfabab actually in a great position here. This army wants to move forward, and if they take one step forward towards the blue commander... Oh, cloak. Cloak. Ah. If YYfabab had cloaked right there and managed to bait that army into pushing through that hillside, it would have been fabulous. That D-gun would have sent shivers down the spine of the red commander right there. Just good old-fashioned vehicle production going on in the backline. Twin guards and exploiters all over the place here as well. Easy to overlean into those exploiters. It's definitely one of those things that you can accidentally way overproduce, and suddenly you've dumped 4 times the amount of economy into your production as the enemy. Especially once these medium tanks come up and running. Basically impossible to actually use those exploiters here. The humble medium tank ball. 3,000 metal worth of hot steel headed directly towards your main base, and there is not anything you can do about it. You do about 4% damage to each one of these tanks per second. You will never be able to clean this up in time. Capture command. Capture command. Little capture command here, please. Come on. Come on, I know you want to capture command. Alright. I'm hoping and praying that we're going to see something cool, but unfortunately, medium tank moment. You know, they call medium tanks the frigate of the land, actually. They're well renowned as the firepower of the land. I guess that makes heavy tanks the destroyers of the land. That LLT died with 2 medium tank kills to its name. Not bad. Here we are. Bombers coming across, by the way. That's what you saw out of the corner of your eye. That's 2 of those Whirlwind bombers headed towards the space. Dropping their payload directly into the backline here on a couple of metal extractors. Oh, I can't believe that E-converter didn't go up. Yeah, E-converter is the obvious target here. Highly explosive, chain reactive, and very, very dangerous to keep around your build power. Or other sensitive structures like metal extractors, wind turbines, all that good stuff. Yeah, phenomenal. That's a couple of bombers and just how effective they can be. Looks like the wall of LLTs being set up here just inches away from this landmine field. It's hilarious. Lone medium tank. And the push. Finally, somebody realized you can just build. Well, okay, we're gonna go into the T2 anyways here. You can just go into the T2 and forgo the metal storage, but I think I'd prefer to see the metal storage, right? You don't plan on a 1v1 on having enough metal that you overflow, but it happens all the time, and when it happens, it's much nicer to have some sort of way to actually deal with it rather than just losing the metal. Punishing your sense, essentially. Too well-rounded early game. maybe a very eloquently phrased way of saying that. I like that. Shakasian. Too well-rounded early game. Yeah, that's a very polite way of describing the incisor. Nice. Anti-air is in the mix now. A couple of those missile trucks, very good. Whoops, pardon me. Construction aircraft eating up a whole bunch of trees over here. Lovely play. People often forget how valuable these construction aircraft can be for reclaiming a whole bunch of wreckage and stuff off the battlefield. Their mobility is unparalleled, so building metal extractors, we're actually going to build the metal extractors on the enemy side of the field. That's hilarious. Signal 777 feeling confident, comfortable and confident here, moving into this mid-game. Has tons of metal in the bank, goes comfortably into those T2 metal extractors. Gonna start pumping out some of those heavy Tiger tanks as well. Meanwhile, the Blue Command is still on T1 medium tanks and just barely able to afford them at that. This game has spiraled well out of control here for the Blue Commander. This is a last-ditch attempt here, a last-ditch effort to try and push into Red High Command. Do these still have their... yeah, they do have their weapon. Seismic charge, that's right. I always forget about those mine layers. They have a little weapon on them that allows them to destroy mines. It's pretty interesting. One of those, like... one of those things that never ever gets used in Beyond All Reason, but it's such a cool idea. Shuriken being shot down here. Nice. Nicely done by those missile trucks. Uh-oh. The red tanks actually got themselves into a bit of a tricky situation, accidentally because half that army was paralyzed, being surrounded now, and fired on by, from both angles. Uh-oh. Signal 777 accidentally made that army way more effective than I think he meant to. Not good. Suddenly there's a commander in peril. Uh-oh. Blood in the water. The Blue Commander smells it. Smells it and wants to dells it. Whoa, Signal has to be so careful right now. He can clean up these medium tanks. There's enough reinforcements to deal with this. There's a way out here, but if that commander gets killed, obviously it's GG. And that would be horrible to lose the commander right now to a bunch of units, the stragglers of units that have come across the map. Oh, nice. Landmines. Doing the most. Landmines are so effective. Now imagine if we had a bot lab up and running and we were reclaiming all this metal over here, or maybe even resurrecting all these tanks over here. Suddenly you had a resurgence of tanks moving around this right-hand side and into the base over in the midsection. Ooh, that'd be nice. That'd be really nice. Signal's economy is phenomenal, though. It's 75 metal per second here, more or less, depending on reclaim. It's a huge, huge jump in metal production available here. Shuriken paralyzing the medium tanks. Nicely done. Good response. Expanding wide rather than up the tech tree. It affords you a lot of options, especially as a Cortex commander. And the most potent of which, of course, being those Shuriken and their ability to paralyze units that get in your backline and do a bunch of damage. It's one of those things Armada really struggles with because there really just isn't a counter. There isn't like a counterpart, that is. Maybe an underappreciated, well, maybe not underappreciated, but just a understated aspect of why Cortex is so good in the early game is the fact that they've got those really, really powerful Shuriken for paralyzing run-bys. It's not that they, on their own, will prevent much, like they can't do any damage, of course, but the ability to stop your wind turbines or your E-converters or something like that from exploding just by shutting off an enemy unit, way, way, way more valuable than, you know, having a having a gunship or whatever counterpart you want to draw. Bombers now just strafing Fabab here. Oh no, it was a D-gun, wasn't it? Yeah, it was a D-gun bouncing off the ground. The D-gun is so hot, this is a fun fact, the D-gun is so hot that it actually, it prompts the Leidenfrost effect on molten earth. Yeah. It's pretty crazy. It's just the other way around. Rather than the water being in the hot pan, the water is the pan. And the D-gun is the, GG is called. I'm gonna stop randomly talking about lore that I made up on my, in my head.
Battle ended.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, Signal 777 manages to take the victory here. A nice T2 transition. I'm glad to see that we went to those T2 heavy tanks. Obviously, this advantage was a long time coming, and you can sort of spy the T2 transition right here as this eco started to scale way more rapidly right now. And that difference was just monumental. There was not a lot that the Blue Commander could do at that point, because without T2 to really keep up with that scaling, there's just nothing T1 economy is ever really going to be able to do about it. One of the hardest things about RTS games is once you get behind, it's easy to stay behind. It's difficult to come back, but it's easy to stay behind. When you pull off that comeback, it feels phenomenal, but you have to really work hard at that. The res bots are kind of the biggest T1 comeback mechanic I can think of. There are certainly others. Spy bots and EMP, all that sort of stuff. But basically, those hinge around you reclaiming the units that you kill for free anyways. So at the end of the day, Bar's biggest comeback mechanic is reclaiming. And I think that's something that a lot of players are, well, if you want to get better at the game, I mean, it's something you're going to learn pretty quick.
Battle started.
There we go. Give me some music, Ryan Krause. Perfect. The blockade. Grunts in a perfect line, blocking off the red base right here. That's such a power move. It's just like, okay, well, you're not allowed to go out on the map because I'm gonna block every possible exit that you have. Karateka, so aggressive. I love it. I love that. Good old-fashioned bot v bot play, by the way. It's the first time, I think, today, or at the very least recently, that we've seen some good old-fashioned Cortex bots versus Cortex bots trying out their very best to engage against each other here. These little swarms of grunts are going to perform slightly better than the wall of grunts. Nice, though. We do have a res bot pair eating up all these bots over here. This is Flakka and Karateka, by the way. Karateka and red, or sorry, Karateka in blue, Flakka in red. Brightworks Sword's colors. Nice surround. Beautiful movement right there from the blue commander. Manages to get a huge surround on top of a bunch of red forces. Brings down the resbot there as well, so none of this is coming back to life. Where's the resbot for the blue commander, I wonder? Looks like it is nowhere to be found. Karateka had a resbot right here to either eat up all these corpses or resurrect as many of them as possible. This would be a really decent situation right here for the blue commander. As it stands right now, though, the resbots are all for the red team. Fighter flying overhead, okay. Interesting. There's the bombers to follow it up. Okay, I wanted to be hopeful right here. I thought I liked the plays right now from the red commander, but ultimately at the end of the day, it's a gigantic advantage for Karateka. The blue commander has systematically disassembled the red hero here, Flakka, the red commander. And now bombers are tearing apart the base. Flakka exclaims in exasperation as those bombers come back around for another pass. It's a rough day out here with so many units on the field. Ooh, random shuriken flying across. Looks like these are being queued in this direction. Uh-oh. Oh no. Ah. Shuriken being queued out into the distance and just kind of being forgotten about, unfortunately. Yeah, it's a hero anti-air tower. 7 kills to its name and counting. Ah, oh, come on. There we go. Finally requeued. Oh my goodness. That was like 10 incisors. 9 incisors. Flakka doesn't have the energy for it, though. Bear hug. They're too close to the problem. Sniff the commander to death.
Battle
Sniff
ended.
him to death. Hugs and kisses from Karataka here, who manages to take the victory here. Nicely done. Flakka is a strong opponent, so that's impressive to see how well that was handled right there by our blue hero. Very strange at the end. Don't know exactly what was going on right there. That was very odd, but pretty cool to see nonetheless. Very cool match. Karateka at 30 open skill and definitely well worth earning that much. Flakka 27 and very experienced at the game, so showing us some top tier play. Very, very cool to see. All right, let's see if Barcast still has his games going on as well. It looks like the answer is yes. 21 minutes. Something has gone horribly wrong or horribly right here. Let's go find out, I guess.
Battle started.
Alrighty. It's a big old vehicle battle once more. Multifaceted vehicle battle all over the place. We've got air in the mix here as well, as far as I can read it. It is hard to read. Are we there? Did we survive? Did we make it to the future? We're all the way up into T2 at this point. We've got heavy tanks engaging against some of the medium tanks over here on the northern side. BCTV is in position. We've got riot tanks as well, trying to send a bunch of medium tanks over there. Banisher tanks firing away here in the distance at a bunch of the medium tanks for the blue commander. Looks like Barcast is basically stuck on T1. Yeah. Shuriken in the air to try and paralyze as many of these heavy tanks as possible. Not bad, but there's not enough. Here come the fighters as well. Nice. Nice D-guns from Barcast. Manages to blast down a whole bunch of those riot tanks before they hit the main base. Fighters coming across right here trying to shoot down the Shuriken. I think we need some more Shuriken here. It would seem. Banishers. Firing away as many and as much as they can. Ah. Scorpion turret goes down. Oh no. T2 tanks are on the field. Czar coming up right now for the blue commander. Oh, okay. Alright. Feeling like going into some super heavy tanks right now, apparently. Man, those Banishers are pretty good. Banisher's doing a load of work right there. Heavy tanks dealt with. Czar on the field. And hitting hard. Friendly units and foes alike. Oh. 50% HP in a single volley from those Banishers there, though. That's pretty rough. Was it worth it? I don't know. Doesn't feel like that Czar got enough value to be worth it at this point. Still, though, not enough production to try and increase this. We do have the Aircon trying to build more and more build power here so that more Czars can come out. Static anti-air is pretty good. Yep, GG's called. GG is called. Overwhelming firepower from those Banishers. I think these got way more
Battle
value
ended.
than they were supposed to. Never really got shut down properly, and after they fired away at that Tsar and broke the first one, if the second Tsar had come out alongside the first one, it probably would have been enough to push it all back, but it just wasn't the case. That first one went down in basically 2 shots from all these Banishers. I had no idea that Banishers did that much damage. I thought they were a little bit worse than that. Definitely worth taking another look at, because that was pretty impressive. Hard to judge that game though. Obviously coming in very, very late to that game. Yeah, that's a tricky one for sure. But anyways, that will be the last match of this round number 3. It means we'll be headed into round number 4 here very shortly. Looks like, yep, there we go. Looks like the bracket has just been finalized. Let me go ahead and switch over to the bracket. There it is. Round number 4. All set up and ready to go. And these games should be going on any minute now. In the meantime, let's go ahead and... Oops. Try and find some games. That's what I'm trying to do. Let's see here. What should we watch next? Who won the last bracket is, I guess, the question I should be asking. The question on everybody's mind. Let's see here. Why don't we see who is Stardom up against? Signal 777. Signal 777 and Stardom are going to be going up against each other. So why don't we take a look at what they're up to? Switch back here. Yeah, there we go. Signal 777 and Stardom. That's not right. Signal. There he is. There he is. There's Signal 777. Stardom did not appear to be in a lobby even. Yeah, there's going to be a couple of good games here. What about Neb? Worst players. All right. Neb versus Black Melon. There's the lobby. It's all set up. They may both be waiting for each other, which is usually pretty funny. It's a great race. The great race between who will set up the lobby and who will join it. Let's see if this works. Yeah, he's trying to bait Stardom in by renaming the lobby. It's a good move. It's a solid move. Lopatka is nowhere to be found. How about the Admiral? Admiral. It's Admiral Riker, not quite the same. Free money? No. None of these. Okay. I will continue searching vigilantly. I imagine we might be having a little bit of a break. All day of playing a tournament. Very, very stressful, for sure. I'll go ahead and hop into here and I'll wait. I'll go ahead and I'll wait and I'll double check on all my things. Let me check my announcements and make sure there wasn't some announcement that we're taking an intermission or something here. I don't see anything. Oh. He left. Let's see if he is in here. Ah. Soul Eater is in here. Still figuring it out. I'll bring you back over to this scene so we can take a look at it together. But basically, they're still figuring it out. Putting it together, exactly what's going on. Oh yeah, no, not this one. There we are. We did it. Ladies and gentlemen, we did it.
We put 2 players in a lobby together. Pats on the back for everybody, really. I mean, not bad. Not bad at all. All right. Now, as we go into this game, a little bit of background information. I guess a couple of background informations. Wanted to pull up the leaderboards here. There we go. So in the duel, I just wanted to pull up some of the leaderboards and talk about some of these commanders. Wanted to look them up and see if they were on the top leaderboards. Black Melon, let's see if we can find him. At 42 open skill, should be... Well, he's not on there. Not sure why Black Melon's not on there, but anyways, 42 open skill is like basically the same as what Austin is, Castor Ice, the podcast, Stardom, Modulo, a lot of these names that we've been seeing today. All in the top 50 on the leaderboards here, the top 25 actually, I think. Let's see, 25 is mid-fit, so all of them are above that. Goopy as well is in there, Threxy, Barcast TV is number 17 on the leaderboards. Neb is at 41 open skill, should be up here as well. I don't see Neb on here. But at 41 open skill is basically between Austin and Echrist, the other lobby that we were just sitting in a minute ago. Modulo is number 11. 43.18 open skill. Not bad. Not bad at all. Saying they're getting real tired. Fair enough. It is definitely tiring. Playing this long, playing this hard for this long, definitely very, very tiring. Very difficult. And I commend these players for their ability to play for this long without having some sort of an issue. Banning coast to coast? Oh no. My water maps. Stand up and do a stretch real quick. I recommend all of you do as well. Doing a little stretch while you're watching or playing Beyond All Reason, it's good for you. It's very good for you. It's good for the brain. Keeps you fresh, keeps you on your toes. I'm gonna turn on my fan even actually. I'm gonna kick this baby into high gear. Cool myself down. I'm getting a little overheated here watching all this Beyond All Reason. I've also got some snackies with me, but I won't eat those while I'm vocalating into the microphone. Wow, the closed captions recognized vocalating? Dang, this thing is good. I'm pretty impressed by this thing. I really did not expect much from it, but I am impressed that it picked up vocalating. That's a word that's not even a word. I'm so impressed by the easiest things. Can you tell that I'm impressed by the simplest of things? Oh boy. Alrighty. Looks like we are going to be playing on Shallow Straits, Theta Crystals, and Istis. Alright. Band Titty Duel. Okay. I wouldn't personally, but, you know, that's just up to me. If it were my jurisdiction.
but it ain't. Give me 3 minutes. 3 minutes of irksome time. Neb apparently not a fan of this map, according to his exclamation there. I'll just leave it at that. Not a fan of this map. Ah, that fan feels real nice. Time for calm walk and knife fight. That is how this map feels very, very often. It's very, oh, alright, you've appeared in my base. Time to lose. Whoa, I already got the results in for Flakka versus VDB. Apparently Flakka went 2-0. VDB might have left the tournament or something. Something. Or it was just some real quick games. I'm not sure either way, but not bad. Looks like we're all good. Neb is unready at the moment, so just waiting on him. Are you ready? Got this bag of original Cheez-Its. I'm gonna open it off mic real quick. 1 sec. I need to find some snacks that I can chew on that are not so crunchy. I'm looking around at the variety of snacks that I've chosen today, and it's like I chose chips and nuts, and that's like about as crunchy as it gets. So, pardon me. Turning this tournament into a 4-hour mukbang, where I eat all of the crunchiest chips and nuts that I can find.
Battle started.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Bar Pro League, where today we'll be looking at a 1-versus-1 between a couple of top-tier players on shallow straits. Spawning on the southern side is an Armada commander. It's going to be none other than Black Melon, an Armada commander. Wow. We've seen a lot of Cortex commanders today, and Armada commander on shallow straits is pretty interesting. I'm excited to see what Black Melon has in store for us right now. On the other side, spawning as the blue Cortex commander, it's going to be none other than Nebuchadnezzar, Nebuchadnezzar, as I like to call him. The blue Cortex commander here, who is going to be going into some solar panels and some LLTs and an energy storage. What a beautifully organized little thing going on here. Nice. A little base, to say the very least, and then apparently going for a walk. Yeah, going to be walking under the sea and over to the island peninsula where the red commander wants to be. 4 metal extractors, all about 2 metal per second, totaling 2, 4, 6, 8 metal total-ish. What would it be? 7.6 metal total. Out of all these metal extractors is phenomenal, of course, and denying that is going to be a wonderful play. So, I'm pretty curious to see whether this will actually work or not for Neb. One of the biggest issues, of course, is that you have to get over there, build the lab, build the units, and then fight the army. And by this time, Black Melon is already on step 4 of that 4-step plan. We've already built the lab, we've already built the units, we're already ready to go fight by the time that the blue commander has even gotten to the point where they can build the lab, right? So we're 4 steps ahead in 3 parallel dimensions.
before Neb even gets a chance to put down the bot lab. But hey, maybe if the aggression is light, and maybe that's what Neb is planning on here. Maybe Neb is accounting for the fact that there's going to be a lot of constructors built here to grab all these metal extractors on this high ground and the background here. Maybe that's what the blue commander is expecting right now. But hey, go, 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 cries out Neb as he marches under the water out to the other side to try and build that bot lab as quickly as possible. Probably stand to build it a little bit closer and just get it up even faster. Every, second counts here. But this is pretty good. Okay, bot lab coming up and online, and in 20 seconds or so, it'll be up and running. Looks like we want to get up to the high ground here first. Yeah, not a bad idea. Not a bad idea, but once these bots are up and running, it will be an issue, because suddenly, all this metal is now ripe for the claiming here by the blue commander. Alright, cool to see. Very, very cool to see. The hero pawn, the scout that the red team needed, discovering that there's something fishy going on here. Looks like Black Melon is intent on just going around. Says, oh, well, okay, if you're just gonna set up over there, I'll just go ahead and set up over here. How about that? Neb says it's fine by him. He's just going to start pumping out a bunch of those thugs and moving them across. Centurion already up and running right here for the red commander. 270 metal a Centurion versus 140 per thug. Centurion quite a bit better, of course. Quite a bit tankier. Quite a bit more firepower. Yeah, okay. What a weird situation. So, because Black Mountain has now taken this area, the blue base is in jeopardy. The the red base is now in imminent peril. It's a race to see who can scare the other commander worse, I guess. We need to capture these metal extractors and then move northward to try and cut off this commander. If we could set up enough static defenses over here to cut off any of these units, these reinforcements, and then just go pinch this commander and kill him, I think that would be ideal. Obviously, Black Melon can really only run into the water if he wants to. If he wants to go anywhere else, it's going to have to fight some LLTs or fight into another area. It's going to be a little bit awkward, for sure. Rocketeers are out. Okay. At this point, things get a little awkward. The Jellyfish Coastal Torpedo Launcher here is available in order to fire away at any of these units. But meanwhile, yeah, the blue commander has just gone ahead and dove underwater to start trying to threaten the red base over here. Not bad. What a nasty game. These two commanders looking for a way to de-gun down each other's bases, just, sitting here in the water trying to hopefully find an angle. That's 2 LLTs up and running. You need really 3 in order to make this super effective. Yeah, that's not going to work. Oh, he's going for it. He's going for it, ladies and gentlemen, and he gets close enough. No angle there for the LLTs to fire at. Oh, no. No angle for the LLTs to fire at means the commander is in the base, and just like that, Neb is completely surrounded. Well, albeit without the energy to actually de-gun anything, without the laser firing all over the place. Oh, no! Neb throws it away in the middle of the base after Black Melon de-guns down his own. What a frustrating game right there for the blue commander. Runs out of energy because of the backline dying, and it means that it's going to be Black Melon who takes this ridiculous knife fight of a victory. What a dumb game. What a dumb match. Very cool. Very fun to see. All right. Commanders had their fun. They stabbed each other in the face in a dark alley, pinned up against each other, just punching as hard as they can. Now we're gonna head into a proper, actual middle game. Maybe that's the way that it should go. Classic Straits game, over in 5 minutes. Oh man, that was maybe the most explosive Straits game that we've seen so far. Shallow Straits, that is, not Supreme. Or actually, well, I guess it's Supreme Isthmus now, huh? Not Supreme Straits. You're one of the OGs if you remember Supreme Straits way back when. It was literally the exact same map, it just was called Straits instead of Isthmus. Looks like Theta Crystals is going to be our next map today. Very cool to see. I like Theta Crystals a lot, actually.
Battle started.
This map is very... It's a well-designed map because you can play it in a lot of different ways. You can play it as a 1v1 because there's ultimately only 2 lanes to worry about, right? You have sort of a... sort of this, I don't know, high ground lane over here. And then, of course, you have the low ground lane over on this side. So it means that in a 1v1, like, really you only have 2 lanes to have to actually worry about, so it's not like the end of the world if you can't really, you know, if you're not a high APM gamer and you can only focus on 1 or 2 things, then you're qualified to play this map. But also, it works really well in a 2v2, because obviously there's 2 lanes, so each person gets 1 lane to fight in. And it works really well in a 4v4, because it means that you have 2 people fighting on the fronts, 1 person fighting as a flex, and you have 1 person fighting in air. So it's a really nicely designed map. It's a map that has just a really, like, I don't know, it's got that je ne sais quoi, you know what I mean? In solar we trust. Both of these commanders stabbed in the back by the wind turbines. At this point, the energy is climbing back up again, but for a time being there, it was just a little bit dire. For the time being, though, it's going to be Cortex bots against Cortex bots. Interesting that both of them went for Armada in the last game. And, well, no, that's not true, is it? Black Melon went for Cortex last game, didn't he? Interesting that Neb, I guess, went for Armada in that last game. Or was it the other way around? No, sorry, I think it was the other way around. Black Melon went for Armada. Neb went for Core. Anyways. Do we still get to play bar after this, or are you exhausted? We will probably still play bar after this. I just will probably take a break. I'll probably take like an hour, maybe half hour. Close my eyes for a second, eat a sandwich. Then, yeah, we will still have our regular stream until 4. I'll play until 4 today, so. We'll still have plenty of time. Orange battery crystals brought to you by Duracell. Still no unit contact yet. One of the issues with this map is that it's a little big. Means, of course, that it's relatively difficult to get units across the map in order to do anything. Definitely a little tricky. Still, though, I do like it. Goes quite a bit faster when you have multiple players all pushing in different angles. In this case, you have Black Melon basically, well, Black Melon and Neb both have to expand in multiple different directions all at the same time. That can be a little bit tricky to manage all at the same point. Very, very difficult to work with sometimes. Weird little micro tip, but you can actually shoot these crystals down. If you have a unit and you just dumbfire them into the ground near the crystals, you'll blow them up. I'm not going to sit here and tell you that it's the most efficient thing in the world to use your APM on. But it is, I don't know, 8,000 energy in the Duracell crystals right there. You may as well deny them. Bright's moving up in the world. I don't know what you mean, man. Glad to have you here, though. I'm glad you're enjoying. I hope you're enjoying, anyways. I know we've got a lot of folks who are tuning in for the regular 12 to 4 stream, so I hope you guys are having a good day. Hope all is well. Oh, nice pick over here. Yeah, that's huge. Nicely done by Neb. Manages to snipe the constructor and the metal extractor right there. right out from underneath Black Melon's nose. The perfect trade. One grunt manages to make it through here as well, so that's pretty good for Black Melon. If we can use this grunt to actually do some damage, that would be ideal, of course. A natural talent for this kind of moderating. I appreciate it. That's so kind of you. I laugh because that's like, that's just, I don't know, that's so sweet of you to say, but I appreciate it. I hope so. Hope you all are enjoying it. I know I sure am. It's, you know, more or less my selfish reason is I get a backdoor pass to spectate all of these awesome games, and so I'm always going to take advantage of that as much as I can. Take a look at some best of the best games. Watching them as quickly as I can. No, I love it though. There's actually tons of plans I have with the bar team. We have a big old list of things that we're going to be working on, you know, over the time. Le mot jeu with that je ne sais quoi. It's just as le gros umba, the little something something. How's my horrible demonstration of my French accent? You guys enjoy that? Bonsoir, mon ami. Je m'appelle Le Bright Works. Thank you very much. I know every speck of another language other than English that I know comes from a movie or a TV show or a song. Aside from Spanish, I learned a little bit of Spanish like formally in a classroom, but like literally everything else I learned from some sort of media elsewhere, and I feel like that's the right way to do it. I feel like that's the appropriate way to learn about things. I haven't spoken Spanish in a long time too, and last time I spoke Spanish, my accent is all formal because it's all like the proper, you know, proper Spanish or whatever. So I sound like a Victorian gentleman requesting a cup of tea or something like that. You know what I'm saying? Only in Espanol. No, I love it though, because we have so many people from all around the world tuning into the Beyond All Reason community that it's awesome because we get to experience all that as well, all the different languages and stuff, and it's always fun. Like, I'll get invited every once in a while to one of the like Nation Wars events, one of their tournaments where it's like different countries put a team together. So there'll be like the German team and the American team and the UK team, like all these different teams, right? And it's funny because all of them will obviously be speaking their native language, and it's like a great opportunity for them to do that, right? That's, you know, that's awesome. But I'm like sitting there like, I think they're talking about metal extractors. I think that call out was about the air that's about to bomb them to death. Like, it's so funny just trying to like, I'm like piecing together and trying to translate at the same time, and it's pretty funny. Always a lot of fun doing those events. Anywho, sorry, easily sidetracked here, as there's about 1 million grunts on my screen, and all of them are blue and red, and we've got more blue on the side here for the time being, but they have been pushed back nicely. The wind turbines went down, but the LOT defense has been sufficient, I want to say. Jason drawing a little infographic about exactly where he thinks the grunts should be going. I'm going to go ahead and mute the drawing on the board here. Nice run by right here. Yeah, Neb is doing phenomenally with these little grunt run bys, trying to harass to death the red commander, not really allow them the opportunity to build into this game too much harder. Meanwhile, with a stabilized economy on the blue side of the map, this is looking quite nice here. 29 metal per second right now for the red economy, but I think part of that is because of reclaim here. No, actually not because of reclaim. Oh my goodness. This hero grunt. The Lisan Al-Gaib. The voice from the blue. Wow. Oh man, self-D. Please self-D. No self-D. Yikes. This grunt has won the game. Yeah. That is a, like, 6 or 7 mechs kill grunt. That's pretty insane. I think that if I were to put myself in Black Melon's shoes, I'd be pretty frustrated at how effective that grunt was at destroying the entire economy in the backline. A Resbot might be worth partitioning to try and resurrect as much of this as possible, try and get some of these mechs back up and running, and try and hopefully save the day here. These grunts are being overwhelmingly aggressive right now from the blue commander. The blue bot wrangler is doing a phenomenal job of getting all this up and running. We've got build power all over the place, building a whole bunch more wind turbines as well, which is cool. Until that wind speed starts to plummet like it is right now, dropping down from 10 down to 7.32. Somebody pointed out that the way that the wind speed works is actually pretty interesting. This is a little fun side fact for you, but basically the way that it works is you can imagine a graph, right, that's like constantly the wind is going up and down. Except it's kind of random. So it'll go up and then it'll go down some amount and then it'll go up some amount and down some amount. But basically the point is it'll go up and down regardless of what the wind speed is. So like the like quote unquote true wind speed can go from whatever it is, 0 to 100 or whatever, 0 to 20. I don't know what the actual the max is. But as I understand it, it will go up to whatever the threshold is of the map. And it can keep going up past that threshold. But it will only ever give you the maximum of whatever that threshold is. So say on this map it's 16. So the true wind speed might go to like 20 or something. But the actual wind speed will always be whatever the max of the map is. But it means that because of that, there's always better odds of the wind speed being higher than lower. Because you can't go past 0. And there's no, you know, you can't have negative wind speed. I guess that's turning a fan on, right? You turn your fan on, that's negative wind speed. What a move right here from the blue commander. Neb, with a beautiful positioning on these grunts, actually manages to force the red commander to full retreat because these were put into a perfect concave right there. Sorry, that was a subtle little move right there, but a brilliant tactical decision. Yeah, that was excellent little alignment right there. Suddenly the red forces all have to retreat because these armies are split into two different sides that were ready to collapse. There was a line on the left and a line on the right. If they had jumped on top of this, it would have been full flanking damage on all of the units here for the red commander, and it would have been a devastating interaction. That's a proper high-level move right there. It's a subtle one, but a proper high-level one. Mex is all up and running. We're at 50 metal per second here. I think, yeah, it's time for medium tanks. Typically around 40-ish metal per second, you start pumping out those medium tanks, and you just build them until you win. It's one of those things about Beyond All Reason. The medium tank is essentially uncounterable in the 1v1. The only way to really effectively counter a medium tank is to build 2 medium tanks. So you end up in this situation where if you don't have medium tanks, you're wrong. And that's, you know, more or less how these fights tend to go. This is a rough interaction for these grunts trying to blast down this riot tank. Eventually they are going to get it, but it's always weird when you see those grunts or pawns or ticks or rovers or rascals or any of the lighter units, goblins, grunts, any of those, pushing into a riot tank and just being flung across the map. I've seen clips of developers tweaking the impulse value so that units fly a lot further when they're hit by the riot tanks, and they'll shoot at the ground of a unit and it'll fly across the map. They invented new tech that involved shooting at your own units to shoot them into the enemy base, which I thought was just hilarious. Resbot's picking up these units, though, and putting them back in commission. Lovely stuff. The blue commander's going to be pretty happy to have these on the front line. Yeah, give that a massage. No reason not to. Don't be stingy with your massage passes. Just let everybody have one. Constructor resurrected here as well. Would love to see the mexes coming up and online. We've actually got 2 of them, so just, you know, 1, 2, 3. Nice job denying this northern plateau area. All these mexes that aren't up right now are being offset by the cost of all these mexes that are over here. Oh my goodness, sorry. Gigantic battle over on this side. I saw the explosion from the mini-map. Here come the Resbots. And they are going to resurrect. One by one, the resurrect bots will bring back these units and set them online. Meaning that the army composition here for the blue soldiers essentially is the army composition of whatever the opponent builds. So if the opponent's building medium tanks, then you get their medium tanks. You're in a good way. Three resbots per tank seems to be a decent number. Bombers headed out. They've been scouted here, so we should have anti-air coming up. Surely. There it is. Anti-air is starting up a little bit late here. We do have AA bots at the very least. There we go. Bombs away. yeah, wind speed. There's a lot of things in Beyond Our Reason that are like, I don't know why that works that way, or how to explain the way it does work. There's a lot of things like that in Beyond Our Reason, unfortunately, but, you know, you kind of figure it out and learn how to play around it. Call it a feature, and then you're good. Paralyzing about half of this army and allowing for the remaining units to get a relatively decent trade here. Obviously ideal that we're targeting down the units that are paralyzed, that those go away first. A lot of friendly fire right here, though, from this riot tank. All said and done, not the trade that I think the blue commander was hoping for. Meanwhile, big old push on this northern side. So we are eventually going to get to the section where medium tanks reign supreme. Just a little bit of a push and pull. Basically no defense on this southern side available here for the blue commander, for Neb. Very shallow defense available here for Black Melon on this northern side. But we do have the reinforcement bonus from all these units rolling out of the laboratory. I'm starting to lose my voice. I can feel it already. Tomorrow's going to be a rough one. Man, watching medium tanks tear apart pawns and grunts like they don't even exist brings a tear to my eye. Way back when, the lore essentially permitted that the infantry were the most humane of the robots. They were, like, basically the only ones that actually felt any amount human. And every time I see tanks ripping apart infantry, I think about that, and I'm like, They felt that one. They felt that one. Big old army has been rebuilt over here, but the red spots have been hard at work, and yeah, this army is looking gigantic. Uh-oh. We need to see the riot tanks getting involved right here. As you can imagine, the riot tanks dealing with these clumped up units is going to be tremendous. How many matches do we have left? Is it worth it to open some snacks? Yes. You should definitely go grab some snackies. We still have a whole nother round after this, actually. This is round 4, and there's 5 rounds total to determine a winner. We had quite a lot of people sign up for the 1v1 tournament today. This is the qualifiers for the pro tournament, so this is like, you want to be in this tournament. If you want to be a pro player, if you want to compete at the highest level, you want to be in this tournament for sure. Looks like about 10% of 10% damage per shot right there from those riot tanks. Pretty good. These resbots are really keeping the soul alive. There we go. Resbots on the reclaim. Are we going for T2? No, we're just going for full production. Okay, cool. Sure, why not? A couple of, oh weird, construction aircraft coming across right here to build a radar tower. Really weird place for it. Not sure what the point of that was. Resbot's gonna eat up all the metal on this area, and I think it's time for T2. Like, we really do have enough metal now for T2, especially in all this reclaim field. Gonna start resurrecting a whole bunch of these medium tanks here. Can't help but wonder why neither of these commanders have gone into T2. Like, this is more than enough metal to fund a T2 transition right now. We need some more advanced solar panels here to stabilize that energy economy, but once that's up and running, T2 seems like the obvious option. Both commanders feeling hesitant to go into T2, I suppose, but T2 Cortex bots are so strong. The Sumos, the Mammoths, those are all really, really good against medium tanks. Not to mention Fiends, of course, are just wonderful. They're so fast and they do a huge burst of damage. I don't really know why we're so reluctant to go into T2 here. Especially Neb with 1300 energy production, a gigantic bonus over the Red Commander as far as energy production goes. A 50% advantage. It's tremendous. Now these medium tanks are sweeping around on the southern side here. Loads of fighters being produced right now by the Red Commander as well. I wonder why. There's those solar panels. There they are. Advanced solar panels coming up slowly but surely here for the Red Commander. We need to prioritize these. Yeah. These are in low priority. These solar panels are going to be the difference between managing to actually spend that metal and not. Completely maxed out on metal right now. I wonder what the statistics have to say. Metal excess of 2.5 thousand. Oh no. We could have built a T2 lab off the excess alone. Oh, that hurts. That hurts a lot. Is this tank gonna kill itself on metal extractors? No, thankfully. The hero tank who could, taking down metal extractors in the backline right now. Nicely done. Sending one incisor over there would clean that up quite nicely, but obviously that takes a little bit of awareness to even notice that something's wrong in your backline. It's not something you're paying attention to constantly. These mechs were left uncontested as well. It feels to me like Neb is starting to lose control of the situation here. We need something to shut down this aircon. The silver lining here is that this metal, it could be reclaimed by the enemy. So if you're overflowing it, at the very least, it's not going back to the enemy. But my goodness, put a metal storage down. One metal storage triples your, or yeah, it adds 2x your metal storage. I believe it's 4,000 for a T1 metal thing. Hold on, now I gotta check. 3,000 metal. So yeah, it would double the metal storage capacity right here of the Red Commander to just go into a single metal storage. I mean, seems obvious, but I guess it's difficult to remember to think of midway through a game. Neb here eating up these T1 labs. Is it time? It's time. Oh, there goes about 300 metal. Might be the first metal that Neb has overflown, though. Yeah. 200 metal versus 4,600 is easy to forgive. In the grand calculus, it's very, very easy to forgive. Anti-air trucks making their way across the map right here, slowly but surely, and once they get into position, they're going to be happy to fire away at a bunch of this. Obviously, keeping these AA trucks underneath all these tanks, or all these fighters, rather, is extremely important. Whittling down the fighter counts here to make sure that there's not enough to actually shoot down defensive defensive fighters for a bombing run or something like that. Really important. So it's nice to see that this Air Force was really thinned out here. Yeah, nice. With those fighters gone, blue fighters can sweep in to try and take out those shuriken. That's huge. Those missile trucks have done more work here, I think, than anything else. T2 lab is up. T2 constructor should probably be queued up. There we go. There we go. Funky interaction over here. This Hero LLT firing extremely rapidly here. Well optimized LLT. Multiple battles across multiple different fronts here as well have got to feel pretty good. The blue commander, we're trying to capture a mechs. Maybe we could reclaim this one. That might be worth it. T2 up and running. Oh, we're going straight into a fusion reactor. Okay. I don't hate that at all, actually. Stabilizing this energy economy is paramount. And right now the energy production is well in favor of the Red Commander, who's gone ahead and gone into those solar panels. That's the advantage that these have bought so far. As soon as this fusion reactor comes online, though, in 50 seconds, 40 seconds or so, though, it's going to be a huge flip on the head there for that, as suddenly it's going to turn to about a 20% advantage for the blue commander. Reclaim is potent, though, and it looks like we're going to go for resurrections here, actually. The Red Commander resurrecting as many of these units as possible. Again, putting to work that very powerful energy economy to resurrect all these units and send them out to the front line once more. How effective can they be against T2, though? We'll just have to wait and see. Tiger tanks now rolling out of the line. The T2 constructors are up and running, and we need to see those T2 mechs built quickly with an ultimate swiftness. They're struggling to move around in the base right here, but the T2 tanks are rolling out eventually. 66 metal production per second is nothing to scoff at. Yeah, 4.5k excess. Hold on, we'll take a look at it again. 4.62 thousand metal in excess here. Yeah. Crazy, crazy excess level. What are the graphics setting? Game looks fine here. I hope so. I can show you my settings here in a less important moment as the medium tanks storm through into the base and start to blast apart all the production right here. Eventually disassembled right now by the blue commander, and I think there's enough build power here to rebuild as well. We need to restart some of that build power though. Those T2 mexes are going to be very important. Do we have T2 up and running? Oh, still no T2? Oh my goodness. Black Melon is holding on to T1 for some reason here, refusing to go into T2. There we go. Finally starts up that T2 laboratory, but just years too late. I still can't get over the fact that there's 2 T2 laboratories worth of excess in the red economy. Oh my goodness. Advanced solar panels are quite nice. Hopefully we get around to eating up these solar panels. Are we gonna... Yeah, there we go. Nice command. The red commander gonna eat up all these T1 solar panels so that we're not wasting that metal, just having it produce minuscule amounts of energy when we have the advanced solar panels around. Here's the power of the fusion reactor though. Neb does not have to worry about power for the next, at least the next couple of minutes here as T2 starts to come online. Maybe building a couple of these power intensive units like the Tsar or, oh, even a Tremor. Okay, cool. Yeah, 49,000 energy gonna take a while. Was it Quakers he meant to queue up? Might have been Quakers, or he might have wanted a Tsar and then looked at the price tag and had a little sticker shock and said, actually, maybe not. Tremors are quite expensive, and there's not a lot of really good areas to use them in on this map, I would say. Typically, Tremors tend to excel in areas where either there's high terrain that they need to fire up onto, or there's a choke point that you want to cut off. And this map features basically neither of those. Technically speaking, there is high grounds here. There's some metal extractors and whatnot. But, yeah, ultimately not really very important. I think you could probably get the same effect with like a T1 shell shocker firing up onto the hillside. Little bit of an overbuilding of build power right here, but I suppose it's well worth it. While the game is slowed down a little bit, and while the economy is fairly stable, I guess it makes a lot of sense to go into a little bit of extra build power so you just don't have to worry about it later on. Flak trucks. Flak trucks necessary. Ooh, bombers coming across. Uh-oh. Oh, they don't know about the fusion reactor, though. Bombers with no clue about the fusion reactor start dropping their payload on the wind turbines. Obviously, there's way more pricey targets that are available for bombing. Whoa, build power. Whoa, build power barely stays alive. Whoa, that clump of build power not so lucky. Yeah, build power does go down. Anti-air turrets are already up and running, though, so they are shooting the bombers out of the air. At the very least, clearing up some of that airspace, but at significant cost, certainly. Those bombers are not super cheap. Still, though, the spread out build power is enough to rebuild the build power. So I like this quite a lot, actually. I think it's pretty nice. T2 mechs is coming up in the back line, by the way. We've just gone ahead and gone for a couple of T2 constructors, and they're all going to go build some mexes here and there all over the place. Cool to see. It's a T2 rampage. We've got proper T2 tanks from both sides here, though, and what a mess of a battle. Hard to judge who's even in control here, but at the very least, the blue tanks have broken into the backline. Shuriken trying to paralyze them as much as possible, but they're dying before they're even paralyzed. Resbot's resurrecting things before the battle's even over, but nicely done by the red commander. Black Melon's still in this, still controlling this airspace over here, and that means it's going to be very difficult to deal with. Scouting planes are up and running. You know, I wonder if a nuclear strike would be viable. We never see nukes in 1v1s, but it would be pretty funny if we did. The missile trucks here firing away at the medium tanks. Obviously not a phenomenal engagement right there for those missile trucks. Not what they were made to do. Not the worst situation either, though. The LLT Forest here, shutting a lot of this down quite nicely. Where are the Shuriken? There they are, finally coming out of the laboratory right now. Shuriken feel like an obvious answer right now to the medium tanks running across the map right now. Whole bunch of riot tanks coming forward too. Okay. Sorry, fighters coming in as well. Yeah, there's nowhere near enough air fighters in production right now from the Blue Commander to maintain the air superiority. So we end up in a weird situation where the Shuriken can paralyze things for a little bit, but not long enough for units to clean everything up. I think we need flak trucks. I think 2 flak trucks basically solves this issue. Still an advantage right now for Neb, but that advantage is rapidly closing here. The air support has just been quite a lot better for the Red Commander. Man, those Tigers are tanky. Sitting there in the middle of all that firepower for so long and not going down is so insane. This is where the damage is really being dealt, though. Medium tanks in the back line pulling apart the metal extractors. The tanks are moving forward, but again, it's Tiger tank on Tiger tank, which basically goes back to medium tank rules, where to kill a Tiger tank, you need 2 Tiger tanks. And we're back to the same situation. But luckily, with 3 fusion reactors, the blue economy is still looking quite nice. 1 fusion reactor up and running for Black Melon, though, means the energy economy is also looking pretty good there. Just a slight advantage, a 20% or so advantage. Well, slight in some respects. Advantage for the Blue Commander in the energy department. But as far as metal production goes, with all these mexes down in the backline, yeah, this is looking pretty bad here for Neb. Going to need some sort of response. Because these tanks are slowly whittling the, well, this side of the map apart. These Scorpion pop-up turrets being built over here. .4% per shot from a heavy tank is kind of abysmal, actually. That's really, really bad, considering how difficult this fight has been so far. Like, these C2 tanks are so expensive at 665 metal apiece, 3 times the cost of a medium tank, and they do 4% of the tank's HP per shot. Ugh. Hey guys, how many rounds will there be? Says Dennis and all. It's a 5-round tournament, so this is the 4th round. There's 5 rounds total, so 4 minus 5. There will be one more round left. Just double checked for you. I guess the Tigers do fire pretty quickly. That's kind of the trade-off. They do 4% per shot, but they fire multiple shots per second, I guess, is kind of the dealio there. I wonder what the actual damage value is. If we look at this, the DPS is 155. It doesn't really feel like very much. It's double the damage of a medium tank, so I think it's basically just a medium tank gun, but it fires 2 of them. I think that's basically how it works. I think that's the way that adds up. Fighter production, build power, T2, all that stuff is coming up and online right now, finally, for the Blue Commander. I think a massive investment in T1 Air is probably a good idea. Just building about 100 fighters and leaving them hovering around the base, and then eventually you can get into T2 or get into bombers if you want. But having that Air Force on standby is really, really nice. Oh, here we go. The kill squad. It's 5 missile trucks. Apparently that's all it takes to kill a heavy tank. Good to know. Banishers very annoying to deal with. As you can see, they fire away fairly frequently. They do a gigantic sum of damage, too. They also sound awesome. It's another benefit of Banishers. When you hear Banishers coming, they strike fear into the hearts of their enemies. Big push on the northern side, though. Where are our missile trucks? There they are. Firing away here as quickly as they can. Overkilling the shuriken a lot, but what can you do? Have the Tsar effectively shut down the Banisher? It doesn't look like it, no. We need some sort of spam in front here. I'd switch these over to Rascals. Yeah, there we go. Looks immediately like that's what happened. Bunch of light scout vehicles going to be sent in front here to draw out those Banisher missiles, and then the Tsars can start firing away, or the other Banishers, whoever and anybody can start firing away right here. Mess of a battle going on over here still. Anti-air truck firing away, but man, the investment of a single flak truck would totally be worth it. The amount of anti-air that a single flak truck has is tremendous. Banisher trucks not focusing on the not accidentally firing on the ticks is pretty impressive, or the rovers. Nice. The impulse from the Tsar doing a great job of blasting these down. The several thousand, the 7,000 metal lying on the floor over here, though. Definitely looking quite nice for the red commander, and it looks like indeed we'll be heading into T3. We will be heading into T3, okay. I was wondering if it was going to happen, and it looks like we sure will. The Tsar, definitely something to be afraid of, but definitely not as powerful as the Banishers. Yeah, there we go. Banisher's taking down the Tsar. The Banisher is the single target damage of the Cortex faction, so it's not surprising that they're effective against the Tsar. I just feel like we don't see them as often, so it's surprising in perspective. Another fusion reactor coming up online here for the blue commander. Anti-air truck in the midst here. The flak truck, perfect for shooting down big clumps of shuriken. Resbots eating up whatever this that they can. And a gigantic army moving up north. Yeah, this match has become relatively even between these two players. Nice catch from the Tsar. Yeah, then we managed to put a couple of shots on top of all these units. Not bad. That's not bad. Still, those SARs are so expensive. I don't know if this is all worth it or not. We're going into spy bots. We've transitioned into a T2 laboratory, so I can't help but wonder what exactly we're going to be going for over here. So we've got construction aircraft eating up the wreckage from the front. Very nicely done. Very cool to see, of course. Fiends are going to be the call. Okay. And the Shiva T3 heavy assault siege mechs are going to be moving out across the map. I don't know where this match is going to go after this. 38 minutes into this game. And we are not really close to a resolution here. These Tsars are so powerful against the Shiva. The Shiva are doing great work against these heavy tanks, though, I will say. Shuriken jumping on top of all this, and again, lack of anti-air. We have an anti-air turret coming up over here in the back line, but not quite what we need. Big, messy battle over on the hillside here. Mostly blue tanks that are dead, though, as far as I can tell. I think Mammoth are the name of the game here. Mammoth out of this laboratory would be wonderful against a bunch of these tanks. They can also technically shoot at air units, which is always nice. There's a lot of reasons to go for those mammoths. They are really, really nice. Really powerful, versatile tools. Czar firing away. Oh, what a mess. But those T3 units are trading out super efficiently. Anti-air tower is now shredding apart all the air forces that come over onto this left-hand side of the map. I don't like this. This feels like it's getting out of hand right here for the Blue Commander Neb. Meanwhile, Black Melon is looking fabulous. Just continuing to pump out more and more shuriken. We actually need more build power right now. Are we continuing to leak? Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. 9.46 thousand metal. That is, what is that? That's 2 catapults or a demon and a half. That's a ridiculous amount of metal to have overflowed at this point. We need more metal storages, or we need to build more build power here. Oh my goodness. We could go for an APHIS at this point. We could have built an APHIS on overflowed metal. It's not a good sign. Not at all. Resbots coming in. Actually looking to resurrect here, of all things. You wouldn't believe it. The Resbots want to resurrect. Sheldon span coming up. Not bad. But I think we're a little late to just go into T3. We need to just make the jump into T3 because it's already out on the field. And the longer you play against T3 without T3, the more and more inefficient your units get. These guys are heroes. These construction aircraft have basically saved the day here. Managing to reclaim so many thousands of metal out of this front line here. At 66 metal per second, and these have been going basically non-stop this entire battle. It's a ridiculous amount of metal that we have coming up right now. We have demons now coming up to the front line. A tremendous expense. We've also got plenty of build power to build all this as well. We've got demons coming out at this point. T2 laboratory comes up and running here as well. We have fusion reactors in the back line. Wouldn't even mind seeing more. Oh yeah, there we go. We're going for a proper late game. We've got proper advanced fusion reactors up and running. No anti-nuke available here for the Blue Commander. Meanwhile, we have double anti-nuke available here for the Red Commander, who's like, yeah, if you're going to go for a nuke, I'm going to make sure I'm safe. Just in case. You never know. Sheldon spam on the high ground over there is quite difficult to deal with, and the Resbots have started to reclaim a whole bunch of this. They're going to start, well, resurrecting, actually, a whole bunch of these T2 and T3 units over on the field over here. Demon more of like a raiding unit, not necessarily meant for frontline brawling quite like this. Still not bad, just because of the monstrous amount of damage that they can put out, but still, feels a little bit wasteful to see these on the front line like this. Not bad, but basically we've picked up the reclaim from over here, and we moved it over here. Can't help but wonder if that was the most efficient means of doing that. Sheldon jumped on by the medium or the heavy tanks. Ugh, not good. You need 1 million of those Sheldon to really be effective, and losing any of them at this point really hurts. Was that like 9% damage, 10% damage per shot from the Tsar there? Definitely not bad. Plus whatever flanking bonus you can get out of multiple units firing at the same time. Counter Shiva have been resurrected. I can't believe it. We're just going for mass Tsar right here. What a crazy way to play this. The heavy tank who could. I like this run by right here. I think more and more run bys like this would probably be able to win this game out. I can't believe we've got an APHIS economy. The 1v1 APHIS economy. Oh my goodness. I'm glad the metal is being spent. That's the silver lining here. I'm really glad to see the metal being spent. It's just a hilarious way to spend it. Not a bad way, just hilarious. An explosive nightmare on the front lines here. Just AoE everywhere. It's impossible to tell if you're firing at your friends or your foes or if they're the same thing. Nobody knows. So many fighters available here, though. Yeah, that's one thing I'll say. Our Red Commander Black Melon has been much more consistent about maintaining that Air Force. And I think every single time that it trades out, it wins because it's been superior the last time. And that's just been maintained. That momentum has been maintained this entire time. And that's rewarded them with a really easy time keeping the Air Forces strong. I can't believe Mass Czar is doing it. 1,650 metal per Czar tank is nuts of a price to pay. I think Karganeth are the move you want to go for here. Karganeth are 2,500 metal apiece, relatively cheap. They are fairly good single target damage, so they do really well against the Czar tanks. Nice spy battery. Paralyzing as many of these as possible. Very good. Burn the heretic. Purge the unclean. Managed to launch a rocket directly into the backline here. Sheldon spam is hilarious. A couple of Arbiters mixed into this bag too, and I think they're going to be in a really good spot. The APHIS economy continues to grow. I will say that's one thing that the Red Commander is managing quite a lot better. The economy here for the Blue Commander is held up by hopes and dreams and mostly reclaim. The eco for the Red Commander, though, is largely based on production, so it's actually working out quite nicely. It does mean, though, that as soon as this reclaim field turns hands, this becomes a much more dire situation. Maybe it won't matter. Maybe the demons are strong enough. Sheldon just walking in. Oh, okay. Not sure why Sheldon are walking within range of LLTs. That doesn't make any sense. Catapult up and running. I feel like we've seen multiple catapults go down. It's definitely a bummer. Salamander's coming across, and my goodness, I think we've done it. I think Neb has managed to crack the defenses. Taking advantage of that water path, using what the Shiva should have done, treading through the water and doing a whole bunch of damage. Heavy bombers in the air here, trying to clean up as much of this as possible. Oh, we need to pop that build power. Please, please pop the build power. Oh, no. There we go. Wow, I can't believe it. I can't believe with 3 APHIS economy in the backline on multiple types of production, the Red Commander still didn't manage to do it. What a game. My goodness. Neb versus Black Melon. One to go down in history as one of the craziest 1v1 games I've certainly ever seen. All the way up to T2 and T3 late game spam, and it's gonna be Neb who manages to take the victory. What a wild back and forth, and you know what? Relatively even too. I can't believe it. Yeah, all the way to the very end of that game. Relatively even effects. That was nuts. What a game. What a game. I'm a little bit lost for words. Like, that was just insane. They're not even done. That's the worst part. They're not even done yet. That was game number 2 out of 3. Oh my goodness. That was crazy. I told you, ladies and gentlemen, I told you all that we were going to get into some of the best games later on into this tournament. I made it very clear that as Swiss tournaments go on, commanders start to get paired up with like their perfect partner, and that's exactly what we've got going on here. That was ridiculous. What a ridiculous game. A 42 or something like that long minute game of 1v1 beyond all reason, all the way up to the late game. And it wasn't like porked up defenses either. It was literally smacking heads the entire time. Just hilariously long. Oh my goodness. I'm gonna have a snacky real quick. Pardon me.
Battle started.
Enjoying the remains of my bag of Cheez-Its. This bag of Cheez-Its has existed for like years. I know that's not a good sound, me messing with the bag right here in front of the microphone. Anyway, taking a second to process what I just witnessed over the last 40 minutes. I don't think there's like a hello streamer. I don't think there's a I think there's a little bit of banter going on back and forth. I don't know how to describe that last game. That was something else entirely. That was like a maybe a record-breaking 1v1 game for how long and how hard-fought that game was. Desfox says, as weird as it sounds, Zar are way faster than mammoths. That is hilarious, but yeah, you're so right. That is exactly what it is. Zar are tremendously faster than mammoths in, like, the slowest race of all time. No air start, please, cries out the blue commander after Black Melon says, hello, streamer, lobby unlocked. No air start, please. Correctly predicting that his opponent will be going for an air start. Hilariously. Yeah, pardon me. I get real hungry. I get real hungry after 8 hours on the job. Well, 5 hours on the job so far. I don't know what these scribblings are. Somebody's drawing on my map, and I don't appreciate it. Does this work? I have no idea. This is... What this is that rush distance issue that I was talking about, that I've talked about before. The idea being that it takes so long to get these units across the map. You can see these grunts are like just barely getting across the map at this point. It takes so long to do that the red commander has had all this time to just go ahead and build static defenses, radar towers, whatever. Like, it doesn't matter. You can just build anything you want. Because, you know, 5 minutes later into the match, you're going to find your opponent. It's, like, ridiculous. Also not possible without tremendous wind speed right here. So this is very lucky for Black Melon that this even happened in the first place. Oh. Close battle, but the grunts do go down. Black Melon just barely manages to sustain the LLT right there with the energy production. The 3 wind turbine energy production. There are more units headed in this direction, too. Definitely a bad situation here. Radar tower, at the very least, does detect that there's something funky going on. At this point, if I were Neb, I would definitely be expanding my constructors. I would be going for 4 or 5 constructors at this point after spotting my enemy and seeing literally nothing on the map for this long. Going for like 4 constructors and sending them out in every direction to build metal extractors, because like, if you know your opponent's not expanding, then you might as well expand 3 times as fast. All right. It's a build, ladies and gentlemen. It's a build of all time. Black Melon going for the heavy transport right here, the Osprey heavy transport. And it looks like... Sorry, I was trying to do an Australian accent, but it turned into a Porter's accent. Thank you. There it is. It's discovered. Rises up into the air, and the commander is off. Gunships flying away. It's the weirdest kind of all-in because it means that not another 50-minute game. It's the weirdest kind of all-in because if see, that's the thing. Neb is locked in here too. Okay, kill the AA. If we kill the AA, this works. Barely, but it works. Yeah, this is the right move. One way or another, it ends soon. The gunships need to put a little damage on Neb. That's the only way that this works, is if you, Oh, that's a lot of anti-air. That's a lot of anti-air, sir. Oh, puts it down 1 shot away from being destroyed. Yeah, this is too much damage. Basically, you have to You have to use the gunships to put some damage on the enemy commander and then fight them in a 1v1. That's kind of what we're hoping for here. The anti-air, however, is thick. And this game is over. GG is called. Black Melon goes in for the laser fight. Obviously to his doom. Can't trade in a 1v1, so. Boom goes the red commander. And just like that, Neb manages to win game number 3. And what I'm sure is a tiresome series of beyond all reason. These two commanders gonna need a little nap and a little snack after that one. Certainly exhausting their every resource, their mental resource to try and figure out how to win that last game. And I think this game definitely showed it. It's part of playing in a tournament, though, is learning that endurance, right? To keep playing for so long. I mean, at this point, we've been playing for 5 hours. I've only been commentating. Imagine playing bar for 5 hours. It's a lot. It's a lot. It adds up quick. Yeah, it's a, it's the fabled gunship commander push. But at the end of the day, it will be Neb that does take the win here. 1-2 against Black Melon. Really what it feels like is that was an endurance win. That was Neb having the endurance to keep playing a little bit harder, a little bit longer than his opponent Black Melon there, who wanted to get it over with quick and tried to do something cheeky and just couldn't manage to pull it off in time. Very cool. Well, ladies and gentlemen, that does mean then that we will move on to round number 5, the final round of the day. And it certainly couldn't come fast enough. We've been waiting all day to see who our heroes are going to be. Actually, we can, maybe if I scroll down here. Yeah, there we go. That frames it quite nicely, actually. Our contenders for the day. Oh, is this not updated right now? Hold on. Not updated. Okay. Well, anyways. Not working properly. Not the way that I thought it would anyways. So we'll just go ahead and go for round number 5. Here's the lineup right now. I'll let you get a quick look at that. You can always pause it, of course. And we'll go ahead and take a look back into the maps. I think we've gotten a chance to see everything today. Oh, no, that's not true. We haven't seen Avalanche or Red Comet today. Yeah, actually, quite a few maps haven't popped up today, oddly enough. I have a feeling that some of these commanders are probably ready to go on the dime. So we'll just go ahead and check out what exactly is going on. I believe, like... we haven't seen Lopatka play yet. What is it? Is that not his in-game name? Pro Lopatka, there it is. There it is. I believe it's supposed to be against Rexel, though. Or is it Rexel versus Modulo? What? No. Modulo's going up against the Admiral. Let's see what else we can find. See if there's any other games popping up right now. How about... I go back to this page and I see what the top commander is. How about ZLO? Let's see what ZLO is up to. Let's see what ZLO is doing. It's AFK. Might be taking a little break after that last match, watching that last, or paying attention to that last one. Alright, how about, yeah, I really wanted to watch that Lopatka game, though. The Admiral is AFK. Lopatka is waiting. You'll see if I can wake this guy up a little bit. See if I can go bug him a little bit. See what happens. Dang. Still can't believe that last game. That was something else entirely. Well, that dropped? Oh, I see. We're having connection issues right now is the issue. Some people are playing, some people are not. Trying to find a game. Trying to find it quickly. Signal 777 versus Alt 4 Ubivator. Is that a match that's going on? It sure is. Alright. Well, I guess this is where it's going to be. Did Neb drop out? ZLO just went 2-0. I wonder what just happened here. Hold on. Double checking with my admins here. There we are. Oh yeah, okay. So looks like Neb has gone ahead and forfeited the round to ZLO. might be having a headache here. Poulette resigned 2 hours ago. I see. Well then. It appears that here is where we will stay. As they have set themselves up. Alt F4 Ubivator and Signal 777 will be playing for us. Let me just check really quickly, because I want to know if I can catch that Stardom match, that'll be pretty good. Stardom is in the lobby with us. So I guess I won't. Try not to type too loud into the microphone there. I've got a package of cashews here. I saw a picture of a cashew before they harvest it. It's the most ridiculous looking thing in the entire world.
Battle started.
They look like little guys wearing hats. Sorry, finishing my food before I commentate. What's going on with this chat right here? I don't know what happened in the chat right there. That's really weird. Anyways. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, commanders and commandettes, welcome to the final round, the round 5. Got a couple of forfeits here. Couple of buys. Couple of forfeits, but today we're going to be taking a look, or at the very least for right now, we're going to be taking a look at Alt F4 Ubivator, the 50 open skill hero, showing us what he's got as an Armada commander. For the first time today, I think, an Armada commander on Titan Duel version 3. All day, all 5 hours of this tournament. And it's the first time I think I've seen an Armada commander on this map. I'm excited, certainly, to see what goes on. Hopefully, we can see some epic tick gameplay. I'm a believer. I'm definitely a believer. The first tick has made it across the field. Grunts are in position to defend. Signal 777. Nice. Nice. Nice little bit of micro. That tick does snipe the mechs. Very cool. Sniped it before it finished building, too, so that means that there was no wreckage to reclaim or anything, which is very, very annoying to deal with. Oh, oh. You're dead. You're dead, fool. The first 2 ticks of the game. One gets a kill, the other gets killed. That's about how I expected that to go, basically. Ricky T says, "Bright works." That's all. That's all he says. I like it. It's kind of like a Pokemon. Bright works. Bright works. That's what I should just start doing. I'll just walk around in public now. Bright works. Bright works. Oh, man. I'm going crazy. I'm going actually insane watching this much Beyond All Reason in a day. I was hesitant to bring this up, but I'm considering doing a marathon stream. Either like a marathon charity stream or maybe just like a marathon fundraiser for the game. To celebrate hitting 10,000 subscribers over on my YouTube channel. I'm considering this training. This is my endurance training right now. Learning how to stream for 5 hours without detonating my voice box and sending myself straight to the high heavens. It's a process for sure. As of the recent update that made pawns a little bit faster than grunts, they are technically competitively viable. We've seen them a couple of times being relatively viable. The only issue is you have to micro them with ticks. Typically, this is the best way of getting the value out of it, is to put a couple of ticks in front, have them run forward and sort of get underfoot. Then you let the pawns do their thing by firing away with the little Gauss cannon projectiles. Close quarter plasma guns. Yeah, a little bit of a back and forth here. Neither of these commanders entirely sure how they want to engage the other. Both of these commanders completely aware of how to fight a grunt versus grunt battle. Neither of them entirely sure what they should do in a pawn versus pawn battle. Ticks headed right on through the middle of the map. Built up in decent numbers now, too, so we have to be a little bit worried about that. Nice splitties. Very nice splitties. Is that friendly fire? Those ticks just killed their brother? Oh, no. Well, here we go. Ticks in the back line. Oh. Ticks in the back line. Nice. Very, very nicely done. What phenomenal control right here from the blue commander. Oh, barely gets the max. Nicely done. Oh, man. So frustrating to play against a good Armada commander, because they will pull you apart at every single opportunity. You will never get an opportunity to fight them on a fair field. That's sort of the entirety of the Armada pace of the game. Yeah, pawns are so good. I think a lot of people misunderstand how good pawns actually are. Like, they're really, really good. Relative to a grunt, like, a grunt's 36 metal, a pawn is 48 metal, so it's like 25% extra on top of that. 25% more is what I mean. They're really, really good. However, they're also really, really bad. Don't have much range. They now have enough mobility to actually be comparably useful. But they're a little bit leaving a little want for more. It's the tick and the pawn together that really make the Armada toolkit shine. The tick has the speed, the pawn has the firepower, and when you put them together, you can typically end up with a sort of situation that works out pretty nicely. E-storage going up right here for the blue commander. Feels a little early for an E-storage, but I guess that makes sense. Like, there is a lot of energy here. Wind speed is quite high. What a great catch. What a really, really fabulous catch right there, yeah. Centurion now out on the field here as well, trying to engage wherever they can in the midsection of the map. Love to see it. Just mixing one or two Centurion into the queue here every once in a while, just to make sure that there's these sort of... They're almost like mobile static defenses, right? They're like mobile LLTs that you can kind of plop down around the map all over the place. And they're really difficult to deal with, especially with just pure grunt. It looks like eventually we're going to make our way into vehicles here. The red commander only on... What is that? Only on 20 metal per second or so. That means we're a little shy of what you'd want for medium tank production, but we're in a good spot for incisor production here. Meanwhile, the blue commander is just eager to get some of that E-converter economy up and online. Metal extractors are doing well, and I'd love to see some geothermal action here as well. Another one of those things that we just haven't seen a lot of. Oh, a little bit of a collision over here. Hey, nice read. Yeah, the blue commander sends a force forward, and the red commander realizes that there's units moving over in this section and sends a little defensive squad. Very nicely done. Constructor microed back perfectly over here as well. Ubavator stepping forward, trying to carve up this landscape and make it a little bit more habitable for these bots to inherit. Man, the tick-pawn combo is so potent. It's really, really difficult to explain just how dangerous that really is. Can we get a capture command? Oh, I'd love to see a capture command here. Use a capture command to claim the exploiter and then use it as your own. Because why not? Because at the end of the day, it's the end of the day. And why not? Here's that run by path I've been talking about all morning. Except only that these two players are phenomenal. And reading this perfectly and not actually going to be able to... there's not really going to be much of an opportunity to push through and take advantage of that, actually. Okay. Well. Pawn's still relatively good against... Oh! Massive D-gun against four of those incisor light tanks right there. Excellent little connection right there for the blue commander. That was a whopping 500-ish metal off the field immediately. Nicely done. Shutting down that snowball a lot. I mean, you can imagine, that's almost double the size of this little comp right here of, of incisor tanks. Every one of these you can knock off the field is super, super valuable to remove. Centurion moving up in this northern section. Not really willing to yield this area to the red control here. And I don't think the Centurion have to. They have more than enough firepower to deal with an exploiter. And anything else. It's worth remembering. Ticks here to deal with the exploiter. That's not something we see all too often, but there we go. One Centurion left to defend against this and shut all that down. A little bit of aggression over here. It looks like the construction bot will be located, and the mexes are going to be blasted apart here as well. Ubervator, though, with enough units to spare, sending them around in a circle. Well, this comm's a little exposed, though. It does make me a little nervous to see it exposed that much. Mass mace now coming out of the laboratory here. Interesting. An interesting decision. Maybe some sort of counter meant for the... Yeah, I guess a counter meant for the incisor that are coming out. But they're so slow. I wonder if Centurion aren't better, right? Centurion have more accurate firepower, so they're going to connect with those incisors quite a lot better. I'm not entirely sure. Centurion can also micro back quite nicely, actually. It's kind of a weird... one of their weird superpowers, but they are really exceptionally microable. Riot tanks here. Slowing him down so much, though, that it's really annoying to push into. Air Force is up and running. And that's a problem. Mean Shuriken are on the field shortly here. Here's what the maces were for, I guess. Using them to shut down these riot tanks here. Pushing right on through the midsection of the map here and firing on over each other. Okay. I don't hate it. Double mexing up on one spot right now. A little bit awkward. Nice cleanup on the southern side here too. Man, Ubervator is everywhere. Ubervator is everywhere and some more. Signal 777, not a slow gamer by any means, but Ubervator is just a little bit faster. I wonder what the APMs are like here. APM of 66, that's gigantic, versus 61. Man, it's so neck and neck. That is crazy. That is really, really crazy. Well, thank you, Goldar Gaming. Says, hello, Brightworks and fellow commanders. Congratulations on your subscriber count on your channel, Brightworks. Well deserved. I look forward to seeing you cast more bar. I appreciate that, man. I'm glad you enjoy. It's the reason I do it. It's because people enjoy it. I do enjoy it as well, though. It's like, you know, it's a trade-off. I offer you a cast of Beyond All Reason. You offer me, you get to watch a cast of Beyond All Reason. Are the maces good enough here to hold against the medium tanks? The bomber's out now. Okay. Picking on the commander is a little bit interesting. Yeah, not the value I think we needed to make those bombers work. Unclaimed geothermal still. I feel like that's... Armada commanders tend to lean heavily onto energy conversion just because their wind turbines are so cheap. So I'm surprised to see that we're not using the already existing energy conversion to... are fueled by geothermals, you know what I mean? It's an easy way to extend that economy ever so slightly, especially to step up into T2. Bit surprising to me. Mace's right here, out in mass. Doing a great job, actually. Yeah. Maces versus medium tanks. I guess it's a fair fight. Huh. Well, alright. Resbot now eating up a whole bunch of this, and Signal 777's commander's in a whole lot of trouble. Uh-oh. What are we doing out here? Well, okay. We're de-gunning down the entire enemy army, I suppose. 3,000 metal worth of maces directly down the drain right there. Oh my goodness. Talk about precision de-gunnery. That's phenomenal. Oh. Meanwhile, a little run-by over here. Missed it because I was so focused on the commander. The Blue Force had sent a little bit of a pawn issue through this little run-by path, and created an issue for Ubervator, or for Signal rather, to deal with. Signal is so low. 19% on the front line. How are we this comfortable on the front line here? That low health. Anti-air shoots down the shuriken immediately. Resurrected army headed in this direction. D-gun catches a bunch of those medium tanks. That's great. Yep, infantry going to collapse on the medium tanks here as well, doing tons of damage because of the flanking bonus. And we're now in a spot. We are now in a position. What a back and forth. Centurion here not targeting that. building for whatever reason. Oh, energy stall. Oh no. Oh, the red commander with a critical energy stall all of a sudden. Those wind turbines down were really important apparently. Oh no, energy goes down and the wind or in the light laser towers on the left-hand side die because of it. I mean, they would have died to those maces anyways, but they die especially easy because they, well, weren't firing back. Oh no. Are we gonna self-D these? I'd love to see these self-destructed whenever they're on their last legs here. Self-destructed and or just saved. Everything's the best. You guys are funny. You guys are the best. Thank you, random citizen. Are we finally ready to overrun this? Oh, yeah, okay, we better. This exploiter's been bugging me for a long time. The blue controlled sector has well encompassed this for a long, long while. It's finally time that we go ahead and, yeah, go ahead and destroy this exploiter on the northern side. Open up this attack path. Start applying some pressure through the midsection here. Aces are sturdy. They're sturdier than I give them credit for. Yeah, you see all these E-converters here. It's a little advantage. But it adds up really quickly. Stormbringer bombers, there they are. GG is called. A absolute dismantling. Yeah. That was some of the cleanest Armada bot play that I've ever seen.
Battle ended.
You will go out to try and play Armada bots and realize exactly how impossible it is to play like this. That was so clean and so perfect the entire game through. I think it was just like a, you know what, it wasn't even. It was like an advantage for the red commander most of the mid game, but then it flipped on its head as the res bots and as the maces and all that came out, and it completely turned this game around. What a phenomenal match right there between Alt F4 and between Alt F4 and Signal. Wow. I'm a little bit in awe. As an Armada commander, I'm like, it's like reading a holy text. So this is what the peak of Bar looks like. This is how good it gets. I'm gonna eat some cashews. Cashews, in my opinion, are the best nut. They're buttery, like really buttery and smooth. They have a great flavor. Lightly salted, they like mesh really well. And they have like a good texture too. Pretty rich as well. Yeah. Yeah. Cashews are definitely my favorite nut. The best at playing, the best except at playing Bar E-stalls too much. True, true. I'd be lying if I didn't acknowledge that I E-stall frequently. I always underestimate how much energy I'm gonna actually need until I need it, and then I'm like, oh, should have built 3 more solar panels. Damn. T2 time. Absolutely. Crystal Plains is going to be absolutely T2 time. Unless what you're referring to is something 3 minutes in the past. In which case... True. True. He nods his head, not knowing at all what he's talking about. Update you on the bracket, meanwhile, while we're waiting. Most of these were forfeits. So, hold on, I think it was... Let me see here. Neb was a forfeit. Trying to think who else. I think Praetor was a forfeit. And Paulette was a forfeit as well. So Soul Eater should be at 2 points here. Because of the way that Swiss tournaments work, it's really, really detrimental to have a 0-0 game or like a tie game. And it's way less of a benefit to have a 2-0. Does that make sense? So like, it's a lot more fair to just give someone the win rather than take away, just give them like a 0-point game. I never realized how bright and shiny and starry the background of this map is.
Battle started.
Got my lemonade with me. Feeling pretty good. No lemonade on keyboards for today. My biggest problem is I have the memory of a goldfish. I have a phenomenal long-term memory, but I have a horrible short-term memory. So I can't remember what 3 minutes ago was happening. That's my problem with these 3-minute delays. Because I'm thinking about it, and I'm like, I can't remember at all what was happening 3 minutes ago. No clue. Man, I'm so excited for this match. Looks like Alt F4 Upovator went up a skill point here too, which is pretty funny. These are ranked matches here, which is kind of just hilarious. Random, but hilarious. Oh, no. That's about as frustrating as it gets. That's 2 mexes down. Oh, there we go. Oh, no. It's beautiful. It's beautiful watching ticks play like this. They're such pests and they're impossible to get down. You kill one of them and there's just 3 more and they're impossible to keep down. Finally, Signal manages to get a couple of units out, a couple of grunts to defend, but oh my goodness, that harassment was next level. And now Upovator feels fine. He's like, yeah, okay, now I can scale really comfortably. I've got a bunch of wind turbines up and running. I'm feeling great. Like, look, we've got, what is this? A grand total of 8 wind turbines, 3 mexes versus the blue, or the blue economy is 6 wind turbines and has had to build, I believe it's 4 mexes, or 5 mexes at this point. The difference is actually night and day, and it's really, really, I mean, it's something else. Oh, man. Tick's coming in right at the right moment. Find the constructor. So here's a fun fact about ticks, but also applicable to other units as well. The way that flanking damage is calculated in this game is based on the angle that the attack came from against the unit. So for instance, this pawn has been attacked on the front. So the maximum flanking bonus would be applied to the back. Like, that's obvious, right? But the thing is, it doesn't have to be another unit, as I understand it. It can actually be the same unit if it attacks from a different angle. Which is why ticks can get a huge, not unexplainable, but a huge, like, unexpected boost to damage by running around a unit in circles. So you'll notice that, like, if a tick just stands in front of something and shoots, it does, you know, a decent amount of damage, but it's not crazy. If a tick runs around something in a circle, it will do a huge amount of damage. Way, way, way more damage than it otherwise would have. And that's kind of the crux of why ticks are so frustrating, is because you do that with them anyway to sort of juke. And there you go. You saw that blasted like 4% instead of the regular like 1 or 2%. It's why ticks are so frustrating, is because you do that normally in order to juke units by just moving them around the base, but as you move them around, it also gives them a damage bonus. It's not, you know, the entire reason, but it's like they're... ticks are pests, and that's one of the reasons why. Pistachio... Oh, yeah, pistachios are a close second. See, that's the thing, though, is if I eat pistachios, I have to have the shelled ones. The, like, pre-shelled ones just don't taste the same way. I don't know how to describe it exactly, but they just... I don't know, they don't work the same way. The ones that come in their shell are way, way tastier, in my opinion. So much more work, and so I end up, like, cutting my hands. Like, I open so many of them that I'll literally cut my hands. Could open the stream up on a tiny... Oh, yeah, that's not a bad idea. It's actually not a bad idea at all. Hold on. Hold up. Wait a minute. Something ain't right. How do I get to the chat? Oh, it's been popped out. That's right. Cool. Perfect. Now I can know exactly what you fools are talking about. I have so much info going on. I have the live recording, I have the stream, I have a chat, I have all the side tabs and everything, all the other scenes. Oh, I love it. I've been operating on one monitor for, like, ever, my whole life. Finally having multiple monitors to put all my info on, all my data. It's like unlocking it's like unlocking a new peripheral vision, a new sense of vision. Oh no. Wow. So frustrating. Manages to get the kill on the on the constructor. There we go. Metal extractor. What's the resbot? Yeah. Resbot goes down here as well. So frustrating. This is what peak bar looks like. When you have unlimited APM, when you have yeah, 56 APM to spend just on random micro stuff on bar. This is what it looks like. And it's horrifying. It's genuinely horrifying. 22 metal per second versus just 14, it looks like. Less than that, 12 or so. Depends on the reclaim, of course, but as the blue team as the blue player pulls in more and more resources, it changes, but yeah, let's go with 15. Almost double the eco production just by all the harassment that's been going on. Damage is 6.2 thousand versus 3.3 thousand. Almost double the damage value for the red commander versus the blue. The first real good trade of the entire game so far is the Cortex commander manages to move a couple of those grunts across the map right here. We have some walls, which is always nice, forcing those units to take an ulterior path. The wave of pawns washing over this army of grunts here. Not bad. Little bit of a multi-pronged aggression coming in here from the northern and southern sides. Ooh, it's a good catch, though. Yeah, pawns jump on top of the grunts right there and manage to take a decent fight. And it's getting better. Near perfect splits. Just like that. All of the grunts are cleaned up. Most of them distracted here trying to defend against the run-bys. It's always cool to see. I need to know what this composition is. 5 pawns to 3 ticks is apparently the composition to go for. Apparently. We've got a Centurion in position here as well to try and defend while the LLTs are coming up and online, which is cool. LLT is obviously quite good. At least against some of these earlier units, the spam units. Centurion also quite good, though. How good? Well, I guess we're just about to see. Yep, pretty good. Pretty good. Blasted down one of those grunts before it even ever saw it. The other thing is, of course, that they outrange the grunts, which means you can afford to fight command them forward, and they'll automatically kill the grunts without necessarily walking into them. So it takes such finesse to micro that perfectly right behind the constructor so it can't get killed. What a beautiful little play right there. I'm so impressed. I'm just fanboying right now at Alt F4, who's doing a phenomenal job right now. I can't live without at least 2 anymore. Yeah, the monitors are so nice. They're so nice. It's such a quality of life improvement. These Centurion with a whopping 4 kills to their name. Yet I have a feeling that it's not going to be the last. I have a feeling that number is going to go up and up and up. Here we go. Here's where the battle is. Army sweeping in from the northern side, catching these in a little bit of a pincer maneuver. A decent trade right there for the blue commander, actually, though. Yeah, they want that resbot. They want that resbot badly, but it'll cost them their lives here as the Centurion catches them instead. Big Brother catches the, or what is the Bioshock thing? Big Daddy? Is that what it is? Catches the grunts moving in, and the resbot moves in immediately to reprogram them. Time for tanks. We saw how it played out before. Usually when bots go up against tanks, they lose. Somehow, though, Ubovator made it work. And I need to learn. I need to learn how on earth you make it work, because for the longest time it seemed basically impossible. But I guess it's all about the amount of damage that's been building so far. Like, Signal has never felt comfortable this match going into anything. Like, all these pushes have been met with trade-offs right here. You can see the little run-bys happening all the time. Little hero pawn. There we go. Units not idle for very long, if they're idle at all. Missed the metal extractor. Make sure to engage in social grooming to prevent Lyme disease from ticks like your chimpanzee ancestors, robot. Yes, indeed. Like, look at all this. Yeah, and the resbots for repair, of course. The resbots there for repair is phenomenal, and then of course you can always use them to resurrect as well, to just rebuild the army. Pawns running right on forward. The LLT without energy right here as well. Finally gets a little spurt of energy, but not nearly enough. Oh my goodness. What a ridiculous match. It looks like bullying. It looks like we're bullying somebody here. Signal 777 is far and away good enough to hold their own in a firefight. And it looks like a different league. It looks like a different league of playing beyond all reason. It's just a completely different game right here. And I don't know whether to celebrate it or fear it. Pawn's shutting down this little fabricatory over here, this little construction bot. Setting up some of these wind turbines. Meanwhile, Banshee's in the air to tear down static defenses and metal extractors, all alike. Not much damage, the Banshees, but they're very cool anyway. Very neat to see at the very least. And that was it, ladies and gentlemen. That was the only attack so far that the blue commander has managed to get through to the red base, was a couple of wind turbines and a metal extractor. God, that's impressive. Damage value of 57,000 versus 41,000. So the fights have just been monumentally more efficient right here across the board for the red commander. And I mean, the eco values, the resurrection values, all of it speak for themselves, but this is take it in, because this is what the best of Beyond All Reason looks like. I mean, to a T. Back door has been systematically pried open, and now the pawns are here. Every intention to rip and tear until it is done. Not getting as much damage there as I thought they would, actually. I imagined he would just bury them somewhere in here and they would just do as much damage as possible, but instead, not the case. Banshee's continually looking for whatever targets they can find. How about a couple of resbots? That's a great target. Sure. Resbot's very soft. Makes a lot of sense to go for them. LLTs. A little bit of a split between the LLTs. It means that they're going to get a little flanking bonus. Cool to see. Centurion just resurrected now. Might be quite useful here against this little bundle of incisors and grunts headed on the southern side. I love that this Centurion is just firing away over here. Signal a little worried about the commander over on the left-hand side. Too busy to worry about what's going on over here. The Centurion with 4 kills and counting. Continuing to blast away at a whole bunch of these units over on this side. Not sure why the res bots got involved right there. That felt like a little bit overkill, but not the end of the world, of course. Backline continually plagued with units right now. Means the economy is just minuscule for our blue hero. Tanks rolling on up the hillside. We're trying to, at the very least. Couple of units in the backline here. I wonder what these are for. Saved for something, no doubt. Couple of idle constructors. Like, there's things, right? There's little details that are pointing out that Ubivator is human. This is a human playing Beyond All Reason, but man, it barely looks like it. Tanks rolling around constantly. Little incisor breakthrough. Not bad. Missed the metal extractor, though, unfortunately. Making me wonder, what is the plan right here for Signal 777? I mean, nice D-gun on those medium tanks, but is it enough? I don't really know. Yeah. GG is called. Wow. It's the metal extractors. Oh my gosh.
Battle
I don't know what words to say. That was pure destruction the entire game long. No matter what Signal did, Alt F4 Ubivator was in his base, in the backline, in the metal extractors, constantly tearing things apart. There was never an idle moment where a constructor could set up a static defense and move along and fortify an area. There was always something harassing the constructors. And I feel like I have to say that is basically the best game of Beyond All Reason I've ever seen. maybe not the most entertaining. Like, it's not like the, epic late games or whatever. But as far as technical skill and mastery over a unit composition, it really just doesn't get better than that. I cannot wait to go cast some more of Alt F4's games. That was insane. And I really have basically no words. Wow. We're going to join in on this game. Modulo versus the Admiral. We're going to relax. Have a good time. Just go ahead and enjoy the show, because that was insane. Well, apparently these two fought a pretty interesting battle. They're gasping about having an interesting time here as well. Very cool. Continuing to enjoy my cashews while we wait. What kind of snack are you eating? I need recommendations. For snacks, I prefer crunchy. For not snacks, but appetizers, I prefer
like soft or squishy. Maybe the best. One of the best appetizers I had pretty recently was takoyaki. There's a sushi restaurant that I love nearby, and they just recently added takoyaki to their menu. And oh my god, mwah, delicious. But actually, I don't have a but. It was just delicious. It was just delicious all the way through and through. I really have no complaints. I wish I could tell you there was some sort of downside, but they were phenomenal, and I want more of them now, and I wish I hadn't brought it up, because now I'm thinking about it. Now I want some more takoyaki. Pour myself another nice glass of lemonade. Favorite glass of lemonade? Any lemonade enjoyers in the chat? You know, I'll bring it down a second and I'll be super real with you. Me and some of the, you know, the buddies would always joke about the whole like Twitch streamer or live stream or whatever, where they're just like rambling to chat. Chat, is this real chat? No, I'm talking to you. The goblins. The chat goblins. Hello, Turbo Carrot. Good to see you. You'll hear me say hello 3 minutes from now. But, good to see you. Hope you're having a good one. Get stuffed into a locker by T1. That's hilarious. Got an artist in the chat, apparently. Or an artist in the game, I mean. Alrighty. We are rapidly approaching the end here, ladies and gentlemen. This will, I believe, be the last game of the tournament. Or of the qualifiers tournament. And apparently today, it's going to be none other than Modulo as the Cortex Commander in red on the southern side of Theta Crystals, going up against the Admiral. Also as a Cortex Commander, but instead going into vehicle play right off the bat. Up on the northern side is the Blue Commander. Roasted edamame? Oh, that sounds so good. Ooh, sorry, I had to acknowledge that. Roasted edamame? Ooh. That sounds really good. I could totally get down on some roasted edamame. Mozzarella sticks are kind of a weird in between because they're like they're crunchy and squishy, so that's why they're a great snack and a great appetizer. So yeah, I would totally say like yeah, mozzarella sticks, cheese curds, like fried cheese curds, all those are like, yeah, perfect. I like that we've drawn a little arrow here for some reason. All of those are perfect snacks or appetizers. Yeah, takoyaki is delicious. It's so, you know, in the middle of California, there's not a lot of... If I want to get it, it's like I have to go to somewhere pretty authentic. And that just means dollar signs. I'm willing to pay for it, though, if it's good. Food is one of those things that I just won't compromise on. Like... I'll use one-ply toilet paper if I have to, but I will not eat bad food. Like, I won't like be like, that food costs too much, so I won't eat it. I'd be like, no, okay, it's coming out of my fun budget. I'll use any amount of money on food if it's good, because I'm just like, yeah, it's, you know,
That's an experience that I cannot wait to enjoy. The Manid gang rise up, absolutely. Have I had a dream about chat/streaming yet? No, I can't say I have. Have you had the noodle dream? I have not had my Kung Fu Panda noodle dream. I wish I had. I can't wait. I'll let you guys all know about it. Don't worry. I'll be very vocal about when I have the streaming dream. Man, sorry. Super sidetracked today as we get underway here in this match. The Admiral has taken a very defensive position right here. Maybe after witnessing the bloodbath that was the last game, realizing, you know what? I think better be a lot more careful about who I let into the back door, into the base. And I think that's wise. I think it's probably a good policy here as the Admiral has gone for a much safer start up on the high ground, building LOTs to keep everything safe. I wouldn't mind even seeing some walls to kind of direct units around, kind of make a maze for them to travel around like a Balloons Tower Defense 6 type style. And then, of course, going ahead for, like if you have to... If you have to, you can always mine those as well, right? You're going to damage the walls when they explode, but you can put mines in there, and that can help out a lot as well, pretty interestingly. But man, yeah, this is a good conversation. I can't keep talking about it, though, because if I keep talking about food, I'm gonna go out there and buy too much of it. Anyway, I like this expansion pattern here from the Admiral, actually. I think that's really nice. We're slowly but surely expanding outwards here from Modulo as well. Modulo going for that steadier bot play into vehicle play. It lends you a little more opportunity to harass in the early game, whereas you can see the Admiral basically has just had to play defense the entire time. Man, my tongue is so swollen. So swollen. I don't know why. Anyway, the the defensive playstyle, I mean, it's not like a bad playstyle. It just means you can't expand as aggressively. And typically when you play vehicles, you want to expand as aggressively as possible, so that's kind of the issue here. Nice snipe over on the left-hand side. Manages to kill the mechs. Don't think he's going to be able to kill the construction vehicle here, though. Nicely done. Construction vehicle stays alive. The incisors are in position to shut that down. Modulo trying to be everywhere at once, but man, it's hard to watch a Cortex commander try and do what an Armada commander does. What specifically, pardon me, let me say, what some Armada commanders do. What Alta for Ubervator is capable of. Being everywhere at once, putting a tick in every metal extractor. He plays Armada like it's Zerg, like he could just put a unit anywhere. There's no limitation. You just build a Zergling and you send it out on the field and it costs you nothing. It's like it's just ridiculous how you know, how effective that is. At the end of the day, Beyond All Reason, like any RTS, is a game about crushing your enemy's economy, not necessarily destroying their units on the front line. Units can be rebuilt with the economy, but the economy cannot be rebuilt without the economy. You need the eco to build the eco, and you need the eco to build the units. Literally the crux of the game, and it seems pretty obvious after watching a lot of games of Beyond All Reason after you play it for a little while, but it's one of those things that maybe isn't super obvious if you're not from an RTS background. If you haven't played a lot of RTS games, it's not like it makes sense when as soon as you start thinking about it, but you might not start thinking about it originally. You might, you know, you might initially jump to, well, if I beat my opponent with my army, then I win. And that's like mostly true, but you know, certain situations, as always in life. Anyway, Incisors pushing forward here. Not to get too philosophical on you, Incisors pushing forward here. And I'm about sick of seeing this tank on the field today. I'm excited that this will probably be the last time I have to watch these disgustingly powerful Incisor tanks. These, what was it? Exceptionally well-rounded for the early game light laser tanks. Tearing up the backline right here. Well, tearing up the front line right here of the red team. Actually a stellar defense right there from Modulo, all things considered. A lot of dead grunts, but also, of course, dead incisors, and all those are worth a lot of metal. Going back into the economy right here, I think it's probably well worth it. That was probably a fairly efficient trade for the Red Commander. You lose 30% of the value of a unit when it goes down to the floor, when it becomes a wreck. I believe it's about 30%, something like that. It's close to 30%. And if you think about that in terms of, like, if my unit dies and their unit dies, then I've lost 30%. But if I reclaim mine, if you reclaim your unit, then you've gained 30%. If you reclaim their unit, then you've gained 40%. Is that how that works? Is that the math? I don't know. Never do math on a live stream is what they tell me, but can't help myself. Bar is an intuitively is a intrinsically rather mathematic game. There's a lot of subtle calculation that goes into making Game of Beyond All Reason happen and work and not be horrible. You have to weigh your decisions very carefully. Oh, little double max right here. It really should stop this from happening. Like, this should be a... I don't know, there should be some system in place that just stops that from happening. Because it's not like a gameplay thing. That's just like... It's just not how the game should be programmed. It's like a bug, basically. I guess what I'm trying to say. It feels like a bug. It feels like it should be a bug. Or treated as a bug. Anyway. Shuriken, pretty good, eh? Not bad at all. Paralyzing each and every one of these units right here and doing a fabulous job of it. Suddenly, a far inferior number of incisors have drastically reduced the effective army value here of the blue commander. Meanwhile, big old run by force on the right-hand side as well plows right on past the commander and directly into the backline. Metal extractors going up in smoke. The vehicles trying to get over to assist. It's the issue with reinforcing, though. Units come out one by one. That's GG. Towel is thrown, blue player gives up, and that will be the final game between Modulo and
Battle ended.
Nicely done. A clean victory, I would say, right there. Definitely, you know, showing a very clean way of winning the game. Just building up enough forces, building up those tanks, and using those extremely well-rounded incisors to punch through the defenses and directly into the backline where Admiral was unable to defend, and using them to snipe the economy. Nicely done. And here we are. And the qualies are over. Austin had a perfect run, is that true? Wow. That's insane if true. Huge if true. We'll go on ahead and have a little look-see for ourselves. Because that's a pretty impressive feat if you manage to have a perfect run through 5 rounds of best of 3s. That's 15 games at the maximum, or 2 times 10 games at the minimum. Well, I guess if you had a perfect run, then yeah, it would be 10 games total. Can you play 10 games of Beyond All Reason and win all of them in a row? VDB almost had a perfect run in the other direction, but was saved by the bye. That's pretty funny too. Well, let's have a look here at the final result. Let me refresh the page here, and there we are. All right, ladies and gentlemen, as I switch over to the brackets, I want to say thank you everybody for watching as we take a look at the winner here. All of you who contributed to making this possible, I appreciate each and every one of you, all my admins, all the admins of the tournament. All of you really make Beyond All Reason something special, something worth commentating, something awesome to participate in, and I hope everybody appreciates and realizes that. So I just want to take a second to acknowledge each and all of you. So why don't we meet our tournament leaders? Coming in first place, after a hard-fought series of battles, it's gonna be none other than Austin TX. I can't remember their in-game name. Austin TX, though, the winner of the qualifier tournament right here, the Bar Pro League Season 5 Grand Qualifiers, means that Austin has qualified for, I believe the tournament is in 2 months, 3 months. I can't remember exactly where it is, but has qualified for the qualified to compete in the official Beyond All Reason Pro League, the serious series tournament where actual money, moneda, cash is on the line, and it's going to be a good event. I'm pretty excited for that. Coming in second is YYfabab, also 1 point behind with 1 loss and 0 ties. 1 loss, 4 wins, 0 ties. Stardom tying with that, as well as looks like Lopatka and Ubavator. All of them coming in very, very close together. I don't know exactly what spots qualify for the tournament, but I wouldn't be surprised if all of them make it in. Basically 1 through 5 here make it into the qualifying tournaments. They all played phenomenally, so it's gonna be a hard fought battle, and I think there are other qualifiers as well. So it's likely that there will be other opportunities as well. Looking at my timer here, 6 hours, 14 minutes, and 59 seconds. That is maybe a new record here at the or with me, the Brightworks, for not here at the Brightworks. I guess I forgot we're on the official channel. Hee. But that is a new record for me, I think. I will probably put an announcement out in my Discord. If you're waiting on the game to play some games, I will put an announcement out in my Discord about whether or not I have time to do that, and I will keep you guys updated there. But for the time being, this is the Brightworks signing off, and I sure hope you enjoyed today's tournament. Thanks a ton to Barcast TV for hosting this whole event as usual. Thanks to the other casters, and thanks of course to the admin once more for letting us put on such an awesome show. Hope you all enjoyed, and I hope to see you in the next one. I hope to see you very shortly on the next cast, live stream, tournament, or handshake, and I will see you all very, very shortly. Peace out, everybody, and have a great rest of your day.